sir was mentioning that we want to hear from the horse mouth. So it is now that about NCF and the process of development of syllabus and textbook, we are going to hear from the horse mouth also. That is through Madam Professor Ranjana Arora, ma'am. Madam, welcome you with this brief introduction. Over to you, ma'am.
So thank you very much, Dr. Koirang. Very good morning and namaskar to all of you. So very esteemed senior officials of Army Welfare Society, my colleagues from NCERT, coordinator of this program, Dr. Koirang. I think Professor Bhardwaj ji was here, or I think he's here, Professor Mohanty, and very esteemed educators and teachers who have joined from Army Welfare Society schools. So I think more than 300 educators have joined us through Zoom link, and many more teachers and educators have been watching through YouTube, as we have decided this is our framework for this meeting. So very thanks for joining us. This is very important program as far as our TGTs are concerned, because NCERT has already introduced middle stage textbooks for grade 1, for grade 6. This is the first grade of middle stage, and it is very important before we implement or transact these textbooks in the classroom. We need to understand the principles and approach and the pedagogic perspective of these textbooks. So this is a very brief presentation I am taking in this first technical session, that is on National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023, because you all know that as a follow-up of National Curriculum Framework, only we develop new textbooks and syllabi, and the pedagogic perspective and the curricular perspective which NCF recommends, we take that in true letter and spirit. So it is very important that maybe you all have been oriented on this NCF by CBSE and by your own organization, but still I think it is it will be good for all of us to again recapitulate those things before we connect those things with the textbooks. I think sessions are being taken by my worthy colleagues from NCERT, those who are directly involved in the development of textbooks. So next, Koirang. So from my side and from NCERT side, from department side, I welcome all of you to this this orientation program. This
department.
huh? Hello. So I think everybody should mute themselves so that there should not be any disturbance. Actually, those who have joined us through Zoom, we suppose that they may be playing a role of key resource persons for the teachers, those who have joined us through YouTube, because after this program, there may be many more queries from teachers, from educators on this. So I request all the key resource persons who are joined through Zoom, they need to see the YouTube feedback from teachers, and you can ask here, because you have scope to ask here with our resource persons, those who are taking session. So please collect questions, observations, suggestions, so that we will be clarifying things here itself in this 2 days program. Not if we will not get time in the sessions, we will get time in the valedictory, or whatever modality we will adopt, we will try to address all the questions and observations from your side. So please collect those kinds of things, and I will also request my team to collect very important questions which you think that it is really needed to be discussed in these sessions. We will discuss that. So this is a very brief presentation on the NCF for School Education 2023. What are its salient features and how it is being manifested in the textbook. Next. Next, yes. So as you all know, we have launched this National Curriculum Framework for School Education on 23rd August 2023. So it is almost more than 1 year. And of course, in this 1 year, we have brought out our textbooks for grade 3 and 6 and are in the process of bringing out textbook for grade 4, 5, 7, and 8 for the next academic session. Next. It is very important for all of us to understand that what curriculum is, because these textbooks, syllabi, the or pedagogic perspective, or the whole entire school activities which we conduct for our children to achieve desired learning outcomes, those all things are coming under the curriculum. So there is a national curriculum framework which provides us a broad guideline, and this national curriculum framework paves the path to develop curriculum at the school level. The curriculum is the soul of the school, and the responsibilities uh, uh, of transacting that curriculum lies with the teachers, school heads, and all those who are concerned with school. Uh, of course, community has been playing an important role in that. So whether it is goals and objectives of education, whether syllabi, whether content, whether pedagogical practices, teaching learning material, school and classroom practices, learning environment, these all come under uh, the curriculum gamut. So this is the definition of curriculum. So there is a curriculum framework which provides us guideline as per the vision of the society, as per the vision of the nation, and then we uh, prepare, develop, implement curriculum at a school level, and this includes textbooks as well as syllabi. So, and there are three kinds of curriculum: intended curriculum, transacted curriculum, and assessed curriculum. So, intended, whatever the intentions of the society, whether it is national education policy, whether it is national curriculum framework, they uh, they present before us the expectations of the society. So, this is the intended curriculum. And when teachers transact those kinds of vision or those kinds of goals and objectives through the content, so that is a transacted curriculum. So textbooks, syllabi, teachers handbook, those kinds of material come under the transacted curriculum. And when we prepare questions, we prepare guideline for assessment, those kinds of documents come under the assessed or curriculum for assessment. So these three uh, are the important pillar of this curriculum discussion, and we all need to understand this before we absorb the new curricular and pedagogic perspective of the textbooks as well as syllabi. Next. 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 Yes. So now, what are the shifts? That shift we need to understand now, because we all know about that. What is this interdisciplinary approach? Uh, we know that when subjects, we integrate subjects without giving them uh, prominent place to their specific nature, or one can say that if subjects are amalgamated to create an interdisciplinary content, then we used to call that this is interdisciplinary approach. So if we take environmental education, so that is a subject which comes under the purview of interdisciplinary subject, because environment education, though it draws content from science, it draws content from social science, but still it is an environmental education, because you cannot find the social science content uh, 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 specifically. You cannot say that this content is from social science, this content is from science, because environmental education amalgamate them, and present in a form that it is a environmental concern. So it is interdisciplinary. But when we take different subjects and keeping their nature intact, uh, and make a group of those subjects, then this is a multidisciplinary approach, we say. So vocational education, which we are now going to start from grade 6, is a multidisciplinary subject now, because vocational education involves English, science. So there are areas which belongs to science, which belongs to English language, or language, you can say, which belongs to mathematics. So, and even mathematics teacher can be able to take now vocational education of vocational education, which uh, in a project manner, which has implications for the mathematics, or which has the implication for the English language. Suppose if a vocation we are taking tourist guide, so this, in this vocation, we can take the support of social science teacher as well as English language teacher. So policy and national curriculum framework are giving more scope for different subjects. And this is multidisciplinary approach with flexibility of choices of subject. So we are moving towards multidisciplinary approach. Of course, interdisciplinary approach, we are not going to leave this. We have lots of subjects which takes care of, which are taking care of interdisciplinary approach. So this is a shift, and this shift we need to understand. This is why for grade 3, we have now introduced subjects like arts education, arts, physical education, and well-being. And for grade 6, 3 subjects we are introducing, that arts, physical education, and well-being, as well as vocational education. And even for grade 3, we are introducing the world around us, which is an interdisciplinary subject. So and then there is more emphasis on experiential learning. You all are aware of this activity-based learning and experiential learning. Experiential learning need to involve all the steps, and there must be uh, uh, efforts to make children reflect what they have learned and how they can improve their learning. So that is, I think, we need to understand the crux of experiential learning. However, in different sessions, you will be getting more knowledge about this. And then you all know that now this is a new curricular and pedagogical structure: foundational stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, and secondary stage. So I'm not going to discuss more about this. Next. So, if you see some more paradigm shifts, then I can say that reduction of content is a very important paradigm shift, which we are following in our textbooks also. Rootedness in India. So if you take any of our textbook, you will find that these textbooks are connecting, content is connecting very well with our culture rootedness. And this is very important for all of us to understand. So not only from the content, but also your pedagogy need to be need to be modified in a way that you can make children understand that what are the concepts, what are the content, how you can connect it with our culture. This will really make children proud of our own culture. So that is, you need to see. Criticality of culture of schools is very important. So not only through textbook and syllabus we can promote our culture, or Indian India-centric education, but also through culture of schools, uh, the display boards, the symbols which we use in school, uh, the very activities of the schools, those kinds of things we need to see. A role of teacher is very important now for this kind of curriculum implementation. And equity and inclusion, as you all know, are the cornerstones. Uh, so, so these are some of the important key paradigm shifts. And you all know that early childhood care and education and foundational literacy and numeracy have been given much importance. And with regard to mother tongue, I have a request to all of you that maybe you are teaching middle stage, and there you may be using Hindi, English, and maybe regional language as a subject. But even though if children who are coming for the or maybe new entrants in the school, if they use their mother tongue, every teacher need to respect the mother tongue of a child. So those kinds of things we need to see. This is the perspective of national curriculum framework for school education. Next. uh, this is the principles of curriculum design, which is very important. Here you need to understand that uh, this curriculum framework is recommending learning standards. And this is the crux of competency-based education. Since we are moving towards competency-based education, you need to understand that how this national curriculum framework has given the goals, curricular goals, vision of the society, curricular goals, and mapping to these curricular goals competencies, and mapping to these competencies learning outcomes, and for learning outcomes, what are the pedagogic consideration. So those kinds of things we need to understand. Our textbooks are based on competencies, though you will not find specific statements of competencies in the textbooks, but every chapter, if you will take up, and the exercises, the very exercises, and you see the competencies given for the specific stage in the national curriculum framework, you will be easily able to map that this chapter or this content is very much useful to develop these kinds of competencies, or these are the exercises which are going towards those kinds of development of those kinds of competencies. So these kinds of things you will get in detail in our sessions, and you please uh, uh, put or place your observations also in case of any confusion you have. Next. Uh, so so there are five parts given in the national curriculum framework, and these all parts are though very important. But as a teacher, if you want not to go through the 600 pages, then please go through part A, which gives us aims of school education. And kindly mute yourself. So, part A, which is giving, articulating broader aims of school education, as well as approach of the national curriculum framework. And then part C, which is very important for a specific subject teacher. So those kinds of things you can see. There are five parts, part A and part C, I think very important. But of course, you also need to know the cross-cutting issues which are given. And for school principals and leaders, part D and part E, which is talking about school culture and processes, and of course, overall ecosystem, it is very important to understand. So please go through. This is 600-page document. This is very much available on the NCERT website and Ministry of Education website. And please see this. You will really find it is very interesting once you start reading it, and you will get more clarity on the issues, or even on the school education, that why this, what are the objectives of school education, how now competency-based education we will be implementing. And moreover, after reading or after going through this document, if you will demand, we will again come back to you to discuss on those kinds of issues. Next. Going next. Next. So one can see that part A, very importantly, this part A is covering this pyramid, and you can say that how all the how school culture and process, and then different curricular areas are contributing towards desirable knowledge, capacities, values, and dispositions which our students attain. And once children attain these desirable knowledge, capacities, values, and disposition, we really attain aims of school education through school. And once all the children come out attaining the aims of school education, they really move towards attaining vision and purpose of education, and later on the vision of the society, that Constitution of India. So one can see every teacher is very important, every subject area is a very important. Art education has its own values, its own capacity. It is developing physical education. It is developing uh, uh, specific capacities, specific values and dispositions, even science, even social science. So every subject area has its own outlined values and dispositions and knowledge. And these all subject areas are contributing a lot in attaining the vision of the society. So I'm not getting into detail because of scarcity of time, but I must request you that you all go through this document. You will find it interesting. And once you will go through this document, we will definitely have good discussion again on those kinds of things. Come with your specific questions. Even you have specific questions this time also, we will take up maybe in the valedictory session. Next. So this is also in exemplar form. I will request Dr. Koirang to share this presentation with all of you, and you will see that how curricular aim is uh, uh, giving us mapping with curricular goal, and then how curricular goal is mapped with competency. This is example of language, and how this competencies are now bifurcated for class 9 and 10th in learning outcomes. So one can see that if we have this learning outcome, that child evaluates the premises of an argument for its clarity, relevance, and reliability. Suppose a child is able to evaluate the argument. So this leads to the effective communication skill, which is one of the curricular goal of secondary education um, uh, in languages. So those kinds of things you need to see. So we have curricular aims, which are very, very broad. Then we have curricular goals for specific curricular areas. And then we have competencies mapping with these curricular goals. And each competency is bifurcated in learning outcomes. Each curricular goal is bifurcated in competencies. Each competency is bifurcated in learning outcomes. And this approach leads to reduced curriculum load and content load. Next. So this is only we are telling about the preparatory stage. We have come out with six textbooks. So 2 languages, then 1 mathematics, then arts, then physical education, and the world around us. So 4 of these textbooks and 2 languages. And vocational exposures are inbuilt in all the textbooks. At the foundational stage, we have only 2 language textbook and mathematics textbooks. So we have come out with 2 languages like Hindi, English, and mathematics. And this will depend upon the states that what 2 languages they are offering at the foundational stage and at the preparatory stage. But at both the stages, we have 2 languages. Next. For the middle stage, now we have 9 subject areas. So one can see, because 3 language formula we have to implement. So 3 languages, then mathematics, then social science, vocational education, arts, and physical education and well-being. But when we come to secondary stage, now there are 2 more subjects we are introducing, one in grade 9 and one is in grade 10. Grade 9, we are introducing individual in society, and in grade 10, we are introducing environmental education. So these are interdisciplinary areas. So 10 subjects at the secondary stage. Next. So I'm not going to discuss much uh, as far as grade 11 and 12 is concerned, because for this, when we will come out with textbooks, then we will discuss this whole scheme. But one can see that there are 4 groups. One language group, so languages are compulsory, 2 languages, and then 3 groups are there. From these 3 groups, children can select 4 subjects, at least 2 from each of these groups, and one more subject child can take. So maximum 7 and minimum 6 subjects in grade 11 and 12. Next. Next. So one can see these time allocation. So for every subject area, we have given time allocation. Timetable is up to you how you are drafting your timetable, but you have to be following. You have to follow the time allocation of 100 hours, 110 hours annually for each of the subject areas that you need to see, and your school need to implement that. Next. So this is middle, for the middle. This is the time allocation for a year. Next. 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 So cross-cutting issues, I think all the textbook, in all these textbook sessions, you will be coming across these cross-cutting issues. And moreover, Dr. Koirang also will be taking a session on this. So whether it is rootedness in India, values and disposition, learning about and caring about environmental education, equity and inclusion, guidance and counseling, educational technology, these are cross-cutting issues, and we have taken care all these issues in our teaching learning materials, which we have prepared as a follow-up of NCF. Next. School subjects, you can see these are the school subjects we have already discussed. Environmental education, I am using this as an example, because how we have presented these subjects in our chapter that you need to see, in curriculum framework that you need to see. So Koirang, just run through it. So what is environmental education? Its introduction we are giving. Next. So then we are also giving learning standards, how to develop content, what should be the pedagogy and assessment under this subject. So every subject has this much detail in our national curriculum framework. Next. You see, curricular goals and competencies, how to develop content, what are the content, what content will be giving, principle of content selection, what should be the recommended approach. Next. Pedagogy and assessment. So even in environmental education, what need to be assessed? So what are the principles of environmental education assessment? That also for every subject area we have given. Next. 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 So this is school culture. So in school culture, things which are very important. One is that relationship. We should have good relationship, mutual trust and respectful relationship, whether it is school principal and teachers, teachers and students, teachers and community. And moreover, whatever symbols we are using in our schools, that should be thoughtfully highlight and celebrate the desired values and dispositions that we need to see. School arrangement and practices need to be in a way that they help us attaining desired values. Whether it is school assembly, whether mealtime arrangement, you need to see that the values NEP, National Education Policy, wants to promote, that we need to implement the same thing in our school practices. Next. So as I said that in school, there is curricular processes, which we have understood, curriculum associated processes like teacher development, teacher professional development, educator professional development, even what we are doing for the meal time, how we are maintaining health and hygiene. These are the curriculum associated processes which we need to see. Organizational processes, how we make school plan, development plan, how we do resource allocation. These are the organizational processes. So NCF is a very, very comprehensive document. It talks about everything. So even if you are going to implement new textbook, you have to implement many more things along with that. You have to see your school culture, you have to see the curriculum associated processes, you have to see the school development program. Then only you will be able to implement textbooks in letter and spirit. Next. Please mute yourself. Next. Next. Going next. 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 So I'm not going to discuss about textbook salient features, as you will be getting all this explanation from our textbook session. But only I just want to see that our textbook really include age-appropriate content, disciplinary orientation is there, Indian knowledge system is integrated, and of course, guidelines for teachers are given here and there. In-text activities and exercises are competency mapped. So, and content and illustration have been present in a way that children will feel connections with their own context. So, these are broader or very, very broad salient features of our textbooks. Next. So you can see these are the textbooks we have brought out for the year 2023, Hindi, English, Urdu, mathematics. Next. Then at the preparatory stage for grade 3, we have languages, Hindi, English, Urdu. We have brought out these textbooks, mathematics, the world around us, arts, physical education, and well-being. Next. For middle stage, grade 6, you can see that whether these books are being implemented in your school or not. If not, you please take care of this. So languages, 4 languages are there. Whatever languages your school offer, it is up to you. Mathematics, social science, social sciences, science, arts, physical education, and well-being, vocational education. So these are books which are available. Next. This is a cycle. So first NEP comes, then curriculum framework, then teaching learning material, then capacity building program we do, and then at the school level transformation takes place. Next. So thank you very much. So this is very brief presentation on NCF from my side, but please do read NCF and come back to us with your observations, questions. If you have 1 or 2 questions here itself, we will be able to take up.
Participants, if you have questions or comments, anything regarding NCERT textbook, that also you can ask now. We can take up 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, please go ahead. Any one of you, you can unmute basically, and you can. Yeah.
Good morning,
Can
sir.
you hear? Yes.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible, please.
Mrs. Indira.
Yes, please.
So, good morning, ma'am. I just wanted to know a few things. Can I ask?
Yeah,
sir?
please go ahead, madam.
Can
Yes, please go ahead, madam. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Ma'am, you talking about this pyramid, which talks about the different curricular areas. A few more details about how we can work on it, because it looks quite interesting to know how we can be implemented as such. Gone into details about it. If you could just speak some more points about that particular pyramid that you shared with us, Is it okay, ma'am, if you could just expand on that a little bit more?
Yes, I will definitely do, but this time I have another meeting. So, Koirang, please fix some time tomorrow. We will definitely take up their issues. Okay?
Right. Okay,
Okay.
madam.
So just
But
this time I'm
Okay.
leaving now, huh?
yeah,
Okay.
before we let you go, I think they have many questions, ma'am. We will take
Yes.
up tomorrow
Yes.
also.
Yes.
Uh,
Okay. So tomorrow maybe early morning, huh?
yeah, maybe we can plan. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
anyway,
you.
ma'am. Thank you so much for bringing the core essential feature of NCF. And madam is busy with another meeting. So, yeah. Regarding that, madam has raised the pyramid is nothing but from the vision of the society, how we arrived at aims of education, curricular aims, curricular goal, and how these visions are addressed by different curricular area. For example, I want to teach scientific temper actually, which is a constitutional goal. Madam was speaking, constitutional or also then we teach through science, maybe in social science also. So in a larger society, what types of skills, what types of society do you want to envisage? So those things are are dealt in different curricular areas actually. So it's not that the curricular area which we have chosen should also support the type of the vision of society which we want to create. So actually these are very clearly written in national curriculum framework for school education. So if you go through them, that will be much more clearer. Yeah, I
Yes, sir,
think.
I did go through it, but this particular
uh,
pyramid was a little intriguing and interesting, so I had to ask.
yeah,
I just
it is.
wanted to
It
know.
is. Yeah, it is capturing basically the whole thing about that. Yeah. Yes, I think we will close this session now. We will move it to the next session. If we don't have further question, we can take up tomorrow also when Professor Ranjana Madam is there. That time also. Yeah. Now, Professor Vijay will be taking up the next whole session from now onwards till lunchtime, till 1:10 actually. Vijayanji, you are there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So I think you can start your proceedings from here
Yeah,
on. So, and we welcome you and over to you now. So you can go now. The resource person are also here in this room.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, over to you, Linji.
Yeah. Thank you, Koirangji, and very good morning to one and all from Army Welfare Education Society. It
Yeah.
really, once again, it is nice to meet all of you through online. And I just would like to continue with what Professor Ranjana ma'am has mentioned about the uh, some of the salient features of national education policy. And through those features, the NCF National Curriculum Framework for Foundation Stage, the National Curriculum Framework for School Education, and later on our various textbook has been developed based on those features. And those features and the aims of education developed with the support of the vision of our National Education Policy 2020 is very crucial while developing these textbooks. Our textbooks, since also thankful to all our participants for providing us the suggestions and your feedback regarding our new textbooks. And so of course, you all mentioned about the various aspects of these new textbooks by highlighting the activity that most of these activities are life centers. This is what our policy also talking about when policy mentioned about the experiential learning approach. And we have given much emphasis on experiential learning approach while developing these textbooks. And as Madam Ranjana ma'am mentioned about the development of various textbooks and its processes, and you also made a concern that some of the textbooks this time you received very late. And that is one thing. And second thing is very, very important is you also mentioned the shift in the textbook development pattern and its processes. Those things thought NCERT to come up with some bridge course, bridge material for those students, those who are coming to understand or coming to learn through the new textbooks. And for this particular session, we will be having some quick discussion on the Bridge Month programs developed by NCERT, especially for grade 6. And we know the current grade 6, I don't know how many of you have utilized our Bridge Month program in the initial days of your grade 6 students. Anyway, if this may not be now possible for you for your, yes. Yeah, it may not be useful now for the current students, but of course, when your next lot of students are coming to grade 6, they are coming from grade 5, and you know the grade 5 textbook still, it is our textbook based on the old National Curriculum Framework of 2005, and it is coming to you. And when the new students are coming to the grade 6, and you definitely can utilize for 1 month this Bridge Month material. That is why we thought of having a discussion on Bridge Month material also during this interaction with teachers across the country. Let me share my slides. Yeah, I think Koirangi, it is clear. So
Yeah, it's viewable, sir. Clearly viewable.
okay. Yeah. As Professor Ranjana mentioned about various textbooks, we know that in grade 6 we have lots of textbooks have been developed, and based on that we have developed 10 various Bridge Month material for four languages, one for Hindi, one for English, one for Sanskrit, one for Urdu, one in social science, one in mathematics, one in art education, one in vocational education, and one in physical education and well-being. Along with that, we have given a broader guidelines also how this can be utilized very effectively for the students. And let me share very important things regarding overall what this Bridge Month program is meant for and how this material has been developed. And particularly, I just would like to later on, I will be speaking some aspect related with the Bridge Month program in
Mehul,
mathematics.
come read the chapter.
Sorry, I request all of you to mute, please mute your audio, and I am very happy if you can unmute your video. Please mute your audios. Yeah, as Professor Ranjana has mentioned about the new syllabi and textbook, the major shift based on the features of NEP as well as NCFSE, it was given more importance to competencies rather than putting loads of contents. Our education system also need to focus more on competency development. That is why this NEP as well as NCFSE, FS, everything has given more stress on competency-based education. And earlier, most of the textbooks were on chapter-centric approach. Now we are shifting towards the curricular-centric approach. Our aim is more on curricular goals, to realize that curricular goals through various competencies and grade specific learning outcome. And also the assessment has a major shift from assessing a selected abilities towards a holistic assessment of the child, even in assessing the mathematics capacities or science capacity or whatever it may be. The holistic assessment has been given more stress, and a shift you can see from a teacher-guided activities to more and more fun-based, play-based, and discovery. That was you all mentioned when you were talking about the opinion about the new textbooks. You can see more and more fun-based, play-based, and discovery-based activities on entire textbooks, and from a whole language approach to a balanced literacy approach has been given. And the very, very important thing, and you are also some questions came. It is from textbook to textbook plus approach. And along with the textbook, we will be giving loads of other additional reading materials and even teacher's handbook and other teaching learning materials, activity books, etc. also in the coming time. Therefore, it is more on textbook plus rather than giving. Therefore, in this context, when a child from grade 5 who has been learned using the earlier approaches, when they are coming towards the new classroom, of course, they need to have a sort of bridging the gap between the grade 5 they learn and when they are moving towards grade 6. For example, when I am talking about a competency, grade 5, the grade 6 competency need to have a link with the grade 5 competency. Whether grade 5 competency, since textbook has been developed based on the old syllabi, that link may not be there in all the textbook and all the conceptual curricular areas. Therefore, the task we did is we have a comparison between grade 5 existing syllabi along with the grade 6 new syllabi, so that what are those gap where the child is potentially going to face. Therefore, we can bridge those gap. That was one thing. Second thing, the pedagogical shift we are proposing, the activity-based, the fun-based, the more and more discovery-based approach. Therefore, even the teacher, not only the children, the teacher also need to be adapted with the new pedagogical approach. Therefore, the bridge program has given more importance to that also. And okay, at the same time, when a child is coming to the grade 6 with a new textbook, it is very essential to have developed the motivation. How they can, since many of the students may not be actively participating in the activities, various activities. Therefore, it's very essential to create that motivation part also. And these are some of the aspects, reason why we come up with this bridge month. Of course, there are new curricular areas we have introduced in the grade 6, like art education, physical education, and vocational education. We also need to introduce those subjects to both teachers as well as students. And you can see these are the 11 material we developed. It is available in NCERT website. Anyone interested can download all those materials. One is guidelines, the other 10 are various bridge month material. And in each bridge month, whether it is science, social science, language, mathematics, or physical education, art education, or vocational education, you can see a structure in the bridge month program. It starts with the purpose of that particular subject. It has been drawn out from our NCFSC's philosophy, the objective of the this bridge month program of that particular subject, and there will be a week-wise timetable. It is for 1 month. Therefore, 4-week timetable has been elaborated with the initiative timetable. It is based on the timetable given in the NCFSC that Professor Ranjana ma'am has already shared to you. There is a tentative timetable. Based on that timetable allocation time, we have also prepared this one. And week-wise, every week, what should be the activities? If there are 5 periods for a particular subject in a week, in each period, what should be the various activities need to be conducted? We have given a plan for that, and how to assess in a holistic way for this 1 month program also has been given in this one. And now let me share some of the salient feature of mathematics Sorry. Yeah, I just for a couple of minutes, I will be just sharing you what are there in our mathematics Bridgman program. Koirangi? Hello, Koirangi?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. No, I disabled this screen sharing option. That is why it is.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Aja, we'll make you co-host. Sorry. Please. Then I think you're not co-host. Zenji,
Okay.
you'll be able to see it. Just try.
Yeah. Now it's visible, no?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I just will go through some of the salient features of mathematics Bridgman program now. Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, also it is prepared based on the gaps we identified when we compared with the grade 5 existing textbook and the grade 6 competencies that the child needs to attain. Therefore, what are the basic prerequisites a child require for when they are coming to the grade 6 after learning through grade 5? And we identified those things, and activities were framed based on supporting the child to get an idea about basic prerequisite of grade 6 competencies. That was one of the things. And second one, we have started with some ice-breaking activities so that the children will show more and more interest towards learning activities when we are starting with various activity-based teaching learning programs in our classroom, fun-based, discovery-based methods in mathematics also. The child need to be acquainted with all those things. Therefore, we started with some of the ice-breaking activities, therefore, so that the children can be shown more and more interested towards mathematics. And then it also intends to support and motivate students to actively participate and engage in learning activities of grade 6 with confidence, and so that they can enjoy learning of mathematics. And since the new textbooks concepts are explained through the games and various activities, the appropriate games integration as well as linking with the real life context were ensured in this program. When we developed even Bridgman also, how some of the activities it is linked to our real life situation. It is not there in earlier textbook, and you can see that in our new textbook we have tried to connect various mathematical concepts with real life situation, how this can be effectively done. Therefore, in Bridgman also we have given emphasis on connecting it with real life context. And of course, it contains lots of riddles, puzzles, problem solving, magic tricks, games, etc. And this Bridgman program, it is a 1 month program distributed into 4 weeks, and each week having mathematics 5 periods. It is a 25 periods, and initial 2 periods has been given for ice breaking activities. And for example, I just would like to give you one of the activity given in the module. Think of a number, multiply it by 2, then you add 6, take half of the number, then subtract 1, subtract the number thought of. And if you give this activity to your students, and every students will be getting same answer, they all will get 2. Then you can have a interactive session with child. Why this is 2 for everyone? If someone is not getting 2, what may be the reason? You can have that type of discussion in the classroom. That discussion will give you, various viewpoint of the children, how this happens, And it also shows that now children are coming towards learning mathematics. It will create mathematical thinking among the children. Like that, there are lots of activities. I am not going through every activity. This is another activity. You see, this is matchstick or some uh, sticks you can use. One square has been created, and using the same, then you can see that another shape is used, and there is one more shape. Now the children can find the perimeter of all these things, shape, and they can compare. And even some of the activities, next activity you can see, it is a square. It is a 1 by 1 unit square, and using that square, 10 pieces of square, one rectangle has been used, and using the same 10 pieces, another rectangle has been developed. Same 10 pieces, another shape has been developed. And now even you can give children to develop such pieces, such shapes, different shapes using this, and now let them talk about the area concept, how much space it require, and the comparison between area, perimeter, all those concepts you can introduce very effectively through these activities. And another activity, just I would like to, it is a map reading. Every school may have some map like this. You can show a map of your school, then ask them to look for compass rose on the map. Every map may have a direction point using a compass rose. Now, from the compass map, they can identify where is north, where is south, where is west, where is east. All these directions they can see. And you can ask where is grade 5 classroom, or where is staff room, where is principal room. Based on this direction, they can give. And even they can now create new maps by going through school map. You can have a map of their home, or map of a small town, etc. Let them do these type of activities so that they will have more and more fun and learning through these type of activities. These are some of the activities. I am not going. You please download mathematics bridge month program and see the activities, and you next lot of students, when they are coming to your class, you can support them very effectively in learning, making them very confident when they are learning new grade 6 textbook. Thank you. And now I will be going, if you have any doubt regarding bridge month program, we will take up at the end of the session. And we have our experts from NCERT for taking other sessions of the bridge month program. We have with us our Dean Coordination and Head DESS, who coordinated the bridge month program for social science, Professor Gauri Srivastava ma'am with us. And now I just request Gauri ma'am to have the interaction for social science. Koirangi, madam is there or no?
Vijay, I'm there. The PPT has to be put.
Yeah, okay.
Kindly wait for some time. PPT laga. Warm welcome to all the participants and to the coordinator of this program. I'll be sharing with you the Bridge Month program that our colleagues and we work together to make it happen. As you all know, social science is a very engaging subject. Now, the social world is part of us. It is a beautiful interaction between human activities and nature. And when you travel down the timeline, you can understand for yourself how we have progressed over years, how we have understood natural phenomena from time across. Now, this Bridge Month program, as the coordinator has just mentioned, is trying to bridge and connect because you know that knowledge cannot be static. In a social world, there is a lot of change happening, and therefore the Bridge Month program tunes you with your surrounding as well as important changes that you visualize. It is a connect because learning is continuous and it does not stop with time. Now, it is important for the student of social science to understand that social phenomena cannot be studied in isolation. It is not only a bridge month, it is a bridge between different subjects of social sciences that you are studying, whether it is economics, history, geography, political science. All these are interlinked because phenomena are influenced by all activities, and you have the National Education Policy 2020 that focuses on interdisciplinary approach. Our bridge program, as has been mentioned, has plethora of activities that connect you with the lives and livelihood of the people. Now, Bridge Month program is a journey in time and space. It keeps you connected with phenomena that happened in the past, which children know because you must have shared with them, taken them to places of cultural and historical importance. You have taken them to natural surroundings where children know about plants. So it is helping children to understand diversity, livelihood, and see how these change over a point of time. And therefore, chronology is important to understand the phenomena of continuity and change. Next, please. The next important objective of the Bridge Month program, which is there on the NCERT website, is to make children engage with a pedagogy that is participatory, that is one which brings the child and the teacher on a same platform. Think for yourself when you're explaining an event. When you're explaining an event, then what happens? That children are absolutely, discussing with themselves. So the child and you should come out, and therefore the pedagogy becomes engaging. You can devise lot of teaching learning activities which are already given in your Bridge Month program, so that children learn how to learn, how to learn. Number one, they also learn how to explore the environment, social as well as natural, and also understand that life is not static, it is dynamic. It helps you to understand learning gaps, because suppose you have understood your social world, you need to understand where all more you need to work upon. These days, in a digital age, children are exposed to in so many learning situations. Children should be, you as a teacher, as a facilitator, should encourage students to try and find out that where all they need to put more, so that the transition from the preparatory to the middle and secondary stages become meaningful, interesting, and makes children understand the social world is my world. It's nobody else's world. And therefore, the more we know, the better we get connected to. It brings us you to a very strong foundation of learning, because remember that if you understand any phenomena, you are able to decode it in your language, and when you decode in your language, you become very, very creative. For example, when you write a poem, you write a short story, you write something about a personality who has contributed either in the freedom struggle or as a conservator, a preserver of nature, then the subject becomes interesting. Social world is absolutely ridden with fun, but at the same time, it has a rigor, it has a methodology which you should understand. And the methodology is woven in the Bridge Month program because it gives you activity where the mind, the heart, and the hand gets tuned to understand phenomena in totality. You must be understanding different concepts from at different points of time. What is concept? A concept is understanding social reality from a simple to complex. Same thing. Sometimes it comes to your mind that, oh, we have studied environment in our preparatory stage. But when you move on to a higher grade, you situate it with a domain subject and you understand why climatic change, the whys, the whens, and the how. Why cyclones come so frequently? What are the causative features? How does it affect environment? And how are we prepared to handle it? Similarly, you can understand anything that interests you, productivity. How have we, moved on to producing more? What are the technologies that we have used? Am I familiar with this technology? And how does it impact? So these are certain things that will help you to understand concepts which you have studied earlier and their continuum as well as their complexity. The more you understand it through activities, the more the social world becomes interesting. Social science is, I said, our own exploration of the reality that we live with. Next, please. Now, here I will talk about some of the activities. I'm sure as a teacher and a student and as a practitioner, all of us are, a child at heart. We love to do activities even at this age. Like I get interested to make teaching learning material. I'm sure you are also doing it. Therefore, we can collect locally available. Why I said locally? Because locally is something nearer to our surroundings. And when we start collecting and making teaching learning material to understand the social world, then we become absolutely interested. Secondly, we need to collect sources because sources are very important to understand a phenomena. Sources can be primary, sources can be secondary if you're a student of history, because we have not lived in the past. But if we want to know about the past, we need resources to understand. Your Bridge Month program does make a reference to these types of activities. Please read it, contextualize it, and add on. We can explain through our resources, climate and weather. What is the difference between that? Think about, I leave this question to you. Why does the ocean have, we have, currents which are warm and cold, and what happens when they come together? Now, soil. Which type of soils are good for plantation? You must have read in your earlier classes, and you will be reading in your journey of knowledge that different soil condition helps in different cropping patterns. It could be, food crops. It could be commercial crops. Think about what interest and in your state yours try to understand what soils is there and what is the crop that you are seeing is grown, why the cropping pattern helps in producing this in your state. These whys and hows should keep evolving to make your domain subject very, very interesting. Then locating continents, so many, identifying your neighbors, the type of governance that is there. You will be able to understand a lot when the mind is questioning and the hand wants to actively share what you have understood, so that social science is a connect that you will never forget in your life. You can also organize debates and discussion, because one of the aim of social science is to develop team spirit, skills of negotiation, skills of communication, and this will help you to evolve a 21st century skill amongst yourself, so that you are able to connect the local with local with the global. You can connect with the local, state, national, any events and phenomena. It is all left to you. You will be able to try and find out the difference between paid and unpaid labor in economics, and at the same time understand how important the unpaid labor also contributes, because anything that is done without money also contributes. Let me tell you, I've understood, is emotional well-being. Think what your mother does in the house. Think what your siblings do in the house. These activities, the kind of emotional satisfaction you get, may not be, commuted in terms of money, but they have a value because they help you to develop your inner potentiality so that you contribute to the family, the community, and the nation. Next, please. Now, this is what, in nutshell, I would like to say the Bridge Month program, as Vijayan has already said in the beginning, that this is, it has a time schedule, it has activity given in it. I'm just trying to add on and explain it better so that I want the listener here in you, the knowledge, gainer in you, to strengthen those parameters where the social world is and the social phenomena happening is jointly understood, enjoyed, explored more, because ultimately social science should make you creative, should help you to explore, should strengthen in you the notion of learning how to learn so that you are able to apply knowledge to your real life situation to understand uh, human issues, natural issues, and how best you can be a problem solver. So you may just go on and on. I may go on and on. The passion in you for understanding the social world should be reflected. So all the very best. If you have question, email to us. Even if you're not sending now, you can be connected with us, with the coordinator, and I'm sure you will be able to connect social science subject, which you will be transiting from preparatory to middle and secondary. Have a good day, and once again, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation on social science Bridgman program by elaborating various activities, also by taking examples from Bridgman program. Now we will be moving to the next Bridgman program. It is a presentation on language. As I mentioned earlier, we have a Bridgman program separately for English, Urdu, Sanskrit, as well as Hindi. And now we will have a combined presentation. We will not be taking example from any of the subject, but it's a common thing for entire language. Therefore, we have with us Dr. Vajaspati Nath from our Department of Department of Education in Languages, who have actively involved in the development of Bridgman program for Sanskrit. Now he will be giving a brief about the Bridgman program of various language, focusing on language pedagogy. Over to Vajaspati.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच। आप सभी को प्रणाम एवं सुप्रभात। विशेष करके यह जो सेतुचर्या है, एक मास की जो सेतुचर्या है, इसमें कि भाषा शिक्षा के विभाग विषय में भाषा शिक्षा के संदर्भ में जो कहा गया है, विशेष करके मातृभाषा के माध्यम से शिक्षण को बढ़ावा देने के लिए NEP 2020 और NCERT 2023 में विशेष रूप से प्रावधान किया गया है, कहा भी गया है। यदि हम देखें तो 2009 की जो शिक्षा अधिकार है, 2009 के शिक्षा अधिकार में स्थानीय भाषा या मातृभाषा या क्षेत्रीय भाषा के रूप में शिक्षा को माध्यम बनाने का प्रयास किया गया है। ज्ञान का संपूर्ण संक्रमण जो है, वस्तुतः विचारों का विनिमय जो है, वह भाषा के माध्यम से हम सरलतम रूप में करने में समर्थ होते हैं। और ज्ञान के सबसे सशक्त माध्यम और संवाहक यदि कुछ भी है तो वह है भाषा, चाहे वो भाषा शाब्दिक रूप में हो, चाहे वो भाषा सांकेतिक रूप में हो। यदि हम शाब्दिक भाषा की चर्चा करें तो शाब्दिक भाषा अपने कौशलों के साथ परिपुष्ट होता है छात्रों में, और छात्र आसानी से, सरलतम रूप से, सहजतम रूप से ज्ञान को ग्रहण करने में समर्थ हो सके। और विशेष करके भाषा को यदि हम सीखना चाहते हैं, यदि भाषा ही ज्ञान हो जाए, एक तो ज्ञान विज्ञान का अपना बहुत विस्तृत क्षेत्र है, लेकिन जब भाषा को ही हम ज्ञान मान लेते हैं, भाषा में निहित जो तत्व हैं, भाषा में निहित जो प्रत्यय हैं, भाषा में निहित जो संप्रत्यय हैं, चाहे उसका ध्वनि का स्वरूप हो या उसका रूप का स्वरूप हो, चाहे उसका वाक्य का स्वरूप हो, तो विशेष करके जब हम इस सब को देखते हैं तो वहां पर भाषा ही ज्ञान हो जाता है। अर्थात भाषा के तत्वों को सीखना ही, उनको ही लर्न करना मुख्य उद्देश्य हो जाता है, यानी कि भाषा ही वहां पर साध्य हो जाती है। और साधन जो है वह क्या हो, प्रश्न यहाँ पर उठता है, जो साधन वह क्या हो। तो साधन वहां पर हम क्या कहते हैं, जो कक्षीय वातावरण को कर सकते हैं, क्लासरूम एक्टिविटीज को कर सकते हैं, या स्कूल एक्टिविटी को कर सकते हैं, या करिकुलम एक्टिविटी जो है उसको कर सकते हैं, अथवा सिलेबस एक्टिविटी जो है उसको कर सकते हैं, या लेसन एक्टिविटी जो है उसको कर सकते हैं। विशेष करके जब हम भाषा को ही मूल रूप में साध्य मान लेते हैं, ज्ञान मान लेते हैं, यानी कि भाषा को सीखना, भाषा में निहित जो ज्ञान है वह प्राथमिकता नहीं है, वह गौण हो जाता है, वह दूसरा सेकेंडरी हो जाता है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो है भाषा ही प्रथम है। तो भाषा में जो निहित तत्व है, भाषा के जो आयाम है, भाषा के जो अंग है, भाषा के जो संप्रत्यय है, इसमें विशेष करके हम ध्वनि को लेकर के आते हैं, वर्ण को लेकर के आते हैं, या अक्षर को लेकर के आते हैं, अक्षर को स्थान देते हैं। वहीं पर शब्द और पद, प्रत्येक में शब्द में और पद में, कभी विशेष करके संस्कृत में जब हम आते हैं तो शब्द में और पद में अंतर हो जाता है। उदाहरण के लिए जैसे कि मैंने कहा राम, तो राम जो यह है, यह एक शब्द है, राम यह एक शब्द है। और वहीं पर यदि हम रामः कह देते हैं तो रामः एक पद हो जाता है। तो यहाँ पर कहने का है, जो ये जो वर्ण है या ध्वनि है, वर्ण है, अक्षर है, शब्द है, पद है, और फिर आ जाता है वाक्य। विशेष करके राम गांव जाता है, तो राम कहने मात्र से एक आकांक्षा जागृत होती है, जो कौन है राम, क्या है राम, किस प्रकार का है राम, और कहाँ जाता है राम, किस प्रकार का व्यापार करने वाला है राम। तो विशेष करके कहने का यहाँ पर मेरा तात्पर्य यह है, जो भाषा ही वहां पर साध्य हो जाता है, ज्ञान हो जाता है, भाषा में निहित तत्वों को सीखना ही हमारा परम उद्देश्य हो जाता है। अब इस रूप में यदि हम देखें तो ब्रिजमंथ प्रोग्राम जो है, ये एक मासीय सेतुचर्या पाठ्यक्रम जो है, यह विशेष करके भाषा के प्रत्येक शब्द के सब्जेक्ट के साथ, प्रत्येक विषयों के साथ इसका साक्षात संबंध है, और सारी गतिविधियां उसमें, जिससे कि आसानी से छात्र क्लास 6 के, ग्रेड 6 के जो पाठ्य पुस्तक है, उस पाठ्य पुस्तक में प्रवेश करने में समर्थ हो सके, सरलतम रूप में वह समर्थ हो सके, यानी कि सहज हो सके, आसानी से वह उसमें प्रवेश कर जाए। तो अब यदि इसको देखें, और एनईपी 2020 जो है, इसमें यदि देखें तो मातृभाषा को लेकर के बहुत बल है। वहीं पर R1, R2, R3, और फिर यदि लोअर में हम आ जाते हैं तो L1, L2 और L3 की चर्चा यहाँ पर की गई है। तो अब दूसरा जो साधन है वह है गतिविधि के माध्यम से हम उस भाषा को सरलतम रूप में आसानी से बच्चों को सिखला सकते हैं। तो विशेष करके प्रत्येक जो भाषा है, जो माध्यम भाषा है, जिसके माध्यम से लोग ज्ञान ग्रहण करते हैं, छात्र ज्ञान ग्रहण करते हैं, अध्यापक या अध्यापिका जो है अपने ज्ञान को संक्रमण करती है वहां पर। तो विशेष करके यह गतिविधि के माध्यम से, बहुत सरलतम रूप के गतिविधियों के माध्यम से छात्र भाषा को सीखने में कैसे समर्थ हो सके, सामान्य भाषा की जानकारी कैसे प्राप्त कर सके, और सामान्य भाषा की जो अभिक्षमता है, चाहे वह सामान्य भाषा मातृभाषा हो, चाहे वह सामान्य भाषा शास्त्रीय भाषा हो, चाहे वह सामान्य भाषा राष्ट्रीय भाषा हो, चाहे वह सामान्य भाषा क्षेत्रीय भाषा हो, लेकिन उस भाषा में वो जो सामान्य रूप है, जिसमें कि ध्वनि आता है, उसका वर्ण आता है, और बहुत सारे प्रकार के वहां पर क्या कहते हैं, नामों की चर्चा की जाती है, जो किन किन विषय बिंदुओं को वहां पर रखा जाए। तो यदि हम देखें किसी भी भाषा के ब्रिज कोर्स को, चाहे वह हिंदी हो या संस्कृत हो या उर्दू हो या अंग्रेजी हो, यदि इन चारों भाषाओं के जो ब्रिज कोर्स हैं, विशेष करके 6 क्लास के लिए, तो इसका मूल उद्देश्य, सामान्य उद्देश्य एक यही है, जो क्लास 6 का जो न्यू बुक, नया जो किताब पुस्तक जो निर्माण किया गया है राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक अनुसंधान प्रशिक्षण परिषद नई दिल्ली के एक क्या कहते हैं समिति के द्वारा, तो उसमें छात्रों का आसानी से प्रवेश हो जाए, और विशेष करके 70% जो प्रतिशत जो इसमें वस्तु है, विषय वस्तु है ब्रिज कोर्स में, वह पाठ्य पुस्तक के आधारित है। 6 क्लास का जो पाठ्य पुस्तक है, उस पाठ्य पुस्तक से ही संबंधित है। हाँ, उन विषय वस्तुओं को गतिविधि के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत किया गया है, क्रियाओं के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत किया गया है। छात्र अपने से भी खेल सकते हैं, और छात्र अध्यापकों के सहयोग से भी खेल सकते हैं, और एक समवयस्क जो है पीयर ग्रुप टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजी जो है, विशेष करके वह अपने समरूप जो है, समवयस्क जो है, उन समवयस्कों के साथ भी उन गतिविधियों को कर करके छात्र आसानी से उस भाषा को सीखने में समर्थ हो सकते हैं, चाहे वह संस्कृत भाषा हो, चाहे वह हिंदी भाषा हो, चाहे वह आंग्ल भाषा हो, चाहे वह उर्दू भाषा हो, अथवा कोई भी मातृभाषा हो। तो यहाँ पर यदि हम देखें, जो क्लास 6 में जिन विषय वस्तुओं को प्रवेश दिया गया है, तो छात्र विशेष करके हिंदी भाषा में देखें तो छात्र अपना परिचय जो है गतिविधि के माध्यम से कर सके, कुछ लेखन के माध्यम से कर सके, कुछ भाषण के माध्यम से कर सके, कुछ पठन के माध्यम से कर सके, कुछ श्रवण के माध्यम से कर सके। आप जान ही रहे हैं, जो ये जो 4 जो कौशल हैं, LSRW जिसको हम कहते हैं, विशेष करके लिसनिंग, स्पीकिंग, राइटिंग एंड रीडिंग करके जो आता है, श्रवण, भाषण, पठन और लेखन। तो विशेष करके जब हम किसी विषय वस्तु को बार बार सुनते हैं, बार बार बोलते हैं, बार बार उसको दूसरों को हम समझाते हैं, व्यवहार करते हैं, तो वह भाषा में निहित जो शब्द हैं, उन शब्दों को हम सीखने में समर्थ हो जाते हैं, और छात्र आसानी से गतिविधियों के माध्यम से विषय वस्तु को ग्रहण करने में भी समर्थ होता है। वस्तुतः पाठ्य पुस्तक में जो निहित क्षमताएं हैं, भाषा विषयक जो निहित क्षमताएं हैं, उन क्षमताओं को छात्र जो है वह आसानी से सरलतम रूप से समझने में ठीक समर्थ हो जाए, मतलब क्या कहते हैं, उनमें उस प्रकार की कंपेटेंसी जागृत हो जाए, वह क्षमता उसमें आ जाए, चाहे वह क्षमता क्या कहते हैं जो वर्ण विषयक हो, चाहे वह क्षमता क्या कहते हैं संयुक्त वर्ण विषयक हो, चाहे वह क्षमता चिन्ह विषयक हो। विशेष करके भाषा के जो चिन्ह हैं, चाहे हम विराम चिन्ह कहें या अर्ध विराम कहें या पूर्ण विराम कहें या कॉमा कहें या क्या कहते हैं विस्मयादि बोधक चिन्ह कहें या संबोधन के चिन्ह कहें, तो वस्तुतः ना अनेक प्रकार के जो चिन्हों का प्रयोग भाषा विशेष में किया जाता है, चाहे वो संस्कृत भाषा हो या इंग्लिश भाषा हो। वस्तुतः उन विराम चिन्हों के जो अपनी मानकता है, उस मानकता को भी छात्र गतिविधि के माध्यम से सीखने में और अपने में वह अभिक्षमता जागृत करने में समर्थ हो सके। फिर वहीं पर होता है वर्ण विन्यास के संदर्भित, जैसे कि कमल है, तो कमल में व्यंजन और स्वर का जो वर्ण विन्यास है, उसका एक विस्तृत रूप देना, यानी उसको एनालिसिस करना, विश्लेषण करना, जिसके माध्यम से वह फिर है हमारे उच्चारण स्थान, संख्याओं का निर्माण। एक तो संख्या है जिसमें कि हम 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 कहते हैं, लेकिन 10 के बाद जो है 1 और 1 11 होता है, 1 1 11 होता है, 1 2 12 होता है, 1 3 13 होता है। तो यहाँ पर मतलब क्या कहते हैं, संख्याओं का निर्माण छात्र गतिविधि के माध्यम से, खेल खेल के माध्यम से कैसे मतलब समर्थ हो सके। और एक और है जो एक श्वास में, आप जान रहे हैं जो प्राणवायु कितनी आवश्यकता है और सभी के लिए अत्यंत आवश्यक है, और वह है तो हम लोग हैं, हमारी पृथ्वी पर मानव का अस्तित्व है। अब यदि हम एक श्वास का एक क्रीड़ा करते हैं, एक खेल खेलते हैं, जस्ट लाइक प्ले, तो यदि हम कोई खेल खेलते हैं तो उसमें हम एक सांस में अधिकतम कहां तक हम उसको बोलने में समर्थ हो सकते हैं। यदि हम 1 से शुरू किए या एकम से शुरू किए या 1 से शुरू किए, तो एकम द्वे त्रीणि चत्वारि पंच षड सप्त अष्ट नव दस एकादश द्वादश त्रयोदश चतुर्दश इत्यादि करके हम एक श्वास में, एक सांस में कितने शब्दों को हम बोलने में समर्थ हो सकते हैं। तो विशेष करके चारों कौशलों में ये जितनी सारी गतिविधियां हैं, इन गतिविधियों को जब हम चारों कौशल में ले जाते हैं, विशेष करके चारों कौशलों में जब इसका हम अनुप्रयोग करते हैं, तो चारों कौशलों में अनुप्रयोग से तात्पर्य है जो वह ज्ञान जो है उसमें निहित जो अभिक्षमताएं हैं, वो अभिक्षमताएं छात्रों में प्रौढ़ हो रहा है। और विशेष करके जो इसका मूल्यांकन की जो पद्धति है ना, जो हम इसको मूल्यांकन कैसे करें, गतिविधियों को मूल्यांकन कैसे करें, किस प्रकार से करें, तो एक प्रत्येक क्या कहते हैं जो ब्रिज कोर्स है, इस ब्रिज कोर्स के अंत में रूब्रिक्स दिया हुआ है, और उस रूब्रिक्स के हिसाब से कक्षीय वातावरण में जितने सारे छात्र हैं, जितने सारे छात्राएं हैं, जितने सारे उसमें बच्चे उपस्थित हैं, उन प्रत्येक बच्चों का जो उन्होंने क्या सीखा, यदि हम मैदान में ले जाते हैं तो मैदान में उन्होंने क्या सीखा, इसका यदि वहां पर हम मूल्यांकन करने के लिए चले, तो प्रत्येक जो गतिविधि है, प्रत्येक भाषा में, चाहे वो हिंदी हो या इंग्लिश हो या उर्दू हो, प्रत्येक या संस्कृत हो, तो प्रत्येक का जो ब्रिज कोर्स है, 1 मंथ ब्रिज प्रोग्राम जो है, 1 मासीय श्वेतचर्या पाठ्यक्रम जो है, जो इसमें सभी विषय वस्तुओं को गतिविधि के माध्यम से व्यक्त किया गया है। किसी भी रूप में वहां पर छात्रों को शिक्षण करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, औपचारिक शिक्षण करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। जो शिक्षण की हम कक्षीय वातावरण में छात्रों को प्रदान करते हैं, छात्र ग्रहण करते हैं, उसके माध्यम से छात्रों में अधिगम होता है। तो विशेष करके जो छात्र वह अधिगम करता है, उनको गतिविधियों के माध्यम से करने में कैसे छात्र विशुद्ध रूप में समर्थ हो सके, तो इसके लिए सभी गतिविधियों की चर्चा इसमें, चाहे वो हिंदी हो, हिंदी भाषा हो, या संस्कृत भाषा हो, या उर्दू हो, या अंग्रेजी भाषा हो, इंग्लिश हो, तो वहां पर प्रत्येक में इस प्रकार के, कभी पर कुछ एक्टिविटी रंगोली बनाने से संबंधित है, तो कभी किस्से कहानी की वहां पर बनाना है, कि उसमें कभी व्याकरण के वचन का ज्ञान है, फिर पार्कों में कोई दृश्य है, उस दृश्य को वह उनको बोलना है, कुछ सुनना है, कुछ लिखना है, कुछ पढ़ना है, और इसको परस्पर ग्रुप में करना है, समूह में करना है, एकल में भी करना है। यदि हम समूह में करवाते हैं तो जो सामान्य छात्र हैं वह भी छात्र प्रौढ़ की श्रेणी में आ जाते हैं, उन्नत की श्रेणी में आ जाते हैं, प्रतिभावान की श्रेणी में आ जाते हैं, उत्कृष्ट जो छात्र कहलाते हैं उसके श्रेणी में वे सब आ जाते हैं। तो इसमें और किसी भी प्रकार के छात्रों को, चाहे कि समावेशी छात्र भी हों, चाहे किसी भी प्रकार के दिव्यांग छात्र हमारे हों।
या वाचस्पति जी, कैन यू वाइंड अप?
जी सर, यस, आई एम 2 मिनट टू यू, 2 मिनट सर,
प्लीज वाइंड अप।
ओके 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 सर। तो इसका जो हम मूल्यांकन करते हैं विशेष करके, तो मूल्यांकन में हमें यह ध्यान देना होता है, जो उत्तम छात्र है, जो छात्र हमारे सभी गतिविधियों को करने में विशुद्ध रूप से समर्थ हो रहे हैं, उस प्रकार के छात्रों को हम प्रोत्साहन करें। वहीं पर वह छात्र जो कि 70% गतिविधियों को करने में समर्थ हो रहा है और 30% को करने में समर्थ नहीं हो रहा है, इस प्रकार के छात्रों पर हम वहां पर ध्यान दें। और वहीं पर जो सामान्य छात्र हैं, जो छात्र 50% कर पा रहे हैं और 50% नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, ऐसे छात्रों को वहां पर विशेष करके हम सहयोग करें। किसी भी प्रकार के छात्रों को इस प्रकार, तो वहां पर छात्रों को प्रोत्साहन देना है, छात्रों पर विशेष करके ध्यान देना है, अटेंशन लेना है, और वहां पर छात्रों को, हमको जो सामान्य छात्र हैं उन्हें हमें सहयोग करना है। और इस कार्यक्रम को संचालित करने वाले जो संयोजक जी हैं, और साथ ही साथ हमारे जो सर प्रोफेसर विजयन सर हैं, सभी के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हुए अपनी वाणी को मैं यहीं पर विराम देता हूं। सभी को नमस्कार, प्रणाम। यस सर।
Thank you, Vajaspati ji, for sharing a very important aspect related with the Bridgman program of language, covering all the language by taking example from different languages as well. Now, since we don't have the time, since we need to complete the Bridgman program, and then we have an inclusive curriculum session also before lunch. I just request all of our friends from NCERT to stick on time for 10 minutes only. Please give brief about Bridgman program, what is the activities, how it can be conducted, and assess very briefly. Now I request Dr. Adul Dubey, who coordinated Bridgman program on physical education and well-being, and who is a CAG member of Textbook of Physical Education and Health and Well-being, to have a brief discussion on Bridgman program on physical education.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Vijayan sir, for providing me another opportunity, and thank you to the Department of Curriculum Studies and Development. We had just had Professor Dr. Ranjana Arora and Dr. Gauri Srivastav. Professor Vijayan and Dr. Korean has also elaborated a lot regarding the Bridge Course program. And meanwhile, I'll request the CIET team to kindly provide me the access to share my screen. And if you are having the PPT of this physical education, you can also share. Otherwise, please provide me an opportunity to share. Meanwhile, I'll just try to share with all of you, all to the Army officers, welfare school organizational team, the administrators, the principals, and the master trainers, that very first time from the independence of this country, this physical education and well-being program has been introduced as an essential curriculum part from class 3 to class 12. NCERT has already prepared and published the book for class 3 and class 6, but for those students who had not gone through with the syllabus of NEP in class 3, 4, and 5, and now they had entered in class 6, this bridge month program was scheduled, designed, and very well successfully, in fact, executed. So I'll request the CIT team if they could share the slides of physical education 6 class 6 bridgement program. uh, Actually, we had been given a
Yeah,
total number
ये
of
जो slide है,
slide is there at CIT. If it is not there, then please provide me, sir. I can share from my site.
He has a slide of co-host बना दिया.
You can make me co-host as well. So we had been given 3 weeks, 3 periods a week. So cumulatively, if it is a month program, so obviously this will be total 12 sessions given to us. The major things which has been considered while designing the bridge program, and I'll be sharing the slides with you now. I hope my screen is clearly visible to all of you. So this is the curtain raiser of this
yes,
bridge
yes,
course.
yes, yes, Adul.
Sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So this is the curtain raiser for bridge course for class 6 physical education well-being program. And as you can see that the major components which are inherited in human bodies are some gross motor movements and fine motor movements. One thing, whether you are a scholar of a literature or a social science or a science history, mathematics, arts and aesthetics, whatever subject, whatever faculty you belongs to, one thing which is required to deliver and to receive the adaptation or the if you are providing the content, you yourself has to remain physically and mentally fit till you remain, till you breath last. And for that, this physical education well-being program, if the main major contents will be given or inherited by the receptors, maybe the school students from class 3 to 5 or from 6 to 8, that is middle, or from 9 to 12 or later on. The first and foremost necessity for a successful individual citizen of the country is the well-being and physical and mental and intellectual and social and character high grades in the personality. And this is what has been tried to include in the Bridgman program. The major things, as you can see from the screen, is this program is going to help the school students to learn to lead a physically active, vigorous, and healthy lifestyle. The major aims of this bridge course is to appreciate the physical activity and sports. As you all see that nowadays we all are becoming rapidly techno-friendly guys. We are more becoming the netizens, and we are refraining ourselves from active participation in physical and mental activity, which is sooner or later providing different type of ailments to the citizens of the country, to those kids who are today, maybe they are kids, but tomorrow they will be the teenage or the youth under whose shoulders the responsibility of whole country will lie. Then the second thing is the capacity for skillful engagement in physical activity and sports. Third one is resilience. Resilience and tenacity are antonyms, as you know, that one is teaching you the firmness to remain firm, and tenacity is to make you little soft. So both things are required to be a part of the personality. Then empathy and cooperation. So apart from the physical and motor components development, this aim of this course is to develop, is to inherit it or to inject these type of physical, these type of psychological, these type of social traits in the future citizens of the country and maybe the students of class 6. Because once they will go through with this bridge course program, then only they will be in much more situation to adapt the whole class 6 books in the lateral part of the curriculum. So the objectives, as you can see, that in the book we have introduced total 5 units. So we had tried to sum up the things uh, in this bridge course through the certain objectives, like the certain things after completion of the regular classes, the activities they are performing. There is a program called Circle Time in which all the kids are sitting together. discussing, because in the holistic progress card designed in NCF SE, the assessment is not only through the teachers' perspectives or teachers' POVs. The assessment is through the peers, the assessment is through the wards, patient, parents, and from their own conscience as well. So this activities has been, we have tried to include in our bridge course program. You can see that in first week we have introduced three types of activities. We walk on the road of flowers, then Kit Kat or hopscotch, which is not only providing the strength and flexibility, and the third one is dodgeball. So, as I told you earlier, also that throwing, catching, walking, receiving an impetus, running, sometimes even diving, focusing, throwing on a particular focused part, or concentrating, these all things are making an individual a successful individual. Because what is happening, that it is not merely providing you certain grades in your mark sheets of class 6 or 7 or line 12 or your UG or PG, but these characteristics, these traits are making you a complete human being, a complete successful individual, or a vibrant personality, which is fulfilling the carnation as a human being. So through these small sports like Kit Kat, hopscotch, which is a street game, I don't think that a single girl born in India has not played this hopscotch or Kit. But Kit Kat, or in my part of the state, it is known as Chiput, or various names are there, which is played in Pan India. So this is teaching you, these activities are teaching you the resilience, the tenacity, the tolerance, the motor components of human body, which is speed, strength, agility, flexibility, coordinative ability, and many more. In week 2, as you can see, the passing the ball or cockfighting, there is a game called Ending Goka of Meghalaya. So it is teaching us some of the combination of motor components. With this is a type of manipulative skill. Strength development is there, flexibility is there. Big thing is that how to coordinate with the team, sir. How to coordinate with the team, because coordination is again a trait which is helping us in a development of social cohesive traits. So these all things exhibit sensitivity to the injuries to others. We feel pain when we are injured by our own self. That is, sometimes we feel sympathetic to those who are injured, but until unless we will not learn the empathy, we will not start learning the pain of the other's wounds, that is known as empathy, then I don't think that we can make this society a successful society. That's why these all traits has been included in the Bridgman program. Understanding rules and readiness to follow them. So this makes a society a complete civic society. So through these sporting activities of all the 4 weeks, as you can see in week 3, we had introduced a game from Manipur, that is Jubi Lakpi. Then Thangal Door is another program. Circle, catch, and throw. These small activities are not only giving you pleasure, experiential learning, or joyful learning, are not giving you only a utilization of your recreational time. In fact, they all are teaching us some of the good traits which are not only polishing our personality, but when it is clubbed all together, that so many polished kids are there, then definitely the today's and tomorrow's community and society will also be a more culturally high, more ethic ways, and more progressive society and community. So in last week, that is the 4th week, we had again introduced 3 activities. As you can see, is a Gaddamar or Maram Patti. I don't think that in the early teens or in a primary phase, in fact, in today's days also, whenever we go for excursion, even our parents aging 40, 50, or whatever, we also prefer to play these games. So these games were earlier only the part of recreational activity of the streets, but since now they had become an essential part of the curriculum, through these activity we are learning tolerance, we are learning tenacity, we are learning resilience, we are developing our physical strength, we are developing our mental caliber and capacities. So this is all about the presentation for the bridge course of physical education and well-being for class 6. I think I had succeeded in summing up in a stipulated time. Thank you, Vijayan sir.
Yeah. Th- th- Thank you, Adilji, for your brief presentation. And now I request Professor BP Bharadwaj, who is the member convener of Curriculum Area Group.
Take you to a brief journey of about 2-3 minutes. I have already, I think, requested you before reading this book, kindly remember your school days and the document I had told you earlier itself, that NEP 2020, particularly chapter 5 and chapter 15. And if you go for NCF SE, particularly you will see chapter 8 is dedicated to physical education. Middle stage, this is now class 6, then you will be having class 7, then you will be having class 8. So what are the understanding? Age group, age appropriate games, and how they will play, what games they will play, and particularly that appropriate age of the middle stage students. So that things you have to keep in mind. I just briefed you that before going to this reading to this book, you will see that NCF SE, that is introduction, fair enough forward has been written. Kindly see that also how this physical education, well-being and mental health has been given this importance. Particularly at this rate, yoga has been introduced, class 3 also itself. But what are the asanas, what are the kriyas, what are the components to be looked, and if you want to be healthy yourself also, kindly be in the room or ground or whatever it may be with the students. So you will feel that after a time, 1 month or 2 months, you will be so active and you will be feeling that some of the medicine can be reduced through playing these games and things also. Now we are working, you are working at different places. Morning I have seen you. We are also working some indigenous sports and games that has also been given in the books also, that how they are helpful for teaching learning process. So not only this, that only that this is the playing period only, or you must understand that those who play may not be a good academicians and so on, but you know that ancient period has said that Sarir Madhyam Khalu Dharam Sadhanam. If you are healthy with body, mind and soul, you will learn more and you will be more active in your teaching learning process. Thank you very much. I think if any question is there, both we can answer. Dr. Atul is here. I am also here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor BP Bharadwaj, for your briefing about Bridgman program and of connecting even with the physical education, well-being textbooks. Now, we will be moving to the another important Bridgman program, that is on science. We have with us Dr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava, who are there in the preparation of this Bridgman program on science for grade 6. Now, he will be giving a brief about science Bridgman program. Over to Dr. Ashish Srivastava.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayan. Good afternoon to all the participants of this program. Today, in the next 10 minutes, I'll be discussing on Bridge 1 program for science. My earlier colleagues, they have discussed on different subjects. Now I'm going to discuss about science. Can we have that slide, please? PPT. Yeah, thank you. I hope that all the teachers who have joined this program might have seen this booklet of Bridge Month program, either in offline mode or version, or some soft copy of this. They might have seen on website. Our website, it is available. So what is the purpose of bringing this Bridge Month program that has been discussed by previous speakers? Let us see the slide number 2. Can we move to slide 2? Yeah. The new textbooks which are being developed are based on the NCFSC 2023, which was developed in light of in the guiding light of NEP 2020. So you all are aware of about NEP 2020 and NCFSE 2023. Is it moving? Moving from this place? No. Next slide. It's not. Yeah. Yeah. First of all, let us talk about what are the misconceptions about science which are being addressed in the new textbooks. Many of the times people consider science as a collection of facts. They consider scientific ideas are absolute and unchangeable, which is also not true. And many people think that if they are doing certain investigations and not reaching to a final conclusion, their journey was useless. This is also not true. And there is a single scientific method that should be followed. It is also assumed by many of the persons, but this is also not true. And these all misconceptions, we have tried to remove all these misconceptions through our new textbooks. You might have seen the new textbook Curiosity for Class 6 Science, and we have tried to remove these misconceptions through our new pedagogical approaches. What do you think that why there is a need of this program? Certainly there is a need because the new textbooks are being developed in newer, following the new policy and new curriculum framework, that is 2023. In this new textbook, what is new? Earlier also we have focused on experiential learning and learning by doing, but this time we are putting more focus on experiential learning and the process of learning rather than solely on acquisition of knowledge. Therefore, there is a need to help students to switch to new pedagogical approach adopted in new textbooks. And the new textbooks they are focusing more on experiential learning, inquiry-based and discovery-based learning in joyful environment. This type of Bridge Month program helps students in their transition from grade 5 to grade 6 smoothly, because till class 5, they haven't studied this science subject as a separate subject. They had gone through EWS, EVS, environmental studies they have studied, but they have not studied science as a separate subject. This is the first time then when they are going to study this science as a subject. So therefore there was a need was felt that this gap is to be bridged, and for that we had given this Bridge Month program for 4 weeks. This is some basic aims of science, which I hope that you all are aware. The science aims to develop an understanding of the natural and physical world through systematic inquiry. All these things we are well aware. If we are teaching, if we are in teaching line for a certain number of years, we are well aware of all these things. So that's why I'm skipping this slide. In this Bridge Month program, the total time given to science subject per week was approximately around 4 hours 40 minutes, 7 periods per week, assuming that each period is of 40 minutes, and 2 days will be there in which there will be continuous 2 periods. So that the student can get an opportunity to do some hands-on work, and they may visit the nearby places or garden outside the school, some science park, herbal garden. There are many places. There are many places where they can learn. Learning cannot be done, cannot be arranged only in the classroom only. Learning happens at every place. If you are sitting somewhere, you are going to learn something. If you try to observe the things which are near you, you can learn something. So that's why it is said that if you want to learn, you can learn anywhere. That is, it is not restricted to a particular class only. Week-wise activity plan was also given with this Bridge Month program, and basically we are focusing on competencies to be addressed. The observing, questioning, comparison, classifying, creativity, the main competencies which are to be addressed, we have classified in different weeks, so that teachers can go through these competencies which are to be addressed during their classrooms and during their periods, and they can help the children in doing this science, not only for learning some concepts, laws, theories. They can help them in really learning science in real ways. It is moving. Let me check. Let us see some of the activities given in the that Bridge Month program. For example, the first activity which you have given, that is nature walk. Here we have not given any concept. Simply we have written nature walk. While doing a nature walk, they can learn. They can learn different things. And some table was provided in that Bridge Month program booklet, that what they can do while visiting, while their walk. And it is suggested that some teacher or some botanist or some resource person may assist them while they are taking that nature walk. And during their visit to herbal garden or nearby any place where there some trees are there, some natural area is there, so you can visit, arrange some visit where they can see which type of plants are there. They can classify the plants in different categories. For example, on the basis of height of plant, they can divide this: small, medium, tall. On the basis of texture, whether it is soft or hard, they can divide, they can touch, they can feel. So the main focus, which is of experiential learning, which is most talked about of in this NEP 2020, is experiential learning. And we hope that with the help of this type of activity, we can help children in developing those kind of things. We can help children in experiencing the things which are to be learned. And similarly, we have given a column: medicinal uses or other uses. If there is a tree, if there is a plant, we must know that yes, each and every natural thing is of some use, and that has to be taught also. And one should remember, one should learn that each and everything has some use, and that's why we have given this column. That use may not be known to everyone, but if we try to explore more about this with the help of our elder persons, with the help of some scientists, botanists, we can get some idea that for what purpose this particular tree can be used, or particular plant can be used, and what are the different uses, whether it can be used as a medicine or not. And similarly, we can divide the trees and plants on the basis of their height and texture in herbs, shrubs, and trees, etc. Finally, next slide. After that visit, they can be asked to categorize those things, how many herbs they have seen. They have to mark that total number of herbs they have seen, the total number of shrubs they have seen, total number of millets, cereals, pulses, etc. They can mark the number so that they know how to classify the things. These are the different competencies which are expected. And जिसे कहते हैं learning while playing. They are simply visiting a place and they are learning something. तो खेल खेल में सीखने की जो बात होती है, तो वो यहाँ पर हम लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जॉयफुल लर्निंग। ऐसा नहीं कि वी कैन स्टार्ट टेलिंग अबाउट हर्ब्स, श्रब्स, ट्रीज एंड about all these things by showing some pictures and on or making some diagrams on boards or showing some pictures. That will not give the real feeling of that. So for that purpose, they need that they should experience all these things. So it is the very simple and easy method through which they can learn all these things. Can we have a next slide, please? Similarly, we have given a different activity related to solubility of different materials in water and air. And for example, some salt or sugar or sand, which is very commonly available items. We have not chosen any special item so that it may not be difficult for a teacher to arrange all these things. And with the help of students' participation, we can carry out these type of activities. Suppose they are taking some salt and mixing them in a glass of water. What happens? Suppose now they are mixing sugar to that separate glass of water, and again they are trying to mix the sand in one glass of water. What are the different observations which they observe? They have to think over it. They have to go through the process of science, what they are observing, why it is happening. Let them do in this group. Let them hypothesize what may be the reason why something is getting uh, uh, soluble and why something is not soluble. Let them think, let them hypothesize the things, let them come to some conclusion on their own while discussing in their groups. Something is dissolved, something is not able to they are not able to dissolve some of the things. For example, sand, they are not able to dissolve that. In the case of sugar or salt, they are able to dissolve that in particular liquid. Whether changing the liquid can help, they may some of the students may say that if you change the liquid, then probably that sand can be dissolved. Then let them explore as much as possible without harming them. If some other liquid is available which is not harmful, they can try with that also, so that they can have an idea, okay, what will be the change on changing the liquid also. Not only we have to change the that salt or sugar, we have to change the liquid also in which these are to be dissolved. Next slide, please. Similarly, if you are visiting your nearby places, you can observe about landforms and water bodies around you. What is, for example, in this picture, some mountain, some hilly area is shown.
Can you wind up, Ashish ji?
Yeah. Please, give me 1 minute more, sir. Similarly, this is again a thing which is new for this textbook, that is talking about some earth sciences. So this is some concepts related to earth sciences we have weaved in new textbooks, and there was a need to discuss about this thing also in Bridge Month program, so that the students may become ready for getting all these things or studying all these things in the newer textbooks. Similarly, can we have next slide? Next. Similarly, they can have some idea about water bodies available in their neighborhood, maybe pond, maybe well, maybe tap. They may be asked from where they are getting water for cooking, for bathing, and for other purposes. In this way, they will be learning the things, but without having any difficulty or without getting bored for all these things. Sorry.
अभी तो उनका साइंस का ही चल रहा है, nothing is working. देखिए ना, your speaker is not working. Please check that.
Please mute yourself. Someone is speaking. Please mute.
So in this new textbook, there is more focus on processes of science, observing, questioning, hypothesizing, experimenting, analyzing, and concluding, rather than learning facts and laws only. So that's why it was felt that there was a need to bridge the gap between the older textbooks and the newer pedagogical approaches. And there was a need to make our students ready for becoming adapted to the newer pedagogical approaches. That's why we come out with this new Bridge Month program. I hope that this will be helpful in future also, because it can be used for next year also, and otherwise also the activities given in this can be used anywhere for the purpose of learning. Thank you. If you have any question regarding this, you can share it with Professor Vijayan, or you may ask here right now also. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ashish ji. Now, yeah, without taking, since we are now 20 minutes we have two more session here in Bridge Month program. Then we have another session on inclusive curriculum by Professor Vinay Kumar ji. Now I request Professor Sangha Prasad Mohanty ji to have a brief about the vocational education Bridge Month program. Mohanty ji.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. I have shared that.
Yeah, meanwhile, those who need to download our Bridge Month program, you can see it in our NCERT website, and I have shared already the guidelines web link. If you go to NCERT website, there is a session on important documents. Under important documents, you will get all these Bridge Month programs soft copies. You can download it and you can use it.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Vijayan. Okay. Thank you, Professor Vijayan, for giving me this opportunity to discuss about vocational education on Bridge Month program for grade 6. Earlier, what happened? The vocational education was confined to 4 years. So from after implementation of NEP 2020 and NCERT, that has become 7 years of vocational education. So that means 3 years vocational education is now being offered to the students from middle stage, from grade 6. So next slide. So the bridge course, what is the objective of this bridge course, that has been discussed. But for vocational education, this Bridge Month program that creates a basis of developing vocational capabilities among the students at middle and secondary stage. So it will create a platform that will comprise creating something for a purpose, and that will that the students will be doing something with their hands, the skill based program, and they will understand vocations, what are the vocational opportunities around them, and finally they will be able to collaborate with others through communicating with others, quantification, measurements, what they are observing around them. That will help them to get vocational education up from grade 6. So before entering into grade 6, this Bridge Month program will be helpful for them. Next slide. So there will be 3 forms of vocations at middle and secondary stage, that work with life forms, work with materials and machines, work with
human services. So three forms of vocations will be available, and all these three forms will be integrated. They are integrated at preparatory stage. That these curricular areas at preparatory stage at grade 3 to 5, that will develop a pre-vocational abilities capacities among the students. What are the curricular areas? The world around us, languages, mathematics, art education, physical education, and well-being. In these curricular areas, pre-vocational educations are integrated. So that will help to move forward. Next slide. So while these are integrated, the pre-vocational activities are integrated at preparatory stage, what happens? So in art education, I can give the example in art education that use of materials, simple tools, sequencing tasks to create a product, how to prepare a product, and that will develop creativity and imagination among the children. That provides opportunities to express themselves, to collaborate with others. Through art education, we can, that has been integrated, the pre-vocational education has been integrated. In the world around us, that competencies to understand various occupations around them, that has been integrated. Observing how, with working with animals and plants, creating simple objects by lay foundation for vocational capacities for middle stage, and activities like maintaining flower pots, kitchen garden, clay modeling, and many other activities. While we are interacting with shopkeepers, what we are interacting, all these concepts have been integrated in world around us in the curricular areas. So next slide. The activities, I will be brief, I will make it a brief. There are activities in each form of work. So then, as it is a 4 weeks program, it is a month program. So there will be 4 weeks and 18 hours. That time allocation is there, 18 hours. That in week 1, the world around, work around us, what are the competencies to be developed in week 1? The recognizing different types of work roles, job roles prevalent in the immediate surrounding of the school and home. The children, what they will observe from school and from home, that is the competency that will be developed through the activities. One example I have cited here, that activity 1, the children will collect magazines, newspapers, photographs, maybe old photographs, recent photographs, and other printed materials depicting various occupations. The photographs will depict the kind of occupations available around us, within and outside from their home and from the school itself. Then in the next week, next slide. In the next week, the week 2, that there is a form of work, how work gets done. What will be the competencies to be developed? Paying attention to details of the task, while cleaning and correctly organizing things. The children will learn how to keep the items correctly in a disciplined way, organized way. I have cited one activity. Apart from these activities, there are other activities in the booklet, in the Bridge Month program document, that there is a table. In a tabular form, many activities have been cited. My request to all the participants to go through that book, so that they can get idea what other activities apart from these particular activity for work, how the work gets done. One activity I have cited here, identifying various tasks in schools and at home to develop dignity of work. The students will learn dignity of labor, dignity of work, that they will learn. How they will learn? Now, paying attention to details of tasks, how the tasks are undergoing, how the people are working, how the room is being cleaned, how the things are being kept in a disciplined way. They will learn that from the performing these activity. Next, from week 3, that it is form of work, that is the scrap rally. What competencies will be developed? Sharing ideas, here sharing ideas, delegating tasks, and working together. That is the competence will be developed. That competency will be developed at week 3. That activity, that competence will be developed by making something out of the waste materials. Waste materials, how they will make the items. An activity, for example, making things, windmills, toys, kite making, making paper dishes. The students, they usually, if you recall our childhood days, we do all these activities. We have done. And these activities will help for developing a kind of competency that will create a competency with collaborating with others, other students, creating keychains, bookmarks, using magnets for creating things like fridge magnets, etc. The children will play. These are the toy materials that children can play with these materials, items, by making them. That is during week 3, this form of work can be performed. And then week 4, next. And in week 4, visits around the school. What will be the competencies? Simple inquiry into work around us, around their surroundings, where they are working, where they are learning, where they are sitting. And what will the activity? Visit to a garden. Allow the children to visit the garden, visit the park, visit the nursery nearby, and museum, public health center, shops and marketplaces, carpentry, automotive workshops. They will learn from there. Visits around the school. These places are around the school only, and discuss how things get the things done, how the people are working there. That will help to get idea in these. After completion of 4 weeks, the children will get the idea, and they will learn the work, respect for work, that the major competence will be developed, a value will be developed. Work is worship, and they will learn, so that this bridge month program, during these 4 weeks, we can help them to get vocational education in latter part, from the textbooks in grade 6. That is the main idea I wanted to tell. And the time allocation will be like this. As it is a 4 weeks program, 1 month program, the time allotted is 18 periods spread over the weeks. And that will be helpful for the children and for the teachers to enter into the vocational course. So this is all about the ideas I shared. Thank you, Professor Vijan, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. If anything, any query, the participants may ask.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Mondi ji, for your brief presentation on vocational education BMP. I request participants also, if you have any doubt, you can message through chat box so that we will share to the respective resource person. Now I request Dr. Bidisha Hazra, who she is from Department of Education, Art and Aesthetic of NCERT. She also was a member of the development of Bridgman program of art education. I request Dr. Bidisha to have a brief presentation on art education. And meanwhile, I again request the participants, if you have any queries, anything, you please send through chat box.
First. फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए, फुल स्क्रीन। PDF है, फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए, वो बना दीजिए। It was opening in that system. Thank you, Professor Vijayan sir, for giving me the opportunity to talk about the bridge course on art education, कला शिक्षा, जो कि क्लास 6 के लिए डिजाइन किया गया था। इसलिए डिजाइन किया गया था क्योंकि ये फर्स्ट टाइम हमें ऐसा अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला है आर्ट एजुकेशन को एज अ करिकुलर सब्जेक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस करने को हमें मौका मिला है। क्लास 3 to 12 नाउ इट इज अ रेगुलर करिकुलर एरिया। So we are able to publish class 3 and class 6 textbook till now, और उसके लिए हमें पूरा आर्ट एजुकेशन के जो बुक को हम डिजाइन किए हैं उसको 4 पार्ट्स में हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए हैं, 4 कला विधाओं में हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए हैं। उन चारों विधाओं तक एक जनरल आइडिया देने के लिए हमें ऑफ कोर्स एक ब्रिज कोर्स तैयार करना ही था, जो कि एक जनरल आइडिया दे कि विजुअल आर्ट है क्या, थिएटर कैसा होता है, और म्यूजिक में हम क्या सीख सकते हैं, या डांस अगर हम बोले तो डांस में कितने प्रकार के, कितनी सारी एवेन्यूज हैं। इन सारी चीजों को एक बहुत ही ब्रीफली और बहुत ही रोचक तरीके से अगर बच्चों को एक एक्सपोजर देने का अगर हम प्रयास कर सकते थे तो वो ये ब्रिज मंथ प्रोग्राम के जरिए ही कर सकते थे। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। ब्रिज मंथ प्रोग्राम में हम एनईपी के उन सारे वैल्यूज को भी हम मद्देनजर रखते हुए डिजाइन किए हैं। रूटेडनेस इन इंडिया एंड इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, वैल्यूज एंड डिस्पोजिशन, लर्निंग एंड केयरिंग फॉर एनवायरनमेंट, इक्विटी एंड इंक्लूजन, एजुकेशनल टेक्नोलॉजी। नेक्स्ट। आर्ट एजुकेशन का जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो हम सभी को पता है, जॉय इन एक्सप्लोरिंग एंड क्रिएटिंग आर्ट वर्क, इमेजिनेशन एंड क्रिएटिविटी, एम्पैथी एंड सेंसिटिविटी, अंडरस्टैंडिंग कनेक्शंस विद अदर डिसिप्लिन्स, सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग, अंडरस्टैंडिंग ग्रुप डायनामिक्स। ये लास्ट पॉइंट सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है। हमें ग्रुप में काम करना और हमें ग्रुप प्रेजेंटेशन सीखना, और उसमें हम किस तरीके से एक पीयर ग्रुप में विदाउट इवन जजमेंट हम कैसे काम सीख सकते हैं और कर सकते हैं और एंजॉय कर सकते हैं इन अ जॉयफुल एनवायरनमेंट। हम बहुत सारी चीजें, बहुत सारे सब्जेक्ट एरियाज को एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं। ये डिजाइन किया गया था, ये ऑब्जेक्टिव था। नेक्स्ट। Art is a form of engagement which builds our cultural sensibilities. हमें आर्ट के किसी भी कला विधा हमें ये सिखाता है कि कैसे हम एक दूसरे के साथ फिजिकली, इमोशनली, एस्थेटिकली, इंटेलेक्चुअली एक दूसरे के साथ एंगेज हो सकते हैं, एक दूसरे को सुन सकते हैं, एक दूसरे को समझ सकते हैं, और बाय एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग विद आर्ट्स contributes to the general well-being of a child. Of course, हम सब के आज के ये फास्ट लाइफ जहाँ पे हमारा अटेंशन स्पैन अब रील्स के 10-15 सेकेंड्स में आ चुका है, और our children are also exposed to that all tech friendly gadgets, तो हमें उन शॉर्ट अटेंशन स्पैन से निकल के एक एंगेजिंग एनवायरनमेंट में, एक जॉयफुल एंगेजिंग एनवायरनमेंट में ऐसा एक माहौल क्रिएट करना है जिसमें ना केवल वो सीखें बल्कि वो एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग जिसकी बात करते हैं उसके जरिए एक उनका लाइफ लॉन्ग एक मेमोरी क्रिएट हो। और हमें पता है कि हम अगर हेल्दी मेमोरीज क्रिएट कर पाएंगे तो इट लीड्स टू अ हेल्दी चाइल्डहुड, हेल्दी टीन लाइफ, जो कि हमारे मेंटल और फिजिकल दोनों हेल्थ वेलबींग को बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट करता है। नेक्स्ट। आर्ट एजुकेशन को एक करिकुलर एरिया के तरह देखने के लिए हमें 100 आवर्स ईयरली अलोकेट हुआ है, जो कि मोटा मोटी 150 पीरियड्स थ्रू आउट द एकेडमिक ईयर हमने मैप किया है, और इन सभी पीरियड्स को हम कॉम्पिटेंसीज के थ्रू मैप्ड लर्निंग आउटकम को देखते हुए हम हमेशा सभी कला विधाओं में जो एक्टिविटीज डिजाइन हुए हैं, हम टेक्स्ट बुक के बारे में बात करें, इवन इन द ब्रिज मंथ एक्टिविटीज ऑल्सो, all the activities are mapped with learning outcomes and the competency level that refers to the stage specific and age appropriate school children. Next. जैसे कि हमने पहले ही बताया कि एरियाज ऑफ आर्ट एजुकेशन को दो तरीके से हम देख सकते हैं, परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स और विजुअल आर्ट्स। परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स में क्या क्या आएगा? म्यूजिक मतलब संगीत, डांस, नृत्य, थिएटर, नाटक। विजुअल आर्ट्स में ड्राइंग, पेंटिंग, स्केचिंग, 3 डायमेंशनल ऑब्जेक्ट्स जिसमें हम कोलाज मेकिंग, क्ले मॉडलिंग, इंस्टॉलेशन, इन सारी चीजों को बता सकते हैं। और टॉय मेकिंग, इंडिजिनस टॉय मेकिंग या इंडिजिनस टॉय प्लेइंग के जरिए जैसे बहुत सारी विषयों को अलग अलग क्रॉस कटिंग एरियाज में थ्रू पपेट्री हम लोग जैसे डिसेमिनेट कर सकते हैं। तो वो टॉयज बनाना भी एक बहुत मजेदार प्रोसेस होता है, तो उसको भी हम एज अ टेक्स्ट बुक मटेरियल लाने की कोशिश किए हैं। आगे आने वाले टेक्स्ट बुक्स में और इलेबोरेटली हम लोग उस पे काम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट, ये वीक वाइज टाइम टेबल है जो लोकेटेड है 4 वीक के। उसमें हम विजुअल आर्ट, थिएटर और डांस और म्यूजिक को किस तरीके से डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए हैं, ये टाइम टेबल हम मंडे टू फ्राइडे सैटरडे का एक ढांचा हमने बनाने की कोशिश किया है। नेक्स्ट, assessment in art education must be approached with a fundamental belief that all students can be creative. हम को बिना किसी जजमेंटल फीलिंग लिए हुए सारे 100% पार्टिसिपेशन को अगर हम फोकस करें और 100% जॉयफुल लर्निंग, 100% जॉयफुल एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट में अगर हम फोकस करें, सो आर्ट एजुकेशन में हम इस तरीके से एसेस कर सकते हैं। जो रूब्रिक्स हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है, चाहे वो ब्रिज मंथ प्रोग्राम में हो या हमारे टेक्स्ट बुक्स में हो, दैट इज प्रोग्रेसिव, दैट इज लर्निंग, अंडरस्टैंडिंग, trying to cope up with the level, एक्सेलेंट, प्रोफिशिएंट, इस तरीके से हमने अलग अलग स्माइलीज के जरिए रूब्रिक्स क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की है, जिसमें हम बच्चों को और प्रोत्साहन देंगे और प्रोत्साहित करेंगे कि आज आप इस स्टेज पे हो लेकिन आप और अच्छा कर सकते हो और क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग प्रोसेस में आप अपने आप को और क्रिएटिवली एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हो। नेक्स्ट, ब्रिज मंथ कोर्स के लिए असेंबली इज अ वेरी नाइस प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ पे सभी कला विधा जैसे चार अलग अलग विधाओं को हम बता रहे हैं, म्यूजिक, डांस, थिएटर एंड विजुअल आर्ट, इन सभी को एक साथ प्लान करके भी हम असेंबली टाइम को बहुत अच्छे से यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं। नीचे दिए गए लिंक जो है ब्रिज मंथ फॉर आर्ट एजुकेशन का डॉक्यूमेंट लिंक है, इसको क्लिक करके आप लोग डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। और इसमें आगे वीक वाइज एक्टिविटी भी प्लान्ड है जो कि थोड़ा ज्यादा इलेबोरेटेड है, इसलिए मैंने स्लाइड्स में इनकॉर्पोरेट नहीं किया, जिसमें मैं एक कैसे आर्ट एजुकेशन एक क्रॉस कटिंग एरिया, बहुत क्रिएटिवली एक क्रॉस कटिंग एरिया को दर्शाता है, उसका एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल्स हम लेना चाहेंगे। जैसे नेचर वर्क, सोशल साइंस में हम नेचर वर्क की बात कर रहे थे, तो नेचर वर्क अगर हम आर्ट एजुकेशन पीरियड में भी अगर नेचर वॉक को ही एक एक्टिविटी हम प्लान कर ले, तो उस नेचर वॉक में हम बच्चों को सिखा सकते कि आप जब नेचर वॉक पे जा रहे हो तो देखो कितने शेड्स ऑफ ग्रीन आप देख सकते हो या कितनी तरह के पत्तियां आप देख सकते हो विदाउट इवन हार्मिंग द नेचर। आप कुछ प्लक नहीं करोगे, आप कुछ कोई फूल नहीं तोड़ोगे, कोई पत्तियां नहीं तोड़ोगे, बट यू कैन ऑब्जर्व एंड मेक शेप्स एंड लर्न हाउ टू मेक दोज शेप्स। ये विजुअल आर्ट का एक बहुत ही अच्छा एक्टिविटी है जिसमें बच्चे हम लोग तो बच्चों को बाहर लेके जाते हैं, इवन आप शूज उतार के ग्रास को फील कीजिए, आप शूज उतार के आप अगर कंकड़ में चल रहे हैं तो उसको भी फील कीजिए। एक डायरेक्ट जो कांटेक्ट होता है नेचर के साथ, उसके जरिए बच्चे और फील करते हैं। सो रूट मैप फ्रॉम होम टू स्कूल, अगर ये भी एक सोशल साइंस का अगर एक्टिविटी है तो ये एक बहुत ही विजुअल आर्ट के बहुत ही क्रिएटिव तरीके से हम रूट मैप टू स्कूल फ्रॉम होम बहुत सुंदर तरीके से एक बच्चा एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हैं एक पेंटिंग के जरिए। जैसे हम अगर फोक सॉन्ग्स को लें, एक फोक सॉन्ग आपके हमारा एनईपी का अप्रोच भी यही है, लोकल टू रीजनल, रीजनल टू नेशनल, नेशनल टू ग्लोबल। इसी तरीके से हम प्रिपरेटरी, मिडिल और सेकेंडरी के सब्जेक्ट्स एरिया को कवर कर रहे हैं, एक्सपोजर को कवर कर रहे हैं। तो अगर हम एक लोकल फोक सॉन्ग, आपका स्कूल जिस एरिया में है, जिस क्षेत्र में है, देश के जिस प्रांत में है, वहां का कोई एक लोकल फोक सॉन्ग अगर आप उठा ले, उसका मतलब क्या है, उसका बोल क्या है, उसका ओकेजन क्या है, किस ओकेजन में वो गाया जाता है, कौन से सेलिब्रेशन को सेलिब्रेट किया जाता है, ये अगर एक स्टोरी लाइन बना के अगर आप बच्चों के साथ साझा करेंगे, तो बच्चे इसके जरिए एक सोसाइटल जो वो कौन सी सोसाइटी में रह रहे हैं, वहाँ के कौन से लोग ये सब गाना गाते हैं, क्यों गाते हैं, कब गाते हैं, किस कैलेंडर के किस डेट पे गाते हैं, किस ओकेजन पे गाते हैं, ये सारे अवेयरनेस उनको होगा। और ये भी एक बहुत अच्छा तरीका है बच्चों को एक सोसाइटल लेवल में अवेयर करने का। थिएटर में हम अगर एक एक्टिविटी देखें, मिररिंग, जो आप देख रहे हो, जो आप सामने वाला जो कर रहा है उसको आप मिरर करो। तो इस तरीके से ना केवल वो, जैसे हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कॉपी कैट या नकलची बंदर, तो ये बहुत मजेदार टर्मिनोलॉजीज है, बट इसके जरिए हम एक ऑब्जर्वेशन स्किल डेवलप कर सकते हैं कि देखो ध्यान से वो क्या कर रहे हैं, सामने वाला क्या कर रहा है, क्या वो गुस्से में मुंह बना रहा है, क्या वो आंखें बड़ा बड़ा गोल गोल कर रहा है। आपको ठीक उसी तरीके से इमिटेट करना है, ऑब्जर्व करना है, उसको एब्जॉर्ब करना है, एंड देन यू हैव टू रिफ्लेक्ट। दिस थ्री प्रोसेस इज वेरी intricate process all throughout all the avenues of arts education। कोई भी कला विधा हो, आप उसको पहले ऑब्जर्व करेंगे, देन अब्जॉर्व करेंगे, एंड देन रिफ्लेक्ट करेंगे, देन ओनली यू विल बी एबल टू रिफ्लेक्ट। इससे हम इमेजिनेशन, एक्सप्रेशन, इमिटेशन, एक्सप्लोरेशन, इन सारी चीजों को देख सकते हैं, इन सारी चीजों को कर सकते हैं, महसूस कर सकते हैं। अगर डांस का एक एक्टिविटी हस्त मुद्रा, नॉर्मल हस्त मुद्रा, जो कि एक इंडियन साइन लैंग्वेज का भी पार्ट बना सकते हैं हम लोग अगर कोशिश करें तो, दिस अ वर्बल एंड नॉन वर्बल कम्युनिकेशन का भी पार्ट है। सिर्फ आप हाथों के जरिए बता सकते हो, हस्त मुद्राओं के जरिए बता, हाउ आर यू फीलिंग, यू आर फीलिंग गुड, यस, थम्स
Vidisha
अप,
ma'am, can you wind up?
yes. Yes, sir, in 2 minutes. So I was just wrapping up in by explaining all the 4 areas by different 4 different activities, जो कि हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट में 4 weeks लॉन्ग एक बहुत ही मैप्ड रूटेड एक्टिविटी प्लान किया गया। प्लीज गो टू द डॉक्यूमेंट, डाउनलोड इट एंड हैव अ वास्ट आइडिया अबाउट दिस, एंड इफ यू हैव एनी questions you can always refer to us. We are always ready to answer your queries. That's the next. हमारा क्लास 6 का बुक भी आ चुका है, एंड दिस इज द कवर पेज ऑफ बुक। यू कैन सी हाउ इंक्लूसिव मैनर में इसको डिजाइन किया गया है। सब बच्चे या तो ड्राइंग कर रहे हैं, डांस कर रहे हैं, गाना गा रहे हैं, इन म्यूजिकल इंडिजिनस इंस्ट्रूमेंट का भी पिक्चर इसमें दिया गया है। आई वुड लव टू रेकमेंड दिस बुक टू ऑल एंड एंजॉय द बुक, एंड आई थिंक मैं ब्रिज मंथ प्रोग्राम में ब्रीफ करने में सक्षम हूँ। Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vidisha, for your presentation on art education Bridge Month program. We are late by around 20-25 minutes now. We have with us Professor Vinay Kumar Singh from Department of Education for groups with special needs with us. Since we have all presentation related with the Bridge Month program, now it's my request to all our teachers from different schools across the country. Since this Bridge Month program, even the new students are coming to this grade 6. Since the grade 5 students, existing grade 5 students also don't have the new textbooks or new vision. Therefore, it is our request that everyone need to use the Bridge Month program for the initial few weeks, so that slowly you can start with your grade 6 textbook. Now, in NCF, SC and NEP, it was given more importance to inclusive education, inclusive and equitable development of our children. It's not only in the textbook, it is in their curriculum, the activities, the process and all, it need to be inclusive. And that is why this time in our NCFSC, it has given in the cross-cutting area very, very clearly how this inclusion in the curriculum needs to be taken care of by the various stakeholders, including teachers, when you are transacting the curricular activities in the classroom. And we have with us Professor Vinay Kumar Singh, who is the head of Department of Education for group of special needs at NCERT, and he is expert in the area of inclusive education. I request Vinay Kumar ji to have your presentation on inclusive curriculum. Over to Vinay ji.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Vijayan, for giving me this opportunity. Namaskar and good afternoon to all. So I will request the technical person to present the slide. I know I have a very limited time, so I have to rush up for this presentation. So see my first slide, and you will see here the first slide has pictures of some of the books or the material, resource material or handbook we have developed in the department. And I have named my session like integrating learning needs and concerns of children belonging to disadvantaged group and disabilities in learning and curriculum resources. So these are the material you can go to our NCERT website and ship to our department website, and in the publication section you can have a look of this book. This book is downloadable from the website, and you can have a feel of the book, how we are going to accommodate all the children belonging to disability or other disadvantaged group, like culturally disadvantaged group or poor or economically backward group. So how we are going to include them. So some of the strategy and other things are there. Some books are or handbooks are on the giving the examples or exemplar materials are there in the book. So you can see those books. So the books include the children for children with disability. There is a handbook on training of teachers or stakeholders for children who belongs to scheduled caste, children who are from the minority group, handbook for educational rights of the children, handbook for a school management committee. All those sorts of books are there on inclusive education. So these are the first page of the books. Next slide, please. So see the NEP 2020, it is highly recommending high quality and equitable inclusive education. Across NEP 2020, you can see this word equitable and inclusive education. Equitable, I should define here. Equitable education means it is not equal, but equity should be there. Suppose we are providing print book to all the children, and if there is a child with blindness in the classroom, so he or she will require a book in Braille. Similarly, if our transaction process like verbal process is there and there is a child with hearing impairment in the classroom, because all the classroom and the schools are now it is inclusive or expected to be inclusive, because different children with different diverse need, diverse learning ability, they are there in the classroom. So NEP says we have to ensure all students with diverse learning needs are able to thrive in the education system, and that's the kind of education system we have to create. So next slide, please. So this is this NEP commensurate with the SDG agenda also, and you all know that SDG 4, the Sustainable Development Goal 4, it says ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all by 2030, and the policy affirms the same thing, ensuring that all students, despite their inherent obstacles, whether it is disability, their socioeconomic background and other things, are provided various targeted opportunities to enter and excel in the education system. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of a school premise I am going to show here, and the hallmark of a school should be teaching all children together. You can see in the picture the children who belongs to different socioeconomic background, who belongs to different religious group, who belongs to different cultural identity, and the children who have disability, say they all are playing together. There is a welcoming atmosphere in the school premises. This is just the outside of the school, and you can see just see the bag of the children. They are using the sling bag that may be recommended in the school, but see the child who is on the ramp. He is using the backpack. So why he is using the backpack? There is he is using the crutch, and if he will use the sling bag, there may be he or she may find difficulty in carrying the sling bag as well as walking by the crutch, by the help of the crutch. So he is using the backpack. It shows that individual needs and individual learning needs are being focused here, and a school is considering the individual needs of the child. Similarly, you see the ramp in the school. Why I am showing this physical environment? Because the same principle of universal design of learning we are now transferring to our learning activities. See the ramp, there is a special specification is there. If the height is of suppose 1 feet, the ramp inclination should be of 20 feet or 12 feet, so that it should be smooth inclination, so that the child on wheelchair, the child using crutches, the person who is like pregnant women, the person who is carrying luggage, they can walk easily through the ramp. And there is a see the ramp is with the railing, and there is a appropriate height of the railing, appropriate thickness of the railing, so that the child can hold it and they can walk through the ramp and entering the school. Next, please. See, we have diversity, we have diverse population in the classroom, and see different dimensions are there for the diversity. There are different geographical location, the children from different geographical location, like from the desert area, from the coastal area, they are in the classroom. Their gender may be different, the age group may be different, their attire, their clothing, their food. So these things are different from one another in the classroom. So diverse population is there, and so many dimensions are there, and it is not the exhaustive list, and you can add on. So many diversities are there. So next slide, please. So what NEP has done? NEP in chapter 6, that chapter is on equitable and inclusive education, learning for all. In that chapter, in para 6.2, they have categorized all the diversity into 5 or 6 groups. And the first group is the whole group is called socioeconomically disadvantaged group. And the gender identity is the first one, and that the focus would be on the female and transgender individual. Socio-cultural group includes scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC, and other minority. And you know that Article 341 defines scheduled caste. Article 342 of our constitution, they have listed down some of the tribal group, and that is a scheduled tribe. So similarly, the minority group. So we have 6 religious minority group. Linguistic minorities also, and in Article 29 and 30 regarding this and their rights, it is there in the Constitution. And for geographical identity, students from the village, a small town, and other aspirational area, like Niti Aayog has identified or declared around 121, 122 aspirational districts in different states on different parameters, and education is one of them. And we have disability group. So the Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016, they have enlisted Schedule 21 disability. I am going to describe all the disability here in other next slides. And we have the previous one. Yes. Then the socioeconomic conditions, like migrant community, children from the low income group, and all poor groups, they are under socioeconomic condition, and children belonging to disadvantaged group and weaker section. So they all are diverse group, and diverse subcategories are defined in our NEP. Next, please. And why NEP has focused on this? NEP has focused on this because the dropouts rates are more in these groups. All the socioeconomically disadvantaged group. First time in Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016, they have defined inclusive education legally under this act, and this definition defines it. It's a system of education wherein students with and without disability. They should learn together, and our system of teaching and learning should be so that the learning needs of the children with disability and without disability, that should be taken care of in the classroom. So, and we have to see that inclusion is not only about including the children with disability or persons with disability, because that kind of thing has already gone in the system ki, if you will include children with disability in the classroom, inclusion ho gaya. So it is not like that. We have diverse group in the classroom. Even the gifted children we are including in the, we have to see their learning needs in the classroom, and accordingly we have to adapt our curriculum. Next, please. See, the Rights of Persons with Disability Act had defined disability into three way, and that is persons with disability. If the person has any long-term physical, mental, intellectual, sensory, and other impairment, and when the person interact with their immediate environment and he or she is finding it difficult to interact with the environment, then the person is labeled as persons with disability as per this act. So in the environment, you can see like if the person has wrist drop and the tap knob is of round shape, so he cannot operate that knob of the tap, so he cannot do that. Similarly, in the textbook also, if you will see, some printed material is there, and the children who have blindness, they cannot read. If the children has cerebral palsy, he may find it difficult to turn the pages. So we can we may have graded cut of the several pages, and he can turn down. Similarly, for starting the sentence and ending the sentence, the children who have autism, children who have learning disability, they may find it difficult. So the second is persons with benchmark disability, the children who have 40% disability and more. They are categorized as persons with benchmark disability, and they will get all the socio and legal benefits like concessions, like free books, free aids and appliances. So income tax benefits and other things, they only will get the 40% and above. The person who have disability, who require high support need, mainly the person who have severe disability and multiple disability, they require this kind of support. So this is the third way they have defined disability, and they require, like since beginning in the morning to till night, they require continuous or pervasive care, so they require pervasive support of somebody else. So next please. So these are the list of disability like locomotor disability, leprosy cured, cerebral palsy, dwarfism, muscular dystrophy, and acid attack victim. These are all locomotor disability. Locomotor means movement from one place to another place. So if the person has this kind of disability, that is there is the affliction of musculoskeletal or nervous system deformity, so they may have this locomotor disability. Next please. These are sensory impairment, like under sensory impairment, blindness and low vision is there, and under hearing impairment, deafness and hard of hearing is there, and there is another disability, speech and language disability. If the person does misarticulation or there is a stammering, so like if the person is articulate like साइकिल को तैतिल बोलता है या क करके वो स्टार्ट करता है, so these are under this disability, and if the person is with 40% and more disability, they are considered as persons with benchmark disability. And there is a requirement, or whatever requirement is there, we are showing in the picture. Next please. These are the intellectual disability category. The first is intellectual disability itself. The persons have, you know that our intelligence quotient, the normal range is 90 to 110. And if the person's intelligence quotient is 70 and less, and if their day-to-day activity is not as per their age, so they are considered under intellectual disability. I am not going to going in detail to define their this terminology and the diagnosis aspects. A specific learning disability is if the person has dyslexia, reading disability, dysgraphia, writing disability, dyscalculia, arithmetic disability, or if the person has developmental aphasia, he cannot speak as you and we can do, and if the person had dyspraxia, motor coordination disability, they are under a specific learning disability. Similarly, autism spectrum disorder is there. If the person has social and communication issues since beginning, so they are under autism spectrum disorder, these children generally they used to play alone, they are aloof. The child will respond, what's your name? They will not say their name. So next, please. These are other disability, like health disabilities are there, like mental health is also considered as a disability. Then there is blood disorder, there is a neurological condition like Parkinson's disease and multiple sclerosis. Some blood disorders are there, like hemophilia, thalassemia, and sickle cell disease. Hemophilia is a disease where there is a blood clotting factor is there in our blood cells. So the blood clotting factor is factor 8 and factor 9 is there, and if that is reduced in the person, so they have to go for treatment, they have to go for getting these blood factor, and for that they miss out their schools. Similarly, for thalassemia, they have reduced amount of hemoglobin, so they have to again consult to the doctor, and they have to get blood transfusion. Like some children may require within a week, or some children maybe within 15 days or after 1 month. So like that, they require this blood transfusion. And similar in case of sickle cell disease, the shape of the blood, which is usually in a round shape or the ovule shape, so that is get dysmorphic shape, and it is in a kind of sickle, or in a you can say it is in a shape of banana. And when this shape is there in the blood cells, so it stick in the blood cells, and the children may complain for continuous pain in different parts of the body, so like that, and they also required blood transfusion. And in case of multiple sclerosis, the causes is still not known, and we know that in our nervous system, the science the participants who are from the science background, they will understand it better. The axon is there, and on the axon there is a myelin sheath which in this case, there is a degeneration in the myelin sheath, and due to that, there is like coordination problem is there in the children. So next, please. So the multiple disability, the deaf, blindness, and cerebral palsy, and intellectual disability, 2 and more disabilities there in the person. This is under multiple blindness. Next, please. Now, what is the important thing? Like, what is the implication of this disability on learning? So mainly the nature of disability and level of severity of the disability. And we all know we have different preferable mode of learning, like visual learning, auditory, tactile, and multiple modes are of course there in children. And there are some psychological other factors are also there, like psychomotor factors, socio-emotional factors, linguistic factors, and other things. So we have to adapt our curriculum, whatever is there in the curriculum, or the contents in the curriculum, or the pedagogical process, and even evaluation. We have to do adaptation, modification in the curriculum for some of the children who require that kind of need. Next, please. So these are the implications of like locomotor disability. The child may find it difficult to finish the task within the time. They may find it difficult to adjust in the table, chair, or with the book also. They may require additional time. So that kind of, even they may require some writing tools, like they may have difficulty in holding the pen. So that kind of implication may be there in the children. Next, please. Locomotor disability children. The children who have visual disability, they may also require time. The graphical, and for understanding the graphical and visual description, we have to modify the thing. Like if you are showing something on globe, so globe should be made tactile, and there should be braille notation on the name of different items in the globe. So like that, even you are describing the bar graph, so there should be distance between the bar graph, even if you are making like the tactual bar graph for the children. So one thing we have to consider, that whatever material, whatever adaptation we are doing in the class, that should not specific to this children with disability. It should be made in such a way so that the children other than the disability, they are in the classroom, and they will also get benefit of those materials. Like suppose there is a globe in the classroom, you can show the globe in the classroom, and the tactual thing that child who have visual disability, they will touch the globe and they will understand about that globe and the map or different instrument in the classroom, and other children who can see, they can see the different things on the globe or the map or any other like equipments. Next, please. For the children with hearing impairment, whatever you are like in this session, I am doing the like verbal, using the verbal mode of expression. So the children who have hearing disability, they may not listen these things. So you have to learn little bit sign language, basic sign language, and there is an institute called ISL RTC, Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center. They have beautifully like developed a module, and that is on their website. You can note down the ISL RTC, you can Google it, and on the site, the module is there, and around 2 weeks program is there, and they can get benefit of this. So that is there. Next, please. So this is a kind of way we can teach in the classroom, that is differentiated instruction. We have children from different background, different ability, different disability, different interest, different language, so different cultural background. So they are together in the classroom. So we have to address their needs according to their ability, disability, and the background. Next, please. So even the Act also says we have to modify our curriculum contents, curriculum resources, pedagogical process, etc. The RPWD Act Section 40. So it is mandatory to make our curriculum accessible to all. Next, please. Even the same thing is on the Section 42, how we are going to make our access to information and communication technology, and how we are going to make it. Next, please. So accessible ICT and assistive technology, these two things that helps the children in the classroom. If we will integrate the technology and assistive devices in our teaching learning process, it will be helpful for children with disability also. Next, please. So these are some of the example I have listed down here. I am leaving the slides here. How you will make your curriculum flexible, how your pedagogical process should be there. What are the things you will do in the for assessment of children in different. If you are teaching the children different topics and different contents, so how you are going to accommodate them in the assessment process. And there is a provision also for written test under Ministry of Social Justice. They have issued a guideline for what are the accommodation you will do in assessment of children with disability. Next, please. So adaptation in the curriculum, we can modify the contents of the curriculum, pedagogical process, learning environment, assessment procedure. So, but there is no clear-cut recipe for adapting general education curriculum to meet each student, because their needs are different. Each teacher, each student, each classroom is unique. And when if we will make something like a blueprint for doing the adaptation in the curriculums, it will not work. So each teacher has to be creative. They should be sensible enough. What are the learning needs are there of different students in the classroom? So accordingly they have to modify the curriculum. But adapting of the lesson is always not necessary. So next, please. So these are the main things. This is the last slide. So we have to focus upon our constitutional values and human values also. First, the children are important, then their disability or their disadvantagedness or from which background they have come. So we have to consider that. We have to consider also the environmental concern. Whatever material or thing you are using in the classroom, that should not be you are using that material should be environment friendly. That should not be in such a way so that the children with disability, they may get hurt from that material. The contents also, the diversity aspect, local context and needs we have to consider. And whatever material, even the accessible material we are making, that should be accessible for all. Different formats you can make the material, like print material, digital, audio, visual, sign language. We have in the NCERT, if you will go on the website, there is a accessibility window is there, and on that if you will click, so you will get all whatever this material or the textbook is there of NCERT, and it is converted into audio visual. Digital material is also there on e-Pathshala. Even the some textbook up to I think class 6, it is available in sign language. If you are making some video, you should have CC closed captioning in the language of the child. So that kind of thing you can develop. And we have developed also a book how you will make your e-content accessible for children with disability. So that the booklet handbook you can download from our website. You have to see the picture, color, diagram, map, table, graphics, etc. And even the font size and style that should be accessible to children. You have to look into the portability of the material. Suppose if there is a print book of 1 page, it may take 3 or 4 pages if you will transcribe it into the braille. So for one set of book, suppose in English for class 6, so for the children with blindness or low vision, you may require 3 volumes of the same book, because if you will compile it in 1 volume, that will be very heavy and it will be very difficult for children to carry it. Even for the turning page, even for the digital material, suppose in the digital material sign language is there, so that will be a heavy content. So you have to bifurcate this material on the topic wise or the content wise. So you have to decide upon that. Even in the book or in the material, whenever you are dealing, you have to make some content space so that the child himself can reflect upon. He himself can talk about his own backgrounds, and they can share in the classroom. So the belongingness will be there in the classroom, and similarly for the technology. Similarly, we have to integrate technology also. There is a digibook is available in our NCERT website. So the children who have visual disability, and even app-based program is there. So these things are there. So some views are there. So next, please. So thank you very much. This is the way we say thank you in the sign language, and some materials are there. Thank you very much. If you have any query, you can use chat box, or you can directly ask to me. So over to Vijayan sir.
Thank you, Vinayji, for having a very, very informative and elaborative session on inclusive curriculum. And since we have actually 15-20 minutes now delayed, we have the session from 2 o'clock onwards. So far, we have shared our Bridge Month programs as well as inclusive curriculum. Now, in the afternoon session onwards, we will be starting with our grade 6 textbook elaborative discussion of various subjects. Meanwhile, if you have 1 or 2 doubts, within 2-3 minutes, we can take those queries. If anyone wants to ask one, we will take only 1 or 2 questions up to 1:30, so that 1:30 we will wind up, and then 2 o'clock we need to start. Do you have any queries, any specific thing you want to ask? Yes, Manisha Verma.
Sir, I wanted to ask that since these are subject-specific books, is NCERT planning to bring up some kind of TLM for CWSN, especially now as we have children with dyslexia, children with hidden disabilities, and like I know Braille, though it's quite a tedious process. School won't be making their own, teachers won't be making their own books. And for other things, NEOS and ISLRTC is working on developing books in sign language. But for the children with dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, is there a TLM based on worksheets for CWSN, or the teachers need to develop that themselves?
So actually, here in the department, Manisha ji, it's a good question, and the teacher is struggling for this. So actually in the session also I explained that there is no like blueprint or no single recipe for these things, because each child has different. Suppose a child with a learning disability, he may require something there, some kind of accommodation in particular content. So the child who have same learning disability, but their learning needs may be different. So it is it is the duty of the like teacher. They have to make their own worksheet as per the learning needs of the child. Yes, we have in the department, we have developed two supporting book with the exemplar material, that is
Yes, that's what I was.
including children with special needs at primary level and including children with special needs at upper primary level. In both the books, how the content of NCERT book should be adapted or modified, that is there. How you are going to use the pedagogy in the classroom, that is also there. And how we are going to evaluate the progress of the child, that is also there. So on the
Sir,
basis
actually,
of
the
you
real
will
challenge
have that.
starts after class 6 when the maths
Yes,
becomes more ambiguous, when
yes,
the
yes,
equation starts, so the children
yes,
start struggling there, and the
yes.
concepts become bigger. Fifth tak to I know teachers are able to handle the children, but after
Yes, yes.
6, it becomes a real struggle because
Uh,
CBSE only provides provisions in 9th and 10th for scribe and other things. But 6 to 8, the children actually struggle. So if we can have some kind of exemplary material from NCERT
yes,
for
yes,
not
yes.
for all sessions, but some few examples that this is how the sheet should be and this is how the concept should be taught, that
Uh,
would be really wonderful.
That is what I am talking about, including children with special needs upper primary stage. So in the
Oh,
upper primary
perfect.
stage, it is there. It is there.
Okay.
We have developed that. We had this kind of learning from the field, and we have developed already this material.
Okay.
And in 2015 only we have developed this. And you will have a lots of exemplar thing in the maths area also, social science, language. All these worksheet kind of thing is there, so that the teacher will have the idea about this, and they can do. And for the development of e-content also, if you will go in like a guideline for developing e-contents for children who have learning disability, there is a separate chapter in that guideline. So download that, distribute among the teachers, and it is
Sure,
very
sir.
helpful.
Very well.
Very,
So
very
the
helpful
other
for the
books are in the hard copies. They are also available in e-books.
that e-copy is also there. You go to NCERT website, go to DEGSN page. On
Okay.
that page, there is a publication icon is there. If you will click the publication item, there will be print and non-print. And if you will click the print, then there is a list of publication from our department, so you can get benefit of that. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much,
Thanks
sir.
a lot. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you, Vinayji. Thank you all once again. I would like to wind up since Koirangi also may be waiting. Just after lunch, there is series of session on textbook. Koirangi, what time we will be starting? 2 o'clock or 2:10?
Sir, Koyan sir, it will be started at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. I request all of you to again join by 2 o'clock. We will now we'll break for the lunch, and we will have the other sessions from 2 o'clock onwards. And once again, I just request you to go to NCERT website. In the front page itself, all these bridge materials are available under new materials. You just go and see, and the other materials, print material, everything is available under our publication departments. You can click on, and our textbook also available, soft copies and everything. You please go to NCERT, visit NCERT website and get all these material. Thank you very much for all once again. Now, I think we can wind up, and we please join by 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bijan sir. All are requested to join at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you all.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, nice, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So lunchtime was a little short, but we are trying to maintain little time here because we can go 10-15 minutes, but this is online, so we are also quite particular about it. That's why we have given you a little short time for your lunch. But anyway, now we will start with class 6 textbooks now onward. Before you have in the morning session, you have had NCF for school education, salient features, the bridge courses of different subject, why there should be a bridge course that has been explained. And you have also been explained about the inclusive curriculum that is required in our own context. So with welcoming Madam here, Professor Anjani Kaul, who is here with us. We welcome you, Madam.
Thank you.
Madam is the member convener for writing the textbook for class 6 science textbooks. And she's here with us. She will be presenting before us about the textbooks, and she will be taking 40 minutes, ma'am. So over to you, ma'am.
Yeah,
please.
Thank you, Dr. Korek. So, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, madam.
Okay, so this session is regarding the science textbook for class 6, and where we are going to talk about basically the salient feature of this textbook, what exactly is there in the textbook, how this textbook should be transacted in the classroom. So let us start with the PPT. So you can see on the screen, we have a science textbook for grade 6, and the title of the textbook is Curiosity. So now, when you see, whenever we have any textbook in our hand, think as a child or even as an adult. So when you have a textbook in your hand, what do we see basically? We see the title and we see the illustrations which are given on the maybe on the cover page. So the moment we just take this textbook in our hand, we see the cover page, and then we say, as I said, the title is Curiosity. Now, the first and foremost thing is whether we have the title given is justified or not, and the illustrations which are there on the cover page, how they are justified. So if I say curiosity, you can see on the cover page, you can see on the front page of the cover, where we see a girl standing, and she is having, she's holding a inch tape in her one hand, and the other hand, which she is, touching, I'll say, or feeling the bark of the trunk. So, so she's trying to feel the kind of material is there for this trunk, and she's thinking that, will I be able to measure the height of the tree using this inch tape? So generates curiosity in the girl. Now you can see the another boy sitting there, holding a lens in his hand. He's trying to observe the frog there. He's trying to observe fishes in the pond, and he's curious to know that this frog can stay on the land and in the water. Will fishes be able to stay on land, can survive on land? Again, a curiosity. Then comes the boy who's again there at his back, holding some material in his hand and trying to throw it and seeing what will happen to this material. This is what I say is the front part of the front cover page. If we see the back cover page, can you move to the back cover page? So there you see the, dark, where we see some students, the
recording in progress.
And I can say the teacher, they're looking at the sky, they're observing the night sky, and kind of a curiosity what is happening around. And the boy who's running after these fireflies. Now, the fireflies, they are glowing and the stars are twinkling. Is this the same process or the phenomena taking place, or there are some different processes or phenomena? Again, a curiosity, because they can see light in the twinkling of the stars, as well as they can see that the firefly, or we say jugnu in Hindi, jo ki chamak raha hai. So, but again, I said again the curiosity. Then around they can see trees and flowers and birds and things like that in the front cover page. Then again curiosity, they would like to know all about these plants and animals. If we look at both the cover pages together, you see the trees there, which can give you an impression of an earth, where we say on the right hand side the day of the day, and the left hand side you can see the night. So and then beyond earth, where we can see the sky there. So all these, there are so many questions which will you know which children would like to know. Now, it is not necessary that children are going to get answer to each one of these questions. And one more thing, when we talk about this, when we see the cover page, we get an impression that what are we going to learn in the textbook. The cover page also give us that kind of, that also help us in knowing what are we going to learn in this textbook. For example, if I say the girl holding a inch tape, maybe we're talking something about measurement, maybe we're talking something about water. We can see there in the pond, maybe we're talking something, we are going to discuss something about animals or plants and birds. We may be talking something about the night sky, so all these things we may or may not. Then when we move further in the textbook, next slide, please. So you can see in this particular textbook, we have around 12 chapters. And you can see the title on the screen. I will not waste time on that. And then the number of pages are around 253. Next, please. Next slide, please. So the first chapter in this textbook is the wonderful world of science. Now, in these new textbooks, you will find the first chapter is little different from the last textbook of class 6. Here, you all know that children up to class 5, they learn about the environmental science, the world around us. And now this is the first time when children will enter the world of science. So this chapter will help them not only to understand the science as a subject, but it is also a way of thinking, observing, doing experimentation, asking questions, which will ultimately help them to uncover the secrets of universe. That is what is science all about. So if you go through the textbook, you will find we have written in about the textbook, where you will find all details how to handle this textbook. So there we have clearly mentioned that this particular chapter is non-evaluative, and that is why we have not given end exercise in this particular chapter, but we have raised certain activities which children can do, and the activities which children observe in everyday life. Next, please. So let us come quickly to what are the salient features of the textbook. If you see the salient features of the textbook, this textbook is competency-based textbook, and the focus is basically on experiential learning. I think you might have gone through National Curriculum Framework for School Education and NEP 2020. We all know that this textbook is based on the syllabus which we have developed, and the syllabus is based on National Education Policy and National Curriculum Framework for School Education. So when we say salient features, we can see that we are focused on experiential learning, culture rootedness and IKS, art and sport integration. The textbook is inclusive. The textbooks talks about all these values. There are certain hidden values. Some of the values are very obvious, which we'll discuss when we move further. Interdisciplinary, and the questions which we are given, either in-text questions or the questions which are given at the end, they're all competency based. Next, please. So when I say competency based, we all know that National Curriculum Framework for School Education discusses about curricular goals and competencies at middle stage. So they are talking about competencies for middle stage as well as for secondary stage, and some of the, I'll say, topics or related issues they have talked about for even for secondary stage phase 2. When I say secondary stage uh, uh, phase 1, this means class 9th and 10th, and when we say stage 2, that is for classes or grades 11th and 12th. So right now we are talking about the middle stage. So if you go through the National Curriculum Framework, you will see curricular goals. There are around 9 curricular goals at this stage, and around 27 competencies, and page number you can see on the screen. It's 278 and 280. Those who are interested in middle stage can please go through this, and it will really help you in understanding the textbook. The most important point which I would like to highlight here is, I'm not going to read all these curricular goals or competencies, but one thing I would like to highlight: when we say competencies, we have to be very, very sure that competencies that children, they have to attain in this particular stage. When I say stage, this means that at middle stage, classes grades 6, 7th and 8th, they have to achieve these competencies. But from these competencies will come out to the learning outcomes. So for each chapter, I'll say, will come out, or each class will come out with the learning outcomes. So learning outcomes are class specific, please remember, and competencies are stage specific. There are certain competencies which children may attain in class 6, some may in class 7th, and some may in class 8. So if you see any competency, you will, yes, please. So if you see any competency, it will give you an idea. It will trigger this in the textbook. I'll say textbook committee, or those who are writers, that what exactly should go in the syllabus, and from this syllabus we'll move to the textbook. So these are all competency and curricular goals, which as I mentioned earlier also, at page 270 and 280. That's my request, that please go through these competency and curricular goals, so it will be better for you to understand the textbook. Next, please. Let us skip these slides of competency and curricular goal and come to the next slide. So as I said, that textbook has taken care of the textbook is based on the competencies. So how these children should attain these competencies? So we will do certain experimentation. We'll give some concepts in the form of content. We'll give activities. We'll talk about games and all these pedagogy, whichever we are going to use, that will help them to develop the knowledge and capacities. So for example, if I talk about one of the activity which is there on the screen, quickly, there's one chapter 10, because I'm giving you the glimpses of the textbook, and here and there I may move from one chapter to another chapter. So for example, I'm moving to chapter 10. There it is, a living creatures exploring their characteristics. So there we have given one activity where we are asking children to see the effect of certain conditions on seed germination. So we have given 4 or 5 conditions. One is in direct sunlight and without water. One is in direct sunlight and having excess of water. One is in complete dark and moist soil. One is in direct sunlight and moist soil. Now, see, we are not asking children what will happen. Now children will explore. These are certain conditions or certain parameters which we have given. Now children can explore as many as they want. It depends upon the teacher. It will depend upon the time. It will depend upon the strength of the classroom, how we should go through these activities and ask children to do. The most important part in this particular textbook is that focus is on process of science, so that children can attain these competencies till end of the grade 8, I'll say. Some, as I earlier said, in 6, some at 7, and some at 8. So these are the certain activities where we are giving opportunities to children to explore. There's no direct answer. Children will observe, they will analyze, they will infer, they will talk about their findings, results, and ultimately they will conclude. So group discussion will be held in the classroom. Teacher will act as a facilitator, as a guide. Let us not give them baked answer. Let children explore. That is the beauty of science. That is the beauty of processes of science. Next, please. Now, everywhere we'll find in NEP, we find in NCF that we talk about experiential learning. So experiential learning, we say that it's not that for the first time we are talking about activities in the textbook. No, it was always there in NCERT textbook about activities. We always say that science cannot be learned without activities. So, but when we say experiential learning, we want our children to reflect on their own learning. Maybe sort of it was lacking maybe in the earlier textbook. Now this time due care, due emphasis has been given on this experiential learning. For example, one more experiment or an activity I can say, you can see on the screen, having a glass of water. I mean, if we have a glass of water and chilled glass of water, what will happen? We'll see some vapor getting, I'm not using deliberately condensation, that we have to ask children to come out with that concept. So I'm saying some droplets of water there on the surface of the glass. Now raise a question in the classroom from where these drops of water they have come. Again, a curiosity, let children explore. Is it coming from where they are coming? Is it coming from the glass itself, or so water is, I'll say, seeping out from the glass or from somewhere else? If it is sweeping out from the glass, then the level of water should go down. All these observations let children make. If they'll say, no, level of water is same, then from where it has come? All these questions can be given in the classroom. Let children explore and come out with the answer. Beautifully written chapter on journey through states of water. My dear friends, please explore this chapter with your students. They will never forget what is evaporation, what is condensation, the kind of concept we have tried to give in this textbook. Next, please. We say that culture rooted in IKS we have really taken care of. So we want our children to connect to their roots, the kind of the practices which are there in our system, which are going from generation to generation, which we are seeing. So that kind of things we have given, and these are all box items given. So for example, one you can see on the screen, traditional protected forest sacred groves. So here you can see we have seen that there are sacred groves are found all over India. They are home to different kinds of plants and animals, including numerous medicinal plants. So this way, sacred groves are a community protected treasures of biodiversity. So wherever these textbooks are being used in different states, they can use the examples from their surroundings. Since we developed textbook at international level, so we have tried to cover the entire nation. Now, if you are from a different state, you can easily ask these students, find out about the sacred groves in your region. So children will connect to their community and see what all is happening in the system. Next, please. One more example, if you see in a chapter, material around us, there we are classifying the materials. Now, if you see the conversation between boy and a girl, the girl saying, we have explored, because after reading the essence, this girl is saying, we have explored and understood the various properties of materials. The boy is saying, these kind of things were earlier also. How people at that time used to classify. So this is very beautifully given in our Ayurveda, which we have given as again as box item. Remember, friends, all these box items are non-evaluative. We don't want to have a kind of questions which we frame in the classroom and encourage rote memorization. Let us have discussion about these things. Let children feel that pride that we belong to a nation where things were known earlier also. Everything has not come from different other countries. Even India was rich, and we had a culturally, this country was culturally rich. So this kind of emphasis should be given in the classroom. Next, please. One more example, we have given in one of the chapter Beyond Earth, where we are talking about these, uh, stars and all, that you can see. Then mindful eating, a path to a healthy life, where we are talking about one of the tribes. They do salt farming and they work so hard to do this kind of work. So again, a kind of hidden value where which we can talk, we can discuss about this in the classroom. About values, we'll talk uh, again further, but these are small things which we must as a teacher highlight in the classroom. See, we are talking about the concept, we are talking about the science. Along with that, we have to highlight these issues also. Next, please. Integration, we have tried to integrate art integration wherever we find that things are difficult to understand, wherever we find that there are certain abstract concepts where children find little difficult. Try to integrate, show this with art integration. Now, I'll put it in a different way. There's one chapter on, as I said, journey through states of water. There's one chapter on separation of classification of material, separation of materials with different methods. There we have asking students to create a poem. See, when we ask children to create, when they create any poem or story or any role play, creativity helps children in open-mindedness. Creativity helps in making science interesting. Children, when they create something, they enjoy it. So that kind of art integration, maybe children should be given chance to integrate. See, if I say ask any child to write a poem or write a story about, maybe about a magnet, let them create their own story. When they create a story, it will develop their communication, not only written communication but oral communication also. So let us promote all these things in the classroom. Next, please. Integration, where NCF is saying the sports and grain. So we have tried that one of the chapters where we are talking about different materials. There we are asking them, we are given one example where we are asking that bouncing levels of the ball. So we give them different kind of ball and we ask them, see the bouncing level of the ball. Then there are questions that can I play can I play say for example pittu with this cricket ball? If yes, why? If not, why not? So material, when we talk about materials, give these kind of example where children can connect. These are all experiential learning where children can connect and understand. So that is the kind of conversation between this boy and girl going on. So it's kind of integrating sports as well as teaching a concept on materials of different materials. Next, please. Again, for sports and games, we have talked about steel balls in a maze, where we can we take the steel ball out of this maze by moving a magnet below the cardboard tray. So a game is created by a boy or a girl, any child in the classroom, where they are studying about magnet, and since they have understood the concept of magnet, they will try to create certain games. So concepts of making of toy and integrating the concept will help them in understanding the concept better. Next, please. Then when we are talking about motion, you all know, you're all learner teachers, so all kind of motion, linear, circular, oscillatory motion. When you talk about this measurement of length and motion chapter, when you talk about this, you will talk about all these types of motion and connect games, sports, etc., etc. See, we may have given only certain examples. You may be having n number of examples with you. Please go ahead, ask children to look for them, internet, discussion with teacher, discussion with pair, discussion with parents, discussion with elderly person, so that they can come out with more examples. Next, please. Now, we don't want any chapter to be discussed in isolation. So there is chapter interconnectivity. For example, we have already, see, when we were talking about the sequencing of the chapter, the due care was taken that sequencing of the chapter should be appropriate. Since we have studied about the magnet chapter earlier, then when we were
और जाने को
discussing
मिलेगा वो
about,
कंप्लीट नहीं होगा एक्टिविटी विद डायग्राम.
so when we are discussing about the materials chapter or separation chapter, there we are saying that by mistake, the person who is working, he has dropped some nails in the, I can say, in the trash. Now, how to take out these nails? This man is taking out nails with the help of hand. Now, these children, they have already learnt about magnet. So they are trying to help this man. Hey man, don't use hand. It will take, you will see, again, they are talking about the separation. Don't use hands. It will take you much time. You better take a magnet and do this. So try to connect the chapter. So even if you'll not tell this to your children in the classroom, they will themselves tell you that we have already learnt about this. Let us do like this. Similarly, when we are talking about classification in the chapter materials, so we are talking about classification about the living world in the chapters living world. We are talking about separation of water, evaporation, condensation in chapter water, as well as in the chapter separation. There we have tried to connect. So when we are talking about water in the journey through states of water in one of the chapters, there we are talking about only the process of science. We have taken care that let us not repeat the concepts. So when we are talking about nature's treasure, there we are talking how to make judicious use of water. So just one line in the end, we have left in the chapter, the journey through states of water, where we are saying that, we have to make judicious use of water. Then about that, we are talking in the nature treasure. So unnecessarily, let us not increase the number of pages. So we have tried to integrate chapters. Similarly, as I said, natural resources and water, which you can on the screen. These are some of the examples you can, when you teach this in the classroom, you will find more number of such examples. Next, please. Next is, so see, now not only we want that there should be connectivity among chapters, but with the other subjects also. Again, methods of separation in everyday life, there we are talking about the entire India, where children, they have gone on a tour with their parents, visiting their grandparents, uncle, aunt. So they are moving across India and learning about the different methods of separation. So as a geography person, a child is one. He or she is learning about science. He or she is learning about other subjects also. So even if I'm teaching science, I can start with this chapter. If I know that they have already learned about this in geography, I can tell them, okay, we have this map of India. Let us come out with all these states, and let us start with this chapter on methods of separation in everyday life. Similarly, we can connect it with the history, where about materials around us, we are talking about different materials. How clay was baked long back, history. We can connect there with the subject history. Next, please. Similarly, we have tried to connect with the mathematics. We have one chapter on nature's treasure, chapter 11, where we are talking about composition of air. What is the percentage of nitrogen? What is the percentage of oxygen, other gases in the atmosphere? Then we are talking about percentage. If children, they have already learned about percentage in mathematics, you can ask them to calculate. So again, connectivity with other subjects, you can easily find out. Next, please. As I said, the book is gender inclusive. The book is language inclusive. We have taken care of language. We have taken care of gender. The book is gender neutral. So wherever you will find chapters, you can easily make out. Now there are certain hidden values, I can say, but as an adult you can find it out. But when you talk about such things in the classroom, let us highlight these things in the classroom. You can see one chapter exploring magnets, chapter 4, where Reshma lives in a coastal town of Kerala and is very fond of creating short stories. Her grandmother loves listening to the stories, so Reshma was writing a new story to share with her grandmother on her 60th birthday. So our elderly person in our family, our grandparents, let us have a respect for them. This girl is showing a kind of respect towards her grandmother by creating a story and trying to gift her on her birthday. Basically, we are learning about magnets. So within that lesson, we are trying to create certain stories, certain situations, certain examples where we can inculcate values among children. Similarly, on the other side of the screen, you can see this example from Shillong, where brother and sister, their parents are working, they're not at home, brother feeling little low, sister taking care of her brother by, and then the chapter starts. Again, a value which we can inculcate. Let's take care of each other. Let us listen to each other patiently. Let us talk to each other, keeping some manners. So all these things you can see in this textbook, in these chapters. Next, please. Again, a value. See, community participation, people working together, doing some stuff maybe in the chapter separation in everyday life. We are talking about different matters. Boy and girl having food together, not that boy and girl playing with their mobile phones, not talking to each other the way we have traditions now in our families. Let us break that. See, these are the kind of examples which as a teacher we must talk in the classroom so that students will really understand that. Let us have a bond with each other, and let us help each other. Let us enjoy company of each other. Let us go out and play with each other, and let us help in the community to help for if they need any kind of help. So all these values they're given in the textbook. Next, please. Again, one component of food where we are giving a kind of message: mindful eating, a path to a healthy body. Eat healthy, live healthy. It's a kind of fair in the school where actually we're talking about the components of food. We are talking about healthy diet. We are talking about balanced diet, and then kind of a message to the system that let's talk about this. Let's discuss why healthy eating, why healthy living. All these things need to be discussed in the class. We can give small projects. We can have a debate in the classroom. All this, we can have such kind of debates in the what we say in the morning assembly, or maybe sometime in between the if you see National Curriculum Framework, they have given a chart where they are given the number of periods to be allocated. They have given the kind of timetable for what kind of timetable should be for Saturdays. So let's come out with small maybe 10-20 minutes each day and discuss about these, maybe once a week, or whenever we find time during our timetable. Next, please. Gender inclusive, as I said, you'll find all kind of gender. See, on one side of the screen, you can see that we are talking about beyond Earth, where we are going to see the night sky. So as I said, it's inclusive. See one girl there on the wheelchair. Let us give importance to each and every child in the classroom, particularly children with learning difficulties. Let us give some time, extra time to them. Deliberately, we have given this lady showing this, I'll say a lady teacher, which is, she has taken these children outside to the classroom, where otherwise we'll say stereotype, only male teachers can take them out. No, even female teachers can take them out. And let us break this stereotype business that only males can do, only females can do. No, we both can do, and let us do it together and see. So all kind of children, so inclusive classroom, and that is what is being given in the textbook. Next, please. Gender, we have given some of the scientists, as we are talking about Janaki Amman. We all know a great botanist, excuse me. Indian, she talks about biodiversity. We can go through the chapter. This we have given as a box item in one of the chapter, diversity in the living world. Next, please. We are talking about Salim Ali. He's also very well known person as a birdman of India. We are talking about Annamali, exploring magnets, again a great scientist. So let us talk about these Indian scientists in the classroom, and let children have this pride and happiness that these were the people they are in our country, and we can also be a scientist. See, similar, just not, let us talk about these scientists and let us see why they really opt to be a scientist. Let us generate that curiosity among children that yes, even I want to be a scientist. What should I do to be a scientist? Ask them to write a paragraph on this. Let us nurture that kind of thing among our children. I think we are getting dearth of scientists in our country. Let us promote such things in our country. Next, please. Inclusive, I'll talk about this methods of separation. Deliberately, we have given in our chapter that when we are talking about evaporation, we have given this salt solution where obviously water will evaporate. You can well understand as a teacher, and then salt left behind. So we are saying that draw something, you can create an imagination, and we say art integrated, then there's some kind of a bird or fish, I don't know, something has been drawn, and then when water evaporates, then children can see, oh, some image there. So integrating art. Now, since I can see some white patch there on the paper, but if I am visually impaired or I have low sightedness, I can touch that paper with my hand and feel that salt between my fingers. So again, inclusiveness. Give these children opportunity to do experiments. Most of the experiments the children can do, just we have to give them the chance to do it. Similarly, we're talking about Braille scale, which is easily available now, and one can use in the classroom. Next, please. You can see many questions in the textbook. We have many reflective questions. Some of the questions will connect one concept to the other concept. There are certain questions which children will look for the answers by discussing in the classroom with the teachers, with the parents. Let them look for the internet. As I said earlier, let us not give them ready-made answer. Let children explore. Let them come out with the answers. Not necessarily that answers are always correct. It's not possible to give answer to each and every question. Maybe not, but let them explore. They may know, they may understand about these answers maybe little later. If not now, maybe little later. But let them explore. Next, please. Assessment, if you say within when I say assessment, I mean to say certain questions within text and after once you complete the chapter. So there are certain questions we are competency based. Let us have questions. Maybe we have given only 10 questions at the end. You may say very less number of questions. You may, but keeping this in mind that we have limitations of the pages. Even 255 people say it's a little bigger number. But if you want to have more questions, these are all exemplar questions. Teachers can come out with as many as questions they have. We have given certain sampler questions. Let children reflect on their questions as what I have learned, what I have not learned, where I was finding difficulty. All these things can be discussed in the class. So teachers can create as many as questions they want. And some of the questions which are given in the text or which are given at the end exercise, they are all exemplary questions. Next, please. These are all questions which you can see on the screen. I don't have to read them, but yes, these are all important questions which can generate problem solving skill among children, which can generate curiosity among children, and let them find answer. You can have multiple answers to these questions. These are all, some of the questions are open-ended questions. Now the question comes that how we can give such questions in the examination. Now there you have to frame question the way you want. But when we have discussion, when we want our children to understand the concept in a better way, let us have certain open-ended questions in the classroom. If we have if we have questions with multiple answers, let's go ahead and let us have these questions in the classroom and see what kind of answers we'll get in the classroom. Next, please. One more. So when I said we have questions and answers at the end, not answers but questions there. So deliberately this time we have written not that exercise. Deliberately we have said that let us enhance our learning. So because even when you answer these questions, you learn. So when you read that exercise or question, children get little scared. Oh, now I have to answer this question. Oh, मुझे अब लिखना है बैठ के questions का जवाब देना. Children get little scared. So that is why we have deliberately said let us enhance our learning. चलिए फिर कुछ सीखते हैं while answering these questions. So questions can be of different forms and formats. It can be multiple choice. It can be fill in the blanks. It can be match, true, false. When we give true, false, simply saying this is true, this is false. Tukka we can make tukka also. So instead of giving guesses, let us ask why this is true and why this is false. It's better way of asking a question. Next, please. So many question, situation based question, diagrammatic questions which you can see on the screen, jumbled word question. This is a jumbled word and then you have to match. So you really have to think. Images given on one side, then match. Again, a jumbled word. See, lot many thought processes going on in this question. It's not a straight question. You really have to think as a child. Next, please. Um, Again, a question where we are given a situation where you have to really think. They say hardness does not bend, shake on sitting even after a long time. So different chairs of different materials. So which one is hard, which one is light, why to use, why not to use, which can be used during cold season, which can be used during rainy season, all these things. So these are all sampler questions. As I said, you can create as many as you want. Uh, Again, a question which is diagrammatic base. Again, a question where you have to give remarks. We have given certain answer, maybe answered a bit and then asked write examples and then give your remarks to this to these questions. Next, please. Again, kind of a riddle. One we have made, one you can make. So children can just answer this riddle and then make their own riddle. So I can make a riddle for my partner, and the partner can make a riddle for me, or I can create a riddle for the entire class and have a discussion, have fun, learn science. So will not be stressful science for any one of us. So these kind of situations can be given in the classroom. That's why we said make who am I. Again, one Venn diagram there. You can create as many as you want. Give children an opportunity. This is a situation based question. Just read it. If I read it, I may take another 10 minutes for this. A situation given which is correct, which is not. I may say unfit, a child may say fit. So let us have a discussion why he's writing hungry, why the other child is writing thirsty, why one is writing fit, why is somebody writing unfit. Situation in front of her. Why should I use a piece of filter paper to clean the muddy water, or should I use a muslin cloth, or can I use both of them? So all these debates can be taken place in the classroom. Next, please. Again, a question of this kind. Different situation based question, or maybe different form and format, as I said, a flow diagram kind of a question given on the screen. Next, please. Now, quickly, I'll talk about the structure of a chapter. Do I have a time?
Yes,
Okay. So if I talk about the structure of a chapter, so basically each chapter will start with an introduction. So far, I have talked about the salient features sort of in a detail. Now, I'll talk about the structure of a chapter. So basically, we have started each chapter with an introduction. Introduction in the form of maybe activity, maybe a situation, a story, conversation between a boy or a girl, or two boys or two girls, that kind of introduction, making it more interactive. Not that, I'm not interested in the moment I start with introduction, I'm not interested in reading this chapter. Introduction should be such that child should himself or herself say, oh, let me go further. I did next kya, that kind of curiosity or jigyasa should come to a child that, oh, I want to go further to this chapter. So then, as you can see, that chapters, they are divided into sections and subsections. As we all know, they are there. Then visual aids, we have given, do you know, where we are talking something about the concept little in detail, or you want to know, for as I gave an example about the Ayurveda. Same, more to know, we want to go beyond textbook. And then more to do, where we are creating some toy or any game. Think it over. There's something, we are talking about materials. We have thrown a question there, posed a question there. Are plastic boon or bane? Now let children come up with their own answers. Yes, maybe one time plastic should be avoided or maybe used, and have a discussion in the classroom. Then we have certain question, we have seen earlier, that they are visual based. Keywords this time are a little important. We have highlighted keywords which are process based and the concept based, because usually we used to give concept based keywords where we were not maybe sort of ignoring processes of science, like observation, experimentation, analysis, investigation. We have to focus on these things also in the classroom. Summary in the form of key points, exercises, as I said, let us enhance our learning further, where we are giving them small projects, activities that they can really give them some time to do it, maybe a week, a day, 2 days, 5 days. If they have to observe the moon or something like beyond earth, then we can give them little more time. All these kind of projects are given, which you can see at the end of each chapter. Next, please. Visual aids, as I said, there are certain visual aids. Remember, friends, they are all non-evaluative. Discussion in the classroom. Let us not promote all this rote memorization in the classroom, giving such example that बताइए Ayurveda में क्या होता था? No, not that way, but the kind of Indian knowledge system we should encourage in the classroom by asking. There are other ways of asking such things, which you can find out in the textbook. Next, please. These are all visual aids which you can see on the screen. Next, please. As I said, keywords, I will not repeat it. You can see in the blue color, they're all process-based keywords, and yellow color, all concept-based keywords, summary in the points, learning further, fun with parents. So something we have given that, have a fun with your parent or teacher or this. Let us enhance our learning, as I have already discussed. Next, please. This is basically local flavor. Wherever you talk about food, let us talk whatever is there in our culture, whatever there in our locality, all these examples. Let us highlight if we belong to different states. As I said, this is a national body working at a national level. We take care about entire India. Then if you have to be local specific, children understand better when they see things around them. So let us focus on these issues there itself. Next, please. They're all regional based. We have used different characters from different region. We have tried to connect to Northeast. We have tried to connect to maybe North, somewhere in West. So all these characters we have taken care of. We are talking about Nana, Nani. We are talking about Ajji also. So jahan bacha jahan connect karega, will feel pleasure out of it. Next, please. Again, it's the same thing. Next. It's all local specific because we have talked about these scientists there. If you have anyone in your locality, let us promote him or her. Let children know him. Let us arrange a lecture from him or take these children to his or her lab. See how scientists work. Such things can be encouraged. All the environmental components, wherever possible, should be embedded in the chapter. We don't have a separate book or a chapter on environment. Environmental components are embedded across the chapters. You will find place in most of the chapters and everywhere. So at the end, friends, it's there's a page called "It is not the end, my friend." As I said, we cannot quench the thirst of these children in class 6 only. They will keep on learning. They will keep on asking questions, and let us continue this journey of curiosity for other grades for in class 7, class 8, and let us keep questioning. And that's why we say then, to be a wise person, you must be a why person. Ask question and enjoy science and uncover the secrets of science, I'll say. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. It was a very comprehensive presentation about the book Curiosity by Professor Anjani Kaul. It's a very good presentation. I think all the participants might have been aware what is there, what are the contents of the book, what are the activities of the book, how the cultural rootedness, everything is there. That has been described in a very nice way. So if any question, 2-3 minutes we can devote for interaction. So esteemed participants, if anyone wants
लीव
to...
कर दो ना, क्यों क्या फर्क पड़ता है? नहीं, ये ज्वाइन करना है हमको.
Can you hear me, ma'am? Good afternoon.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
आप बोलते हो ना
Yes,
इंस्ट्रूमेंट सीखना चाहिए.
yes, you can ask.
मैंने 5 मिनट कहा दीदी, जब से पापा आए तब से बैठा हूँ मैं, पापा नहीं कहा था.
Please mute yourself.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
If anyone wants to ask,
So I am having one question.
one
Can
question.
you-
Okay, please ask.
Okay. So it was a very wonderful session which beautifully explained the purpose of the book, and I thanks to the ma'am who has explained the purpose of the book so well. And the book itself is a masterpiece. in which it's a very clear order through which we can promote our children and promote their curiosity and so many other things. So my question is actually, can ma'am please explain keywords? Means here in our school, we used to do keywords. We used to define keywords also to the students. And as the yellow colored part, that's the Bloom taxonomy is also given along, which ma'am called it as the process of science.
Keywords. How to elaborate the concept
Yes.
of keywords.
How to
Yes, yes, madam.
relate? How actually we have to do keywords?
Okay, we got your point.
Okay. Madam, you're already doing that. Only thing is that we are not saying that you have to assess children on keywords. See, when you do any experiment, we ask children to do any experiment. When they do any experiment, they observe certain things. They whatever data or whatever reading or whatever they observe, they just note it down. When they note it down, then we have a discussion in the class that whatever they have observed, how they will analyze it and what exactly they conclude from their findings. For example, if you are measuring any temperature of any liquid, for example, say water, if you're asking children to measure the temperature of water, maybe cold water, lukewarm water, hot water, so they will come out with their readings. Children will just measure the temperature and they come out with the readings. So you can see that children can observe, they can note it down, they can record. So recording is again these are all processes of science which we all know. So ultimately they will conclude and come out with the findings, whatever they will whatever they have assessed from that particular activity. So they go through a process of science, they will investigate, they will note down certain readings, but ultimately they have measured the temperature. So concept is measurement of temperature. Basically they measurement of temperature, and they have come out with, they can record, they can record the reading, they can infer, and ultimately they can say, oh, this was the temperature of that particular liquid or water or whatever you say. So it's not that something we are doing something new, it is already there. The only thing is that initially it was like, we used to give an activity step by step, which we have given even now, but this time we want our children to explore themselves. Let them first do, and then they can then they can say, oh, this was the actually the answer was, after having discussion, oh, this was the answer. Not that we give something ready-made answer that temperature will be 30 degrees centigrade. Let them measure and tell that, oh, one child may say I can measure 30 degree, one can say, oh, I can measure 40 degree. Then we can see whether they have understood measurement or not. That is what is all about these keywords. I hope I could answer your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Anjani Madam. Thank you for a nice explanation.
Thank you.
So with this, we need to close this session by Professor Anjani Madam. So we can proceed to next presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we are proceeding to presentation on social science by Professor M.B. Srinivasan, Department of Education and Social Science. Where
just call me Professor. Don't know, sir. Okay, got it? Or you can see Dr. Srinivasan.
Okay. Welcome, Professor M.B. Srinivasan, to explain the process of textbook development and the contents of social science textbook, exploring society in India and beyond. I welcome Professor Srinivasan. Please take over the session.
Thank you, Professor Magandi, for giving this opportunity. I thank CIET and PCSND for giving this opportunity and share.
Sorry.
share some of my points with regard to class 6 textbook. This is I'm sure that you all must have got this book with you. Some of you must be already using working with this textbook, and you may be having some questions with regard to some topics. This is the Hindi version of the textbook, and this is the English version of the textbook. Okay. Let me go to my PPT, and if you are having any doubts, you can also just note down those issues, and then we can, if there is I will take time, I'll try to clarify your doubts or issues. Okay. If you look at, you can also, for more details, apart from today's presentation, you can also go to YouTube, because we made a few more presentations in the Prime Minister eVidya channel. So a couple of videos are also available in the YouTube. So whenever you get time, and please spare some time to see those videos also, apart from my today's presentation. Okay. Yeah. So if you look at this textbook, the title is about exploring society, India and beyond. So from this, you will see that this book is more of giving a global perspective, because the National Education Policy 2020 says that the enabling children to become global citizens is one of the aims of school curriculum. Okay. So that means this book has a majority of the content from the India's perspective, and also some of the issues also it goes beyond India. If you look at slide, actually, this textbook is trying to achieve this particular vision of NEP 2020. Transform the education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes to sustainable, equitable, vibrant knowledge society, and make India a global knowledge superpower. So if you look at the key words, you can see that the rootedness, sustainable development, equitable and vibrant knowledge society, and knowledge superpower. So these ideas are also reflected in our textbook. And if you look at these are all some of the 3 goals we try to achieve through this textbook. Develop a deep sense of respect towards Indian Constitution and its values, and also instill among learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought but also in spirit, and enable children to develop skills, values, and dispositions. So you can see in many chapters of the class 6 textbook having these components. I can show you some of the examples also in my presentation. If you look at aims of social science education according to National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023, these are the 3 aims. What are those 3 aims? We have to help children to understand how society functions. Many of the concepts that are introduced in this textbook reflect this particular aim. And develop capacities for inquiry in social science. For example, we are not living in the dogmatic area where the religious scriptures played a crucial role. We are in the regime of scientific knowledge. Social science has become a scientific knowledge where children need to develop capacities for inquiry. For example, evidences. Whatever the issues that are placed before the children need to question, children need to look for the evidences. So only based on the evidences, they need to come to some conclusions on the particular aspects of knowledge. So this skill, developing the capacities, is the second aim of social science. So you can see many illustrative examples, many activities provided to children. This particular aim is reflected in the textbook. Then become responsible human beings and contributing citizens. You know that the NCERT, India is one of the developing country. Though we have developed, we have got considerable progress in various spheres of our life. Still, you will find almost more than 20 crore people are living below poverty line, and a good number of children are still undernourished. And we have a considerable way to progress. For that purpose, we need to enable our children to recognize their contribution towards the nation and its development. That's what the third aim is. Third aim of social science education. So these are the 3 aims that are reflected in the social science curriculum. And this textbook, if you look at the textbook forward, this is what our director, Professor D.P. Saklani, mentions in the forward. And if you see the forward, you can see that this textbook innovates. It tried to provide a pleasing, attractive overall design. If you look at the colors, or if you look at some of the visuals, so we expect the children also better sense of pleasant feeling when they see the textbooks. When I was asking when the book got released, I showed this book to a class 6 student as a fresh copy. He went through it, and then they said he's studying in class 7. So he said that oh, class 6 children must be lucky enough. Lucky. That was the first statement he said. Actually, I'm sure that your students are also who are studying in class 6, when they go through this book, will begin to sense of that feeling. And then we also try to provide a lot of possibilities for exploring, discovering by themselves. And then this book also aiming at the developing the idea of cultural rootedness. So if you see the features of the textbook, this textbook is having 5 themes. There are about 14 chapters, and then you can see a lot of examples are there. And the textbook also tried to provide all the 4 perspectives: regional examples, local examples, national examples, and global examples. We'll come to on these things more, but let us see these 5 themes: the India and the world, tapestry of the past, economic life around us, our cultural heritage and knowledge traditions, governance and democracy. So these are the 5 themes based on which the textbooks were chapters were presented. So in each theme there are few chapters. Okay, so if you look at the themes, you will see that it is not abruptly discipline oriented. It went so that is why the social science, as per the NCERT, it is suggested to have a interdisciplinary one textbook for or one syllabus for classes 6, 7, 8. So keeping that view of interdisciplinarity, these 5 themes were evolved, and the chapters were presented according on the basis of these 5 themes. And if you look at introduction, these are the some of the topics. How this is a concept map that we are trying to give you, and 5 themes, and each theme there are about 2-3 chapters you can see actually. Okay, and if you look at there is a letter for the students. So these days you will find the textbooks are following the principle of child-centered education, and accordingly, if you look at the textbooks period to 2000, or even when we were students, when you were all students, the textbooks were written from the teacher-centric approach. That means the teachers are expected to explain to you each and every concept. Whereas here you can find the textbook development team addressing directly to the student. So the student-centric language, student-centric approach is followed in the textbook. So that was the major departure. If at all, we can say what are the changes that you can see. Then if you look at the slide, actually, you can see in the beginning of it's called preface. So you can see why and how these textbooks were written, what are the major issues that one has to consider. So all these introduction to the textbook is also given in the book. Okay, and this particular part of the textbook, you as a teacher, if you are a parent, you also have to parent. Please go through this part. Why? Because whenever a textbook is developed by the NCERT, it gives you how each chapter is developed. Okay, so each chapter will have certain structures. You must have seen earlier also the science expert was pointing out. So every textbook will have certain structures. These structures may differ from subject to subject. So in social sciences, you can see in the quote. Every chapter will start with a quote, and please note that this is not for examination purposes. Okay, and these quotations for the reflection and give you a broad idea about the chapter. And then in this chapter, you will also see every chapter begins with something called big questions. The big questions are basically what are the questions for which this chapter is trying to find answer. That's the whole purpose of big questions. Okay, so 2 days before, when I showed this chapter to a book to a child, when he saw that big questions, oh, you started straight away with a question. That was the kind of immediate reaction from the child actually. So we need to help the children that this is the purpose. The purpose of big question is not something of a question to be asked in the examination. The questions for which this chapter is trying to find answer. This is the overview of the overview questions. That's how we need to understand the big questions actually. And then there are, apart from the running text, you can also see the let us explore, think about it, and then before we move on. The before we move on part is something more of a summary, broad summary of the whole chapter. So why we are giving this? Because we also notice that the children from children with the disabilities are also learning, and one of the suggestions came from the experts working in the area of disability that whenever you are developing a chapter, you need to give a broad summary of the chapter, broad summary. So that will help the students to understand the whole purpose and then explore back. So that's the reason you can find every chapter has something called before we move on. Okay, and there are, you'll find a QR code. You also find a couple of questions. And then this book also has another component called diacritic marks, diacritical signs actually. You know that we are a country with a lot of cultural diversity, and though we have only 22 scheduled languages, and there are many languages, almost 300 foreign languages are spoken from in different parts of India. And the languages are also these scheduled languages, and we are also having language families. So whenever, since we are writing a national textbook, you will find, for example, the many letters, words in, say, Hindi will be having different pronunciation when compared with, say, Tamil or to Bengali or to Odia. Okay, so for that purpose, actually, whenever some Indian words are used in the textbook, how these words need to be pronounced. So for training children on this aspect, we also give example of diacritical signs. You can see some of the words from Hindi, from Tamil are used in this textbook. So for that purpose, this introduction is given here. So you can see whenever we are referring to whenever you come across some Hindi words or some other Indian words. The textbook, if you, today's presentation, what I'm going to tell you is that these are the 6 themes, 6 broad concerns this textbook is addressing. These are the concerns are also raised in the National Education Policy 2020 and National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023. The rootedness in India and Indian knowledge system. This is the first theme. You can find reflection in a lot of illustrative examples. Then the second theme is the embedding values. Values are embedded in the different topics, themes in the textbook content. And then this book also has an interdisciplinary approach within social sciences. Interdisciplinary approach within social sciences means, you know, that as a teacher of social science includes history, geography, economics, political science, and sociology. So you will find we attempt to develop interdisciplinary understanding about of important themes. And then we also attempted in this textbook to link social science with the natural science and other sciences, other disciplines also. And this book contains a lot of examples on the experiential learning, because the National Education Policy 2020 also intends to develop experiential learning, provide opportunities for developing experiential learning opportunities for children. So a lot of examples, activities, projects are given for this particular theme, goal. And last, the connecting school curriculum to life to the life outside the school. So students' lives, because one of the reasons why children are feeling, you must have come across statements, stereotypical statements that social science textbooks are really boring, they are alienating, and so on. So one of the ways the social science curriculum developers attempted is that we try to connect social science content with the life outside the school, so that children can associate themselves with the content. Okay, so you can see these things reflected in the different chapters of the textbook. So if you look at the, let us take one by one. Rootedness. Rootedness, for example, we know that we have a longitude, latitude, equator, all these symbols in geography. But we generally know only from the modern concept of geography. So here the example of Ujjaini prime meridian used in the ancient Indian astronomy is also included. This is one example where you will find this kind of knowledge is included in the textbook. So children, when they come to know that the even in Indian knowledge also, India also, this kind of ideas, scientific ideas were used in the past, and many times currently also used in the present. So children will feel the sense of being pride. So that is why these examples. This is one example where this the prime meridian Madhya Rekha in Ujjain. It's a reputed center for astronomy. So we used in our text. Then if you look at the, there are many such examples. We know that the many of you and many of us, we are all getting married only when we have the Panchanga. Panchangam is used not only for the marriages, but it's also used for harvesting. It is also used for the cultivation. So many of the agriculture practices, many of our occupations, for many of those who are working in different fields, they use Panchanga. So this book also has an introduction to the Panchangas as one of the knowledge based. So this is you can find in the textbook. And you can also see the, if you look at slide actually, integrating the knowledge system. So the I already told you about Ujjain. So you can find in many, for example, many chapters, like the examples of Aryabhatta in chapter 1, the references to the Arthashastra is also referred to. So these are the ways, not only the rootedness, the Indian knowledge system is integrated into the present social science textbook. If you look at, you can see many examples. I'm just giving you some of the examples. What did Harappans eat? What are the materials that were used in the ancient times? The stories. And embedding values is very important. You all see that children need to be nurtured with a lot of values. The values may be of different kinds. The values that are prevalent in the society, which are essential for nurturing among the children. There are values which are promoted by the Indian Constitution. We are all living with the spirit of Indian Constitution. The Constitution values are also very important. So you will find the how to teach values, because values cannot be taught separately. So the curriculum developers of social science began decided to integrate values through various ways. One of the ways is to introduce stories, very, very small stories in the textbook. This is one story you can find in the class 6 textbook. The page number is also mentioned in the slide. So you can see the various values of society, the values of the constitution values you can find in the place. I told you about constitution values, how a person, a third gender person, became a leader. How she became she's from a Bill community, and her name is Vandana Bahadur Mehta. So what are the ways through which she's trying to improve her village as a leader, as a panchayat leader? So this example also you can find in the text. Okay, and if you look at the slide there, yeah. This is one issue, but the rootedness, it includes not only Indian knowledge system. There are many things. So it is not only that you can find in the knowledge system that are prevalent in hundreds of years before. Even the current system, for example, the Seva. When we talk about chapter in economics, you can find It is not only those activities which are leading to earnings, which are giving money to us, are considered as economic activities. There are many economic activities in the society. Children, people to take effort. They also take mehnat karta hai, kafi mehnat karta hai. You can see your own. If you are a children, your parents maybe supporting you, helping you in the house. And you can find if you are a mother or father, you can see that you yourself doing a lot of work without money. You can also see in temples on the roadsides during the festival occasions. There are many occasions in which people are doing a lot of economic activities. They are not strictly economic activities. They are considered as seva, but that is also an important component in our society. So the idea of seva is also provided in the textbook, particularly in themes related to economic ideas. The idea of children's parliament, you know that in many schools you have the mock parliament or modern mock internations, and many such bodies are there. So this textbook also provide examples of how the children's parliament is conducted in the Barefoot College in Rajasthan, how children manage many things there. So that is also provided an example. So these are some of the ways through which the social science try to connect curriculum with the students' lives. If you look at there are activities maybe of different kinds. There are activities which you can do within classroom, and there are some activities which you can do outside the classroom but within the school premises. Then there are activities which you need to do outside the school premises. For outside the school premises, you need to get the permission from the school, or you need to get permission from the other authorities actually. So this textbook is providing opportunities for all sort of activities, both in-class activity and outside class, but within the school activity. And there are outside the school activities also. All these three examples you can find in the textbook. Okay, and there are guidelines available how you can do this activity. They are also given in the textbook. And I already told you about outside classroom activity. If you look at one of the things that we did not find in the earlier textbooks and we are providing in this textbook is that the social science book is not only to do with the social sciences, but it is also going beyond social sciences. It also connects with various ideas of management. So we know that there are private sector, there are public sector, there are so there are cooperatives also. So when chapters on economic themes were introduced, this chapter also has a discussion on the milk cooperatives, how the milk cooperative in Gujarat is functioning, and how it is this particular cooperative is doing exemplary work and setting a model for the whole country. You all know Amul. You must be buying many things from the Amul dairy, Amul shops, or Amul products. How this cooperative is functioning, but though we are talking economics there, we are talking how primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector, they're all interdependent on each other, interrelated to each other. We are presenting. But if you look at the with an example, a living example of Amul, how the Amul is functioning. So when you are a teacher working with the different states, if your school may be located in different parts of India, you can take the example of the cooperative in local area and help the children to probe further how that particular cooperative is functioning, to understand the interdependency of various sectors, three sectors. So in that sense, it also gives you application skills of the concept of interdependence in your local area. And then this book also contains a lot of materials from the language humanities subject area. You can see the Kumara Sambhava, and you can also see Kalidasa example. So many such literature is also used. In Tamil, Sangam literature, there are different land forms were there. Kurunji, Mullai, Mardam, Neidal, Palai. So how these 5 land forms. So when we discuss about the land forms in geography, we discuss these Sangam literature examples. So in this way, our social science textbook is trying to provide linking with the science, with the social sciences, social science with the humanities. So this is another example we are also trying to give actually. Okay, and you can see how we are connecting to this natural science. So you will find these some examples of how Oceans Day, World Oceans Day is celebrated. Then there are examples of flora and fauna. You have got a beautiful pictures. You can ask children to go through these pictures and then see what do they feel about these pictures. You can ask their views on this. So and then if you look at, this is something very interesting I would like to share with you, that the when we read history, timeline is very important. Children, because we are all shaped by the times. Why we are worried about 1947, why we are worried about 1858, why we are worried about, say, 1991. These are all important milestones in India's history, actually. So if timelines are very important. These timelines were generally earlier put as a simple scale with the years, actually. Whereas here you will find very interesting way a timeline of our whole existence of the human beings, even existence of the whole living things are given. It's a timeline. So it is drawn, presented in such a manner that will children will show some interest on the understanding about sources in history and the timelines. So different way the illustrations were developed in this textbook. The children also can develop their own way of developing timelines by pointing out different periods, actually. Okay. Then if you look at the, for example, when we talk about social sciences, we also try to connect with the other disciplines. So one example about Olympic, physical education also, some of the contents related to physical education is given in the textbook. So you can find, we used a competency-based curriculum. If you look at the NEP 2020, NCF, this is the major departure from the other earlier period. Competency-based curriculum, the idea when you develop textbook, when you develop syllabus, when you develop the content material or develop assessment scheme or pedagogical practices or classroom activities, so this competency-based curriculum, the competencies need to be kept in mind. So NCFSC has a whole section devoted to social science education in which you can find competencies, curricular goals are there. So based on these two things, you as a teacher need to develop the intended learning outcomes and ensure that these competencies are acquired by these students. If you look at, I already told you these are the curricular goals. There are few curricular goals for the middle stage. In the present class 6 textbook, so don't expect that all the competencies are to be achieved in a single textbook or particular chapter. Some competencies are achieved in some chapters and some goals are achieved in few other chapters. So you have to see from that angle rather than expecting every competencies to be achieved in every chapter. That's what we have attempted. If you look at some of the India, when we discuss about Indian knowledge system, even in today's terms, many communities all over India, there are hundreds of such examples are there. These days, we have a Google Baba. You can just Google it, you will get examples. One of the examples that we provided in our social science textbook is that the Halma, how the tribal communities of Madhya Pradesh try to conserve water in the central India is given in this book, actually. So similar examples of water conservation strategies are available in different parts of India. For example, big, large tanks were laid in Tamil Nadu. For example, there's one district called Chengalpattu. It is called district of tanks. So wherever you go, you can see many tanks over there. Similarly, this Halma example is given. So so that when you talk about your own textbook, the water conservation as a theme, if you want to promote how the water is used efficiently, India is depending on the water and we are depending on the monsoon. So the conserving water is very important. So we give example of how tribal communities are saving in the textbook. So you can also develop, draw some examples from your own area. To sum up my presentation, there are three takeaways. I would 3 or 4 takeaways that the whenever you are teaching this textbook, it is not that you have to teach in the same order. You can take your own decisions how you can teach these topics, but they are from the 5 different themes actually. And then we also suggested that please try to conduct all the activities suggested in different chapters. And then we have given few examples. NCERT very soon is going to come out with the Teacher Plus textbook for social sciences, where we'll give a lot of other additional material, or in the QR code also. But when you, there are few questions available in the textbook. So as a teacher, we would suggest you that please develop more and more questions. But when you are developing questions, please keep in mind the competencies that are need to be developed as listed in the National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023. Okay, you can refer to that. And then you can also, if you are having any reflections, suggestions on different themes and other components of the NCERT, other components, please write to NCERT. We will try to revisit those components in the textbook and come out with the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Srinivasan, for your elaborate presentation. If any question from the participants?
I think participants are well aware about the textbook. I think they don't have any questions, it seems. Or if you are having anything, your experiences of, you must be teaching few chapters now. And you can also share your experience of how did you deal with the chapter or the examples. Are there any chatbacks messages are also possible there? Are they providing any examples?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I'm Jyoti Salatia from APS Damana.
Yes.
Sir, yet we have not introduced this book in our school. We'll be introducing it in the upcoming session, sir.
Okay.
So for class 6, we'll be introducing this textbook. So the book is applicable for class 7th and 8th children also. Is it available, sir?
This year we are going to bring out for classes 7 and 8. But as of now, the class 6 textbooks are available with the NCERT. It's available in the market. Class 7 and 8, we are going to we are still writing actually.
Okay, so it will be for class 6 then for the upcoming academic session, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, yes. If you look at from logically, all the 3 classes, 6, 7, 8, next year the books will be available.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or queries?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm Mrs. Madhurinath Mohan from APS Dholakwa, Delhi. I've been with the teaching for almost 25 years. And with the coming of this book, I think, we can break that stereotype that social science is very boring. Because this beautifully portrays the experiential learning. What we try to do otherwise. So
yeah, please go ahead.
I think we will be able to break that stereotype that social science is very boring and children get bored. I think with the help of this book, we will be, going ahead and making this subject very interesting for our class 6 students, because that is the time when they get exposed to, all the 4 different subjects. Like otherwise, it's only EVS for them in class 5. For CBSE, I'm talking about, because otherwise in ICSE, children get this exposure much before they reach class 6. But for us as a CBSE school or being with this curriculum, and because I'm the coordinator for social science, so it was a delight to see this book and the kind of chapters that has been incorporated. It is actually will bring social science live into the classes. I'm so thankful to NCERT.
Okay. Is there any question from chat box? Only feedback. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your very constructive feedback and appreciations are there. Many appreciations are there. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you, Professor Srinivasan. Thank you. Now we are switching over to next session. Next speaker will be Dr. Atul. Dr. Atul Dubey. He will be presenting online. Dr. Atul Dubey, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for coming. This is, I think, your second presentation.
In morning, actually, we had talked about the bridge course.
Okay.
And from morning to noon, the 1 month bridge course is over.
Okay.
That was in 10 minutes, and now I will be completing the whole year syllabus in next 45 minutes.
Okay. So my request will be to minimize to 30 minutes.
Okay, okay, as you wish, as you, as you wish.
Okay, okay, please try.
So, may I allowed to share my screen, or the presentation is there available with the CIET IT
Is
section?
ready? Sir, you will share. Yes, sir, you can share your presentation.
Okay, 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 okay.
Okay.
खत्म हो गई निशान है
So, good evening. I think and I hope that my screen is clearly visible to all
Yes,
of you.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, your screen is very well visible. And Dr. Atul Dubey is he will be presenting on physical education and well-being. About the textbook of the Khel Yatra.
Yes, sir. Khel Yatra.
Yes, Dr. Atul Dubey.
So thank you, sir, once again for providing another opportunity to interact and discuss about the textbook of physical education and well-being for class 6. As I told you all in morning also that this is the first time in the history of independent India that unnecessary prefixes like co or extra before the word called curricular are now removed, and physical education and well-being is a full-fledged curricular area in NEP 2020 and as advocated by NCFFS and LCFSE 2023. The concern, the thought behind introducing these subjects like arts education or physical education as an essential curricular areas are that ultimately the motive of any educational system, any educational pattern is to produce responsible, healthy, and happy citizens, global citizens, and the citizens who are proving their worth as a human carnation. A little unfortunate part which I witnessed an hour ago when I am right now I am at RIE Ajmer and DMS Ajmer doing some assignments for the class 4 and class 7 textbook. There, while interacting with some of the students and applying some of the content, I asked why you all are here in school. Surprisingly, I was not expecting that type of reply from the students. Surprisingly, most of them said, sir, to become a worth human being. Although few of them spoken or has shared truly and said, sir, we are here to become eligible to earn the money. And unfortunately, this is the main motive, main purpose. 80-90% of the students in our in this corner of the globe feels that the motive of the education is to become eligible to earn money. But secondary thought is that, or not secondary, in fact, we see that we may be having millions of dollars in our bank balance, in our bank accounts. And we had seen during 2020 COVID as well, that in spite of having millions of dollars in our bank balance, in our bank accounts, most of so many people even failed to buy oxygen cylinder costing simply 200 or 300 or 400 rupees. And those who were scummed or unfortunately who suffered were in a hyper stress and somehow somewhere were not able to combat with that physically or psychologically or sometimes even socially. So what physical education and well-being is doing since ages, physical education is teaching how to digest losses. Activities of physical education and well-being teaches that the victory should never intrude in the head, or the losses should never infiltrate in the hearts. And once these kids who are entering in their teens, aging 11 or 10, in the middle stage as per the NCF and NEP, if from the very root stage they will start learning that there is nothing like extra joy or extra pains in the life, whatever they are receiving in the journey of a life is temporary, but they have to keep on giving their best. This is the motive of physical education and well-being. And from class 6 onwards, not only for class 6 onwards, in fact, from class 3 onwards, this root, or means the root of of the thoughts, we are trying, the NCERT is trying, the Ministry of Education is trying to inculcate these type of values. So for class 6, there are 5 units in the book, and as you can see on the on the screen that there are 5 units. First unit is talking about the importance of physical education and well-being. Second is motor fitness. Then 2 games are there which are introduced in class 6. Though one more game is very soon will be going to enter in the book in the revised version, probably before next year. So that is Bharti Khel, which is known as Kho Kho, and then one Olympic sport, which is handball. And the 5th unit is yoga to achieve the holistic health and well-being. As you can read on from the screen, that sports is not only providing physical strength, or as you can see that in unit 2 we had written motor fitness. There are some 6 or 7 motor components which are everybody's body. All the 750 crore population on this globe are having certain level of motor fitnesses. We all are having. That is speed, strength, agility, coordinative ability, endurance, flexibility. And if these 5, 6 motor components are nurtured, are strengthened and fostered from the very beginning of the age, one thing is sure, that the literal life of the individual, he or she is not going to waste money in cure or rehabilitations of multiple type of disease which are appearing or attacking our body, or we are failing to prevent from that ailments or diseases because of the poor motor components or the poor motor fitness. So the second unit in this book is talking about motor fitness. What are the motor fitnesses, and how through some very simple activities, some household activities, you need not to go, if you can, if you are capable enough, you can go to some fields or go to some gymnasiums or to some aquatic centers, that is okay. But in this book we had tried to share, we have tried to express that how through some very basic fundamental household activities how we can maintain our motor fitness. Not only on the physical or mental well-being, this book is talking about socio-emotional quotient also of the ward of the student. This book is talking about the cultural values. This book is talking about the rootedness, Indian rootedness content and the Indian value system. There are so many experienced teachers I can see on the screen. And in the journey of your teaching in last 2 or 3 decades, which I had just learned in the previous communications, that you all have learned that the kids who are doing least activities, maybe through performing arts, visual arts, sports, and they may be very good in routinizing the things, and they may be having some good awards as far as the old educational system was concerned. But whether in the literal life they are happy, or whether they are fulfilling the liabilities and responsibilities as a citizen, that there was a big sign of interrogation. So, as you can see on the screen again, that this book will help them discover a path to make society, community, and the country a better place to live together as well. Starting from 1963, Kothari Commission to 2005 National Curriculum Framework, then 2020 NEP, and then NCFFS or NCFSC. More or less, all educational revolutions has tried to try to give an holistic development. And they all had talked about the competencies, the curricular goals, the learning outcomes. Similarly, in this book, we had also tried to talk about these 4 curricular goals. Since it is a physical education subject, so more of the content are related with the running, jumping, catching, throwing, hitting, and kicking. These are the basic gross motor activities. Although being a teacher, we know that some fine motor activities are also there, like knitting, like sewing, like holding a pen or a brush, or some various type of activities. Even using the forks, using the chopsticks is also sort of uh, fine motor, gross motor and fine motor activities. So curricular goal 2 is talking about the personal and social behavior towards our own selves and with the others, because a lot has been talked already related with a content with a trait called sympathy. But here we had given more emphasis to empathy upon sympathy. Curricular goal 3 has talked about the mental engagement. See, nowadays a lot of gadgets, lot of techno savvy, lot of netizens are there, and they starts from the age of 4 or 5. Infant with the age of 4 and 5 easily scrolls the YouTube channels and so many things. But in the absence of physical activity connected with the mental or cognitive development, there is a big gap somewhere, because if you are playing any video game, you are involving in different type of mental puzzles, mental riddles, but then there is a slight part of neuromuscular coordination, because in that situation you are simply moving either your eyeballs or your thumbs only, or your indexes, but nearly 639 group of muscles there in the body. What about the remaining? So physical and mental, there should be a good bridge, and we had tried to give it in this book. And curricular goal 4 is talking about the development of self and the self assessment. Because if you'll go through with the Gita, the first thing Lord Krishna has talked with Arjun is introspection, Atmavalokan. So the gist of these all things. And then we had been given 125 periods by the policymakers, and in that 125 periods we had tried to include so many good things like warming up exercises, limbering down techniques. Because if you see, if you will take out mm, a ball in which you had you capped it on a gas stove, and directly you are not going to keep it in a fridge. You just keep it on a dining table, and after a few minutes, then you settle the things, that hot things when they had become cold, and then you are keeping it in the fridge. Similarly, only warming up is not essential. Limbering down is also essential. Once you had completed your workouts, when your body is having warm enough, then before going back to your home or before switching to some other assignments, one should learn how to limber down, how to cool down the body. So these things are also there in this book. Then activities and yoga from India, and there are so many different variations of yoga. Like Rishi Patanjali has talked about Ashtang Yoga, then Rishi Gharand has talked about the Hatha Yoga, then some Yoga Pradipika. But talking so much big thing about yoga to a student aging 11 only, or a student is in class 6 only, is not at all a justified way. So there are certain stories which we had used, because storytelling is an age-old and a very efficient pedagogical pattern of our country. So some of the stories we had included in the yoga part. On number 5, you can see, number 4, you can see about coco and handball. I'll come to that. Then fifth one is circle time. Circle time is nothing else than, if you see, if you are going to village, if you are going to rural India, and even if you are going to old cities, or maybe some Cosmo or metro cities, the old part of the cities, you will find that few people from the streets, mohalla, they all are sitting together in the evening after coming back from the factories or offices, discussing under some banyan tree or some people tree or neem tree or wherever, and then they are discussing so many things. So circle time is nothing else than after completion of the sports activity, the games period or the physical education period, teachers and students are sitting all together and discussing uh, very judiciously, very religiously, the true feelings which occurred during the activities. They are going to confess, or they are going to share the success. I'll talk about it little elaboratively soon. Then learning to adapt real-time match temperament, formative and assessment. So unit 1, which is talking about the connection between physical education and well-being, personal and social behavior through engaging in games and discussions. आप देख पा रहे हैं कि एक गेम जिसको कि वेस्टर्न पार्ट में पिट्ठू कहा जाता है, सदर्न इंडिया में लोगोरी कहा जाता है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में नॉर्गोलोई कहा जाता है, और नदर्न इंडिया में जिसको सतोलिया कहा जाता है. You can see that few kids are enjoying Satolia. In this unit, we have talked about some more indigenous games, and through those indigenous games, we have tried to inculcate some real-time values. As you can see that the location of the until the location of the in my state, it is known as Kanchi. That boy is focusing and keeping that kanchi accurate in the center of the body, or you can say, if you had studied axis and planes of the body, straight at the middle line. The forehead is focusing, and the location, you can see the footwork, from which time the body weight is shifting from rear leg to front leg. These all type of some motor movements are there in the indigenous games activity. Different type of indigenous games which is played in pan India, maybe in northeast or extreme south or extreme Ladakh or JNK region, or maybe in Gujarat or Rajasthan. We have tried to incorporate activities from all corners of the country. The main importance of that this type of indigenous games is joyful learning, the fun part, the enjoyment part. If this part is missing, I am sorry, the pedagogy is losing its actual aim. If the kids are coming in depression, if the kids are having stress, if they are more worried about the outcome, whether the hard work they are doing is the penance they are suffering, is going to pay them the worth for that, for what they had done, these all penance is not. No, that is secondary part. If during learning you had not enjoyed, if during the adaptation of the content you had not interacted in a fun way, I think half of the motive is compromised. So the activities are there, are having full of fun, enjoyment, and that enjoyment and fun is definitely increasing the proportion of adaptation, because in during pursuing your B.Ed or M.Ed courses, You may have learned the theories of learning, and you may have learned that theory of intimacy. If you are intimate, if you are having some deep connections, if you are having some enjoyable memories with any activities, you will prefer to keep them for a longer span. So that's why this fun and enjoyment are the basic factor of physical education curriculum. Then Indian games are not only developing your motor components, as I talked earlier also, they are giving you so many social theories, so many formulas and tricks to remain happy and to remain in a very cohesive community, in a very enjoyable atmosphere. It is helping you in intellectual and mental ways also, because concentration is required in so many type of activities. I have just given you an example of Satolia or playing the marbles. Team spirit, we develop team spirit nowadays. Whole of the other part of the world are suffering from the breaking of the families. They are, earlier they were nuclear families, and now they are living nuclearly. They are living single body, no relations, no families. So team spirit, if it is there, sooner or later it will help us in the bonding of the family structure also. It will help us in development of the community feelings, the social cohesions also, and ultimately it is going to help in a powerful nation building. Then, if you say Africa continent is having full of ample amount of minerals, a very cheap labor, even then, if you will be given an opportunity to visit any continent, I think Europe, America, Oceania, or Asia, you will love to go. But in comparison with these five, Africa will be on the last choice because their countries are not that much rich. Why? Because major part of the GDP of these countries is invested in eradication or fighting with so many diseases. And if you will come back with a small unit, even if our family, God forbid, is investing more on the medical expenses, then this is not a good way to live. That's why prevention from injuries and other ailments, if your body is having a strong immunity through engagements in various physical activities, if you are having a strong and firm willpower, so that strong and firm willpower is going to eradicate the major three challenges for India. Unfortunately, India is rapidly becoming the capital of somatotype diseases, which is sugar, hypertension, and cardiac disorders. But believe me, once these all books will come in practice and this country will accept these books religiously, for sure, up to 2030, I can say 20 to 30% expenses we are doing in prevention, cure, or rehabilitation of multiple diseases in the family will be reduced. Through this book, as Professor Srinivasan, our head publication, has just communicated with all of you, that cross-cutting things should be there, interdisciplinary things should be there. And after joining Delhi, I also learned that every individual is keeping a lot of plants in their own chambers. So Delhi itself has, in morning also I learned that some 0.07% carbon emission has been reduced in Delhi in last 3 months. So this is a good sign. But if our kids will learn how to develop greenery, how to develop good environment, then definitely that is going to help you. Because if you are sitting away from Delhi and you are doing pranayam, then your lungs are more healthy. But if you are doing the same thing in those areas where AQI level is too high, I think pranayam is unfortunately can compromise the pran and the ayam both. So it is our duty, and it is our duty to inculcate the value of maintaining the greenery and good environment. And through this book, somehow we had also tried to inject these traits to the students. Then in Unit 2, motor fitness is there. You can see this is known as the crocodile walk. Crocodile walk is not only developing the core muscles. Core muscles are the muscles of front torso and front thigh and some of the part of the rear body. This strengthening is going to help in the even lateral stages. A person who has done these motor fitness activities in an early life up to the age of 20-25 can climb up to 3 to 4 stories if they're in their building without using the lifts up to the age of 55 to 60, stay, again I am insisting, because they had strengthened their core muscles, the major group of muscles in the early age of life, and if they had developed such amount of endurance and strength, then it is going to last for a longer span. So this is unit 2, which is talking about development of motor fitness through playway activities. And as I told you that there are nearly 5 to 7 types of major motor components, which is endurance. Endurance is an activity which makes an individual enables to even continue performing after the accumulation of some initial fatigue. Those who are the scholars of biology, they understand that there is a acid in our body which is known as lactic acid, which determines the feeling of tiresome. But when you are indulging in endurance activities, again, you had studied in the Krebs cycle that later on pyruvic acid starts secreting, and that helps in removal of the uh, feeling of fatigue. Strength. Strength is a very essential part of human body. And if you are squeezing, if you are not using the dryer of your washing machine, please make it a habit that on every Saturday and Sunday, in spite of using the dryer for 5 to 10 clothes, you are going to squeeze from your forearms. So this brachioradialis, deltoid, bicep, triceps, serratus anterior, nearly 10 big group of muscles you are exercising, you are giving exercising. And unfortunately, means I am not saying that teaching is an unfortunate profession. Teaching is one of the noblest profession. You and me and everybody, lakhs of persons are in teaching profession. But unfortunate part is that we are giving more strain on our cervicals, maybe by checking the copies, assessing the copies, or sitting continuously and focusing on the screens or the books and all. Then after going back to the home, if you are using the baलन or using some more things, so we are giving some extra load to our cervicals, and most of the teachers are more prone to have cervical spondylitis. Cell neck is also there. So strength and flexibility exercises, if are done from the very early stage of the life, from sixth class onwards, then this strengthening may goes through a fifth or sixth decade of the life, and the boy or a girl can comfortably refrain from catching this type of disorders. Then comes balance, physical balance. If until unless the individual has not learned physical balance, I am doubt, I am in doubt that they can learn the balance in life, maybe the social, maybe emotional, or maybe some other trait of the personality. Speed and agility. Agility is defined as doing or performing, covering the speed in different directions. Today, if you are applying for any job in a school, a college, or any industry, most of the persons who are taking the interview are seeking, or he or she is multitasking. Multitasking means performing various type of assignments happily and healthily. Agility is covering different type of directions in a minimum space of time. Minimum time, d upon t is s, as you all know the definition of speed. So agility is there in these units, and coordinative ability. Coordination, maybe with your superiors, subordinates, or superordinates. Coordination is necessary, is an essential part of personality. That is in social perspective, but in physical perspective also. Sometimes you see that juggling. Sometimes you also try to toss a mungfali or a chana and try to take it, swallow it directly, take it in the lips, in the mouth. And most of the time we fails. Please never try it. Sometimes it go directly to the trachea. But that is a simple example of coordinative ability, that if you had learned how to grip the chopsticks, that is an example of coordinative ability. If at the time you are performing something else and your arms are doing something else, sometimes we can do two things differently with two different arms. That is coordinative ability. Sometimes what your eyes are seeing and suddenly they are anticipating something and you are doing the things in a very fast way. That is coordinative ability. So through some different activities, these 7 motor components has been introduced in the unit 2. देन कम्स भारतीय खेल खो खो. खो खो हमें बहुत सारी चीजें सिखाता है एजिलिटी के अलावा. यू कैन सी इन द पिक्चर ऑल्सो that how to save your player, how to be agile, at what time, that what particular time you should change your directions. So these skills are helping you not only to develop your physical skills, but some social skills also. So various skills of Kho has been introduced in this book, but very first time I think I hadn't seen any book prior to this who is teaching that through Kho a boy or a girl learns that how to prevent your family members, how to prevent your community and society from the enmity. Because this type of activities, these type of sports skills were earlier taught just to develop the physical aspects, the motor components aspects. But now through the circle time, I'll talk little brief about circle time in the last slides also. So this Kho and these are the things in which we are learning in the Kho: the intellectuality, the mental toughness, the social cohesion, the self-defense, awareness from possible threats. So because if we will learn it, I think we can learn how to escape from God forbid future pandemics, because this type of activities is going to teach you that if you will remain aware of your surroundings, if you will keep your surroundings more hygienic, so many things are there, then limitations, then poor boostings. Similarly, Olympic sport handball is there in the fourth unit, and this unit is also talking about not only the skills of the sport, the motor components required in the sport, but about the accuracy, about the intellectual moves, the cooperations, and the more or less the same things which are there in the unit 3. Then last comes yoga for holistic health and well-being. So yoga, though when 21st century became accessible and we all started living from 2001, 2002 onwards, I think from 97, 98 onwards, this yoga has started becoming an household activities. But now it's almost 25 years when the yoga has already taken a good space on the globe. And 21st June, now it's almost a decade is completed. And we are entering in the second decade when this 21st June is known as the International Yoga Day, IYD. But now this is the time to learn that we all are driven through an energy. That energy may be a metabolic energy by after eating some food, or drinking the water, or inhaling some good oxygen. But even then there are certain more energies which are the driving force in our body. That may be some spiritual energy, that may be the energy of belief, but that all energy which is inside our body, when that energy we are trying to connect it with the cosmic energy, that is known as yoga. And this is not at all an unachievable target. We have to start talking to our own self, introspection. We have to start talking for our own well-being. It is not anything about the religion, it is not about the way of worship, but whatever religion you belongs, if at the start of the food you are going in front of that energy, that cosmic power which has provided you the food, if you are joining your hands and thanking that energy, that supernatural power, that thank you for providing me this food, and please give me strength so that I can have my next day food, and give me strength so that I may digest and I may take the gist of this food, the best nutritional values of this food. So that words are resonating in your own brain, your senses, your eyes, which has witnessed that food, your nose, which has smelled that food, and your skin, which has touched that food, are ultimately helping your brain in informing that which type of food is there, and which type of digestive juices I have to release. So this is having a very close bonding, that praying before the food, thanking after the food. This is very closely connected with our alimentary canal mechanism, our digestive system. So this type of things are there in class 6. It is not merely performing certain asanas or pranayams or how to develop. You can see a girl on the screen. Three types of uh, movement, lip movement are there. She is trying to pronounce a, u, mu. So how I am saying, or how you used to say in your classrooms, how you sings, how you pampers, how you scalds. Simply there is a volume, there is a rush of air coming out from your lungs. Then some epiglottal region is there, which is converting them in some vibrations, and that vibratory sound is ultimately converted into words. But pronouncing those certain words in certain ways is also a sort of therapeutic modality, which is helping us again in secretion of certain hormones or certain enzymes, which are giving us holistic health, which are giving us feeling of wellness, feeling of well-being. So these type of things are there in the yoga unit. Importance of yoga, you can see through the slides. There are some sukshmayams also. There are some stories for the development of good behavior, hygiene, health. Relaxation is very much required. We are the teachers. We know which type of pressures we have to work certain times. Then there is a very easy way to learn certain tough activities, like you can see Jatru Angusht Tratak. For last 3-4 months, NCERT is sending us to various SCRTs in various states. And you see this Jatru Angushta Tratak I had learned, and so many other master trainers and key resource persons we had learned through a very playway activity. We usually start singing a song, Teri Aankhon ke siva duniya mein rakha kya hai. At the same time, we are focusing on the toe of the thumb, if you can see me on the screen, and then we are taking the thumb upwards without moving the cervicals, without moving our neck part, but simply the movement of the eyeballs. And at the same time, in a very fun way, we are singing Ye uthe subha chale, 2 times repeating. Then we are taking again it down and we are repeating the next line. Ye jhuke sham dhale. So we are connecting with our teenage emotions or something. At the same time, we are performing, we are learning, and we are enjoying one of the toughest activity of pranayam, that is Jatru Angushta Tratak. So if we can do this, our sprints can also do that. And first, we have to be calm. We have to learn to be relaxed. We have to be learn to be focused, and then we will start imparting these all things to the class 6 students. Last one is introduction to Dhyan. Assessment key principles up in class 3, 4, 5, as I talked to you all in morning, that there is no paper pencil test. Even we had tried to refrain this paper pencil test in 6, 7, 8 also. Though there is formative and summative, both type of assessment is there. But assessment through the peers, assessment through the wards, assessment through the teachers, and the self-assessment. The gist of these 4 types of assessment is the key ingredient of assessment of physical education and well-being, not only in class 6, but as I told you that class 7 and class 8 books are also in the pipeline. Luckily, those who had already read the books has called us, has dropped us email, and they said that we are finding ourselves unlucky that we had not studied this book when we were at the age of 11. So this is the games of middle stage. There will be some more games which are going to be entered. So every year in class 6, class 7, and class 8, we will be having certain games which are optional. At least 2 or 3 games are there which can be opted by the school depending on the feasibility, depending on the availability of the fields or courts or the equipments. So these are the credits who has given us opportunity to write the book, to prepare these type of presentations. And these are the assessment procedures, the 60%, the 30%, and the 10%. So the 60, 30, 10 is talking about or strongly advocating the desires developed from the curricular goals and the competencies, which has to be either in a formative way or sometimes in a summative way as well. So this is about my presentation. The house is open. If you have anything to ask, I'll be more happy to try to satisfy your queries to fulfill your knowledge.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Atul Dubey, sir.
Sir, I stuck with 45 minutes. Sorry for not remaining with 30 minutes. A teacher is bound to have his habits. 45
Yes,
minutes
yes.
class.
Yes, yes. No issue. No issue, Dr. Saab. So now, after a very nice elaboration, I think there will be no doubts, no queries. Still, if any queries or questions, the participants are requested to ask, and Dr. Dubey will try to address those queries.
सर एक्चुअली क्या होता है, छुट्टी होती है ना 1:30 बजे 2 बजे, तो जो लास्ट पीरियड होता है ना, उसमें हम सबका ध्यान बस्ता बंद करने पे ज्यादा रहता है, बैग बंद करने पे ज्यादा रहता है। टीचर ने क्या समझाया वो एग्जाम के टाइम में हम रट के तैयार कर लेते हैं। तो 4:30 बजे अगर आप किसी से पूछोगे ओपन हाउस में कि कुछ पूछा जाए, तो मैं भी होता तो मैं भी कहता कि नहीं नहीं, अब अभी एक आध भी और कोई सेशन बचा है तो वो जल्दी से खत्म हो जाए।
नहीं सर, ये लास्ट पीरियड नहीं है, और
इसलिए
एक
मैंने कहा ना
पीरियड
एक
है।
और बचा हुआ है।
So we'll have another session, and that will be taken by Professor Amarendra Prasad Bera, Sarji. So, esteemed participants, if any question on Dr. Dubey's presentation or any
No,
query,
sir.
please ask.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dubey, sir. I think I have attended for the first time anything related to physical education covered so extensively.
Good
Thank you
evening,
so
sir.
much, sir.
Good evening,
Okay,
sir.
there's a question.
Yes, yes, good evening.
There is a question from APS Chennai PT teacher.
Yes, please continue.
Okay, the question is, what are the parameters for assessing the child?
Question is, what are the parameters to assess?
Parameters for assessing the child.
Assessing the child.
Very good question. Actually, because of the time constraint, I was not having ample time to share about the circle time. I talked about circle time, and there is a process called circle time, which is introduced first time in this curricular design. Circle time is all about a 5 to 10 minutes session or in a 40 minutes period, or a 15-minute session in a 80 minutes period if this is a club period. What is actually happening after completion of the class or after completion of any physical activity, any indigenous games, all the students are sitting together. Even their physical education teacher, even their principal, if he or she is willing, they can sit together in any of the specific session. Then these kids are discussing what they are discussing. Like I am discussing, it was my wish that I could have done this activity in this class, but I failed. That is an assessment. That it is a clear, it is a transparent eligible, but they had not done that particular activity, but it is their wish that they can do it, or they are going to do it. Similarly, they are talking that that opponent was very hard. कि बेटा in next match the player whom you had injured may be your teammate. So please try to develop an empathy that the combatness, the opposition is for that particular. So what is the motive of assessment? Motive of assessment is the improvement of behavior.
the improvement of the stature. If your state, you see that assessment is merely writing some numbers on the progress card, that is not all assessment. Assessment is how much you had improved in your from your previous behavior. So this assessment is now taking a paradigm shift after completion of the session. But as far as the formal assessment is concerned, formative and assessment, summative assessment, certain things you have to ask him in a playway method. Certain things you have to ask them that, okay, what you had learned, you can discuss it. If there is an improvement of behavior, the teacher can note down, and through that HPC, that holistic progress card, those like earlier, I was covering an 100-meter in 12 seconds, and now I am covering that 100-meter in 11 seconds. That is an assessment. From class 3 onwards, because 3, 4, 5 is also a compulsory subject now in the new curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
Okay. Any more questions?
Mohanty sir, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, there is no more questions. So thank you. Thank you, sir, for being with
Thank you,
us.
sir.
Dr. Atul Dubey. Thank you, sir. Now we are switching over to our next session. So next session will be taken by Professor Amarendra Prasad Behera, who is the Joint Director, Central Institute of Educational Technology, NCERT. सर प्रोफेसर बेहरा जी है?
Yes, Professor Manti, I am there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. You are visual now. This session will be taken by Professor Amarendra Prasad Behra, the Joint Director of CIT, NCERT, New Delhi, and he will be talking on ICT integration in teaching learning process. So now I request Professor Behra to take over the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manti. Very good afternoon and namaskar to all of you, colleagues from different schools and institutes under Ministry of Defense and my colleagues from NCERT. So welcome to all of you to this session. As Professor Manti has already mentioned, my main concern presentation will be related to the use and integration of technology. I will be breaking the presentation into two parts. And the first part, just a broad perspective that what do we mean by use and integration of technology, and then some national level digital initiatives which can help all of us to integrate those aspects in our classroom to strengthen teaching, learning, and assessment. I hope it is clear. I will be, without taking much time, I will be taking you through my presentation.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Sorry for the delay. Can you see my screen? Dr.
Yes,
Mahadev?
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we can see.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me minimize the. Yeah. Particularly, there are a couple of things I'll be talking while talking about use and integration of technology. I think the presentation will be visible to all of you. While talking about information and communication technologies, there are two things directly, indirectly coming to us. One is all the information sources and all the communication technologies, medias, mediums, so together, and how we can integrate it in the teaching learning process and take the resource and the whole process together. And I'll be basically highlighting five things. One is what is information and communication technology, and why information and communication technologies integration is required at all.
Excuse me, sir.
Anji.
Excuse me, sir. This session is about HPC and assessment.
Actually, as far as
Sir,
my information is concerned, so
can I come in, sir?
there is a swap in the system, in the session. Professor Indrani Bhaduri will be taking the session same time tomorrow, and my session has been swapped to today. So that was informed to me. Dr. Koirang, I think, is interested to say something. Dr. Koirang?
Yes, sir. In fact, sir, you have explained to the participants already. In fact, Professor Indrani Bhaduri was having one very important meeting in the ministry, so she could not do this session. So it was swapped with Professor Behra sir, this ICT session. So all the participants, tomorrow ICT session will be on HPC by Professor Indrani Bhaduri. So this has been exchanged.
Right, sir. Right,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the inconvenience. मैं एक सेशन के बीच में हूँ, कॉल करता हूँ. डॉक्टर साहब नमस्कार. Yes, sir. Thank you. Sorry, there was a call from my boss. Mainly, as I mentioned, that I'll be focusing on what is information and communication technology and why technology required at all in teaching, learning, and assessment process, and how to integrate technology in teaching, learning process. That will be also the focus. And then since now cyber safety and security is a major concern for all of us, so I'll be also focusing that what kind of safety precautions we can take so that all of us are safe on cyber world and also learn it as well. So now I'm taking it to the what part. What do you mean by ICT? Particularly, while talking about, I think it is clearly visible. While talking about information and the communication technologies, necessarily we talk about some hardwares, softwares, and systems using which we can create resources. Like if I have a mobile phone as a system, as a hardware, and also some softwares integrated into it, or a desktop I am using for having a video call, and if I may use a tablet or a laptop as well. So using that, how resources can be created. Maybe I can create a text document, I can create a presentation, I can create a spreadsheet with the data, and so on. So suppose we take the example of mobile phone. So we are visiting to a historical place or to a place of scientific importance, say the National Science Center in Pragati Maidan in Delhi. And if we have gone there, we have all mobile phones. So we clicked a few photographs. So that means we created a few photographs using the camera there with the mobile phone. And after creating the resources, we need to store it. So definitely when we click, automatically it goes to the mobile storage place, and then we try to retrieve that document once it is stored somewhere. So maybe the memory of the mobile or any other system. So it is stored. Then we retrieve those resources also, and in the form of photographs. And there are many applications where using that we can edit those photographs also and create a photo album. So in a way, we manipulate something with the help of the different web tools available, and we edit that photograph, and as per our requirement, we keep it ready for its next use. So it may be, I may send it on social media. Maybe if I have a learning management system being used by me, it could be Google Classroom or Course Builder, or maybe OpenEdX, maybe Moodle as a platform, maybe your Sunbird platform where Diksha portal is also there. So it could be anything, and it could be mailing to my friends, or sharing on any other social media. So sending the information to somebody. So sending the photo album to my friend, one to one, one to many, many to many also. So again, our friends in whatever platform, or the students, those who are part of the learning management system and enrolled. So using a photo album of National Science Center, or using a photo album of India Gate or Rashtrapati Bhavan, or any other resource. So people can make use of it, and they further learning takes place. And this whole process, if there are some challenges in each stage, so the whole cycle again continues. And necessarily, while talking about information and communication technologies, we require some hardware. And I mentioned it could be mobile, tablet, desktop, laptop, it could be anything. And we require some channels of communication. It could be satellite-based communication. It could be terrestrial also. So it could be mobile-based communication, again connected to satellite. So communication processes are required. And also we require some devices to receive that also. It could be television, it could be mobile phones, it could be smart boards also. It could be anything, any device to send and receive. And again, the internet connection through satellite or otherwise. We need to be connected. There are two kinds of communication, particularly we talk while talking about information and communication technologies. One communication is synchronous communication, and the other communication we do is asynchronous communication. So while talking about synchronous communication, like on a real-time basis, I'm connected with all of you through a video call on Zoom platform. And I'm presenting a presentation using Prezi, and that too connected to all of you, whatever I am discussing. So we are listening to each other and see also if your camera is on. Since my camera is on, you can see that also. And the presentation is already there. So in a way, in real-time basis, we have a synchronous call now happening. And there could be some asynchronous way of communication, like your SMS, MMS, emails, so that they could be asynchronous communication. But necessarily, when we talk about information and communication technologies, so asynchronous and synchronous communication needs to happen to facilitate learning. So taking you forward to the next step is why. So again, while talking about the why part of the information and communication technologies, all of us, we know that we are very diverse as teachers, learners, and even nation as a whole also. Lot of diversity is there, and a lot of variety of learners are also there. There are many learners, they learn through multiple thousands of ways also, and they could be categorized into auditory, visual, and kinesthetic learners also. So in that case, when we are using technology, we need to select and use those resources which will enrich the visualization process. But if at the opposite end, I have a visually challenged learners interacting with me, definitely the audio, the conversation which I am having, and the other audio resources which could be used. So that needs to be done as well. And definitely the resources we are selecting for visualization needs to be engaging for the learners, so that they are motivated and learn using those resources. And sometimes also we need to collaborate with each other, so that the learners, through collaboration, through teamwork, we learn in a better way. There are many like through Google Drive, also while sharing a text document, maybe 4-5 people together also we can edit a document as a part of collaborative learning. Even a single presentation could also be designed by 4-5 people giving their best for finalizing that also. So and use of multiple mediums, because all of us, we know that we learn through variety of ways. So if there are variety of resources selected, so it helps to learn. And also since a large number of resources will be required for holistic addressing the content in a holistic manner, rather than addressing the content in piecemeal or in watertight compartments, because the policy also talks about no hard separation. So we need to gather a lot of information also, and those data visualization and better data management is also required, so that a critical perspective on the content is developed among the learners. After the why part, so maybe we can go to how part. If you see the next how part, and in the how part, similarly, there are many instructional designs, lesson plan or unit plans, ways we design and develop. And there is one instructional design very popularly used called analysis, design, development, and implement and evaluate. ADDIE is a popular instructional design model. There are many such instructional design models also, like 3E approach, 5E approach, icon approach also. Even SAMR also, the policy talks about that approach. But broadly, ADDIE as a generic instructional design model we use for teaching, learning, and assessment purposes. even it could be development of any resource and its implementation. And when we talk about ADDIE, the first thing comes is the analysis. So we analyze the learner's background, learner's entry level behavior, what the learner, from which class the learner has come to the next class, and the need of the learner as well. And if we talk about the learner, we need to know that we need to analyze the purpose and the content also. What is the content dealt with the child in a previous class, and the content to be covered now. And then the learner also, its age group, even maybe having the learner may be a differently abled child, so maybe many other things could be required, and the context from which the learner has come also, which part, and what is the exposure of the learner. So that is also very much required. So similarly, after analyzing the learner, we need to design the resources. While talking about design of the resources, we need to choose the medium and media using a media selection procedure, whether the resources which I am going to develop and use so is easily can be developed in the scenario which I am talking about or teaching. So that needs to be seen. And as far as the media selection process is concerned, with the media, whatever we are selecting needs to be accessible, first of all, available and accessible to the child. Even it should be cost effective also for the stakeholders. Otherwise, we may think that we will be having AR, VR and virtual lab content, but they will not have Oculus or smart the spec to use that in the classroom. So that is also there. And create instructional design strategies also, that is also very crucial. And there could be some pre-instructional activity, what to do, what do they know also, we need to know to design that, and what they are going to achieve. So that is also required. And there could be many instructional materials we will be requiring. And it could be in different forms also. There could be images required by us. So maybe children will be liking to see those. So say that I'll be talking about volcanic eruption in the class. So if I cannot show a live volcano like Andaman Nicobar Islands is having a mud volcano, so I could show some images from that, and maybe some videos also. So there could be some graphics, visuals, text, internet, many internet applications which can help us also in doing that. And there could be some games also, some e-journals showing them, and some databases, and the presentations also could be there, and audio, video, simulations, animation, interactives also, even e-books. So it could be EPUBs also, which supports a text-to-speech mobile app, and maybe it could be PDF or flipbook also, and there could be immersive contents like augmented reality, virtual reality, and energized textbooks. All of us, we know that NCERT textbooks are QR coded each chapter, and the resources are also embedded with the QR code. So if the child or the teacher or in the class or outside, they scan the QR code, they get all the variety of resources also. So therefore, we need to know the variety of resources and how to select those also. There could be different presentations also, different variety of, there could be a role play, they are available. There could be a feature documentary, and some of the sequences of the content could be featurized also, dramatized also. And there could be talk, straight talk also could be recorded. And yeah, even there could be a glass screen also, like we have seen that many teachers, they use a glass screen to present while presenting through video call also. And there could be some screencast recordings done, which could be shown. And there could be Vox Populi also, where public participating in some activity and interviews conducted, like after end of a cricket match. So we need to have a public interview, their views, how the match went on. So it could be coming under the category of Vox Populi. and that could be lecture, magazine also having a variety of resource, maybe stories, maybe other variety of resources for different stakeholders in a variety form. And we also sometimes talk about video magazine and audio magazine also, a variety of formats integrated into that. And there could be interviews also recorded, and doco drama also could be there, and dramatized, a sequence could be dramatized also, and there could be discussion also. So these many variety of methods, approaches, or presentation formats could be used also. And there could be some free and open source popular tools also which could be used. Like while talking about learning management system, there are many learning management systems you might be using also. Moodle is one of those which is free and open source also. Like if I am a say science teacher, so also I can use some of the resources. Even for designing a concept map also, so we can use free mind CMap also, and many other view also, and bubble.us is also another. So that these resources could be built. So suppose I am a maths teacher, maybe GeoGebra uploads and many others could be learned. If I am a science teacher, even the PhET simulations developed by Colorado University, even 280 virtual labs are there on Diksha also for free for all. So that could be used, and this is a concept map showing that how different free and open source resources are available, which could be made use of for designing a teaching learning plan for the stakeholders. And similarly, also we need to plan that whether all our resources, we are going to use the technological resources in the form of information and communication technologies. It should be a supplementary kind of supplementing our teaching learning process by a teacher, or complementary. So and it could be integrated and infused also. So the model we being teachers and teacher educators needs to adopt, so that accordingly we use the technology for different purposes. Then the content presentation also needs to be decided, and how learner participation could be more proactive, that also could be thought of. And similarly, we need to assess the teaching learning process also. There are many tools there already, and there could be online tools like Kahoot, and also Mentimeter could be there, or any other also possible. Even on Diksha also we have many assessment sheet already available, and follow-up activities also needs to be designed. And the next part, particularly after the design, comes the development part. And in the development part, again, we need to see that whether we are going to use a blended learning approach, some online, some offline, and some in face-to-face mode, or in the lab, and some through video call, and also embedded learning, particularly whether we will be using robotics, interactive content like simulations, VR, virtual reality content also. Even there could be some games also thought of to use that. So we need to I'm not playing, it will take time. So yeah. And next is the implementation part. While talking about implementation, definitely tryout of anything we are doing at the developmental level is very much required. And we need to take off action research showing that these modalities are applicable for a particular scenario, and they learn best way through this, and analyze the impact also, and build and share the experiences for taking it forward. So that also we need to know. And then we have to go for the evaluation of these resources which we have implemented. We need to see the reaction of children, whether they are attentive while working on the resources and all, and learning also. and is there any behavioral changes they had, and what is the ultimate result. So when we do this and at the evaluation level, we find that it is not having much impact, then the whole process cycle can continue, analysis, design, develop, and the cycle goes on. So these are broadly design we follow for any ICT integrated teaching learning plan. And yeah. So I will be taking you forward to the next part, that maybe we can have a quick, yeah. Can you see my screen? Still?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I am just putting one question for all of you. What do we mean by information and communication technologies actually this is the question. And you have to go to menti.com. I repeat, you have to search, go to your browser, any browser you are using, maybe Google also. Type menti.com, menti.com, and your code will be it will ask you when you go for menti.com. Okay. Can you hear my instruction?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So you can go to menti.com, menti.com, and it will ask for you a code, user code. So you have to type 842461, 842461, 842461.
सेकंड फॉर्म भरना है सर। इस नंबर से हम लोगों को क्या फीडबैक फॉर्म भरना है सर?
नहीं, फीडबैक फॉर्म नहीं, मैं आई हैव आस्क्ड ए क्वेश्चन. You can see the question coming here. What do we mean by information and communication technologies? Thank you very much.
अच्छा सर वो एक्चुअली उस समय नेट नहीं था तो इसलिए मैंने क्वेश्चन नहीं सुना. ओके सर.
And the question you can see also on my screen. What do we mean by information and communication technologies? You first of all have to go to menti.com, menti.com. menti.com में जब जाएंगे,
yes sir, menti.com,
ब्रिजभूषण मेरा मोबाइल,
yes sir,
menti.com, and then it will ask you a code, user code, and you have to type that code 842461, and it will ask you to give two options. You have to give three words, three maximum words you have to type and submit. And you can see whatever, like some of you have already done it, exchanging ideas, knowledge of techie, integration किसी ने किया है, information and communic किसी ने लिखा है, use of technology लिखा है, devices लिखा है किसी ने आप में से, use of computer लिखा है. So exchange of ideas लोगों ने, दो लोगों ने लिख लिया है. हाँ जी. तो किसी ने काओ लिखा है, किसी ने गॉड लिखा है, किसी ने गुड लिखा है, किसी ने डिवाइसेस लिखा है. लेकिन जो डिस्कशन हम लोगों ने यही किया है अभी, वट एवर डिस्कशन वी हैड नाउ, सो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू, बेस्ड ऑन द डिस्कशन एंड प्रेजेंटेशन, If you have understood something which talks about use and integration of technology, information and communication technologies, what is the meaning? So if you can make some words, and you maximum you can have 3 words typed and then submit. I repeat, you have to type menti.com, menti.com. आप जैसे ही इसको टाइप करेंगे, इसको मेंटीमीटर पे आ जाएंगे. It will ask you to enter the code to join. So it is on the screen in front of you. तो वो कोड जो है 842461. The code is 842461. 29 people have already joined this. 30 people have already joined this. And this is no doubt a collaborative scenario where collaboratively we are understanding what do we mean by information and communication technologies. So sharing of information, somebody has rightly mentioned. Somebody has mentioned collaboration. Somebody has mentioned digital textbooks as a part of creating digital resources also. And somebody has written tools. So somebody has written technical support, and so around 40 people have already joined. I repeat, you have to type menti.com, menti.com. Use the code 842461. It is written here already, visible to all of you. So can you see? Join at menti.com and type the user code 842461. So when you type this, it will ask you to type 3 words, 3 relevant words, which is very closer to the meaning of what do we mean by information and communication technologies. So somebody has written interactive learning. Somebody has written learning only. Yeah. Somebody has written implement a technology. Somebody has written facilitate teaching learning. Somebody has written medium to communicate. And you can see some of the keywords relevant to the topic, to the question. So it is at the center, and you can see it is also larger, slightly the font larger. Even if we repeat some terminologies, so it will also be slightly bigger. So now around 60 people have already joined this conversation, and we collaboratively are understanding through this question, what do we mean by information and communication technologies? ठीक है, can I stop and go to the next part? "66 people have joined. Last time I am announcing. So we have to go to join this conversation. Go to menti.com, menti.com, menti.com. Use the code 842461, 842461, and write the code, this one there, and put more relevant, most relevant 3 words related to the meaning, information and communication technologies. Someone has written collaboration, sharing of data, someone has written. Yeah, it will keep on changing when you submit, all of us. Last time, once again, just for 1 minute, I am announcing that we need to log into menti.com by using any browser. So menti.com, and use the code 842461. and write 2 keywords related to the meaning of information and communication technology. We have now, but till now, 193 responses. So maximum one person can have 3 words, and those will be treated as responses. And 79 people have already joined, and 3 people have thumbs up, put their thumbs up. So I am stopping here, and we'll be going to the next digital education initiatives, which we have now. Almost 81 people have already joined. I don't know what is the total number of people participating. So I will come back to the presentation. So I'm stopping sharing. If you have any quick question before I go to the digital education initiatives, 1 or 2 I can take, then go. Yeah. Any quick question, or not feeling like asking? नहीं, अभी तैयार नहीं है कोई सवाल के लिए? Okay. So maybe you can text the questions and comments and suggestions. I'll read and go through and get back. Actually, there are several digital education initiatives taken up by Government of India to facilitate teaching learning process as part of use and implementation of the NEP 2020. And there are 5 major, particularly 5 to 6 major components the policy has endorsed, that we need to use and integrate technology for different purposes. And the NEP 2020, while talking about equitable quality education and lifelong learning for all, rooted in Indian culture and ethos, has very categorically spoken that the curriculum which we need to design and implement needs to be holistic, needs to be integrated, needs to be engaging, needs to be enjoyable. So I repeat, while the NEP 2020 highlighting on the use and integration of technology, it has devoted 2 chapters, particularly in the NEP, chapter number 23 and chapter number 24. And there are these 6 major thrust areas the policy has focused. That we need to use technology in teaching, learning, and assessment, because all of us, we know that we have more than 26 crore learners in all our 15 lakh schools. There are 94 lakh teachers also in the education system. So teaching, learning, use of technology in teaching, learning, and assessment is very crucial, because the policy says that technology and education is a bipolar process. So it cannot be segregated. So it needs to be taken forward. And the second thing the policy talks about is to remove the barrier of languages. And also, why the barrier of languages? All of us, we know that India, more than 1700 languages are spoken in India. And there are 5 distinct language families in India, starting from Aryan, Dravidian, Austroasiatic, Tibeto-Burman, and Andamanese language families. And if linguistically we are very diverse, technology, particularly the artificial intelligence and machine learning, can help us to do that. And even for the first time in the history of Indian education, in NCERT, we have developed the textbooks into 23 languages, including 22 languages in 8th schedule of our constitution, and English. English is our associate official language. Hindi is our official language. So, and there are 22 languages. NCERT using Anubadini and Bhasini as AI-based tools developed by AICT and Ministry of Electronics and IT. AICT has developed an Anubadini tool, and the Vasini tool is developed by Ministry of Electronics and IT. So therefore, we need to use technology to address the learners' needs, because the policy says that starting from nursery to tertiary level, particularly medium of instruction needs to be mother tongue of the child. And also each child, at least they have the birthright to learn in their own mother tongue. And researchers also have proved that if they learn in their mother tongue at least up to class 5, so nobody can stop them learning other languages and other subjects at each, because by using the same language, mother tongue learning language, learning principles, they can learn other languages. Even the policy also has mentioned that the policy has mentioned that a child who is a multilingual is more intelligent than the child who is monolingual, intelligent and creative. So therefore, removing language barrier in classrooms are key, and we need to use technology for doing that. And also we need to address the concerns of the bank children. As far as the RPWD 2016 Act is concerned, there are 21 different variety of the bank children. They are in the system, starting from Parkinson to visually challenged to HI, hearing impaired, to autistic. तारे जमीन पर आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, हिचकी भी देखी होगी. So we need to address their concerns as well. And how using particularly such pedagogy, we can address the concerns of the learners. And rightly in the policy also it is mentioned that using universal learning design principles, how we can address the concerns of children from different disabilities. So that is required. And the fourth issue the policy talks about is streamlining the administration, educational administration and management, so that data-driven decisions are taken. And if we talk about the other aspects also, the policy talks about encouraging access of the learners and also using technology for teacher preparation, both at pre-service and professional development of teachers at in-service level. Because in our country, we have 94 lakh plus teachers. So for their capacity building in a time-bound manner, if we talk about 50 hours mandatory training by each teacher on an annual basis, so without use of technology, it is not possible. So the policy direction is very clear. We need to make use of that. And as a part of taking the policy direction forward, there are several digital education initiatives taken up at the country level. So like Diksha, PME Vidya, Nishtha, virtual labs by Amrita, SIDAC and NCERT, even SWAYAM courses for children, even Ijadui Pitara mobile app where AI integration has happened. 3 AI bots have been integrated into it. Even on Diksha also for searching videos, AI integration has been done. And ePathshala mobile app also, and Apna Chandrayaan portal, like this, nearly 15 different initiatives have been taken up at the national level. So that we can make use of that and take the learning forward. And under the Prime Minister's e-Vidya program, there are 200 TV channels which has been launched across the country by Honorable Union Minister of Education, Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji, on 9th March 2024. So per class, we have a TV channel, and there are nearly 73,000 plus videos available on PMA Vidya DTS TV channels. You need to have a DD free days to access these channels. And class-wise, there are content telecast on everyday basis. These contents are also available on YouTube under PME Vidya Channel 1, Channel 2, Class 1, Class 2, like this manner. And also under Prime Minister's e-Vidya program, we have TV, radio, Diksha, special content for specially abled children, and the online courses and virtual lab. This is being converged and in an integrated way being delivered through these platforms. And if I take you through the next part, that we talk about Diksha, digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. So Diksha is a platform where more than 350,000 contents are there, and starting from audios, videos, interactives. These are the different variety of resources mentioned, and we have multilingual support also on Diksha, and there are contents in nearly 108 languages, and we have energized textbooks on Diksha. And by scanning the QR code given in the textbooks, children can get the content. We have a large number of infographics, even guidelines and handbooks for teachers, interactive contents, also audios, videos, and courses, even AR, VR, and virtual lab content, also audiobooks and talking books are also available on Diksha. And these are the learners on Diksha and the resources available on Diksha. So 108 plus languages contents are available, including 101 Indian languages. So anyone can be contributor of content on Diksha also. And there are more than 350,000 contents available on Diksha. And so these are the different verticals we have on Diksha. For foundational literacy and numeracy, we have a vertical. For education for all, there is a vertical also. For virtual labs also, there is a vertical. And Jadui Pitara and Ijadui Pitara, there is a vertical. And vocational education skill development is also a vertical. There are 280 virtual labs available on Diksha. Every week, almost, we organize orientation programs for teachers and teacher educators, how these virtual labs simulations can be used in the classroom also. And NCERT is having one experiential learning lab where teachers, teacher educators are also being trained how to use different variety of content and learn different science and math concepts as well. And also recently the APAR ID development process has been started, so that the personalized adaptive learning integration we can have, and every child can have a permanent academic account registry number to access these contents. Recently, it was launched by Honorable Minister of Education. Now almost 1 crore plus students we have already created APAR ID, so that academic passbook could be created for each child, so that their learning can be tracked. And also recently, as a part of strengthening the educational administration, NCERT has under the leadership of Ministry of Education, umbrella of Ministry of Education, we have created Rashtriya Vidya Samiksha Kendra, which is a national level data center to facilitate data-driven decision making, so that we are starting from attendance of teachers, students, to bringing the learning management system and its tracking performance, even teacher training, transfer, posting, and all could be tracked, and in a time-bound manner, supports could be provided to the stakeholders. That is being done. And so far, nearly 31 states they have already created, except the 5 states of Rajasthan, Karnataka, Kerala, Bihar, and West Bengal. And NCERT and CBSE also have developed the Vidya Samiksha Kendra respectively, and NCT and NIOS, National Institute of Open Schooling, they are also in the process of developing that. And NCERT also undertakes a large number of teacher training program. NISTHA teacher training program is one of those. Continuous professional development program other than NISTHA is also being rolled out, and MOOCs on SWAYAM platform are also there. And we also have a large number of teacher training program on cyber safety and security. So nearly 65 lakh plus teachers we have covered on NISTA, and other cases also nearly 15 lakh teachers we have covered for the continuous capacity building programs. These are the targets which are fixed and achieved also, like NISTA Elementary, NISTA Secondary, NISTA Foundational Literacy and Numeracy, and NISTA ECC have already been launched. And 2 more NISTA Educational Technology and NISTA Children with Special Needs CWSM is also in the process of coming up. And we have already done pilot through face-to-face mode. And I was mentioning about SWAYAM courses. We have 28 courses. 4.3 lakh beneficiaries are there. 11-12 students can use these contents, which are delivered through 4-quadrant approach, starting from text module to video module to interactive interaction and assessment also there. And as I was mentioning, ePathshala is a platform of NCERT under the Ministry of Education. All NCERT textbooks have been digitized and provided here in 3 different formats, and it is absolutely free for all of us and can be used. I was mentioning about Jadui Pitara for foundational stage, and there are 53 plus items available on Jadui Pitara, and these are have been digitized and also provided in the form of Jadui Pitara, which was launched by Honorable Minister of Education Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji in the month of January for the whole country. And these are mainly for parents and teachers, because we don't want that young children, they spend a lot of time in accessing these contents and sparing their time. Sorry, I mentioned 10th February this was launched, not January. And there are 3 AI supported bots we have integrated. Suppose a teacher would like to ask a question to the AI that I have a session class today, and in my class I have a visually challenged child. I need to teach currency note, how I need to teach. And as a parent may ask to the bot also, as a parent I need to teach the color concepts of different colors to children, how to do that. And with the utensils we have in the kitchen, how different shapes and all could be taught, and how maybe discovery of fire or the different states of water could be revised in at home with the children, what they have continued from the school. So, and another good thing is that this Ijadui Pitara, it will give us the source also, from which document, NEP 2020 or NCF, which page it has taken, so that we know that this is an authentic source and we can make use of that. Otherwise, on ChatGPT, we don't know whether the source is authentic or not. So unless and until we further probe into it. And this is the Ijadui Pitara and the details. And also we have developed a dozen of mobile apps for all the stakeholders. So I request all of you, Diksha, Nishtha, Ijadui Pitara, even Prasastha app for disability screening is also another app which could be used. And from early stage in our school, if any child suffering from any disability or having a basic symptom of any disability, so can be reported quickly so that timely support could be given to that child. And we are also taking a stock of the data, how many states and all are coming to process. And also I was mentioning about multilingual content to facilitate children to learn multiple Indian languages. We are developing a large number of primers, and 79 Indian language primers have been developed, which was launched by Honorable Minister of Education. And 42 more primers we are in the process of development. So these are being made available as digital primers, so that any stakeholder, they can learn any languages in India and have mastery on those. And these are some of the things we do. And there are some standards also we have developed, like there is a Pragyata guideline for digital education, where we have talked about ergonomics also, the body posture we need to have while using the gadgets and all. We have 2 guidelines for e-content development, 1 guideline for e-content development for children with special needs, and 1 guideline for e-content development for Diksha. We have a guideline for accessibility of children in schools as a Priya accessibility warrior. And also, as all of us, we know cyber safety and security is a major challenge, and every day almost 5,000 plus cyber crimes are reported to Ministry of Home Affairs. And we being teachers and teacher educators need to check, because there are 26 crore children studying in schools all over India. So we need to keep them safe online and keep ourselves safe also. And there is a lot of discussion on cyber arrest. Even many of the teachers and parents, they are knowingly or unknowingly becoming the victims of these cyber frauds. So we need to sensitize the stakeholders. We have designed a large number of resources, and every week we are running sensitization courses online and face-to-face mode on cyber safety and security. So these are some of the things. And also recently on 10th October 2023, Ministry of Education developed a portal called bharatonthemoon.ncert.gov.in to promote and motivate children in science subjects and have more interest in those areas. And we have here puzzles, we have comic books also, and we have art sheets where children can draw. Multifarious activities are provided. So these are some of the things I wanted to share with all of you. And thank you very much for your patient hearing. And I will share the presentation with the organizers so that they can also share further with all of you. And I hope the initiatives which are taken up at the national level are comprehensible for all of you. And I will be sharing my cell number and also the email ID. Otherwise, Dr. Koirang and Dr. Mahanti can share it with all of you. And if you have any quick question, comment, suggestion before we disperse, most welcome. But I must reiterate, all our goal in any system of education is providing equitable quality education and lifelong learning for all. And let us join together and make it a difference by using technology for teaching, learning, and assessment. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Namaste, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your powerful presentation. In fact, you have really shown us how to integrate ICT in presentation also, not only teaching learning process. Actually, that was seen by everyone. And also for taking us through the various initiatives of ICTs in NCERT and in the country at large. So we are so much thankful to you, sir. In spite of your busy schedule, you are able to interact with the participants, and this would have immensely benefited all the participants who are present here. As sir was mentioning, we can have a quick one or two questions if participants would like to have any queries. Any one of you, would you like to?
Sir, I would like to request that these links may be shared in the chat for all of us to see and go through once. And really would like to connect with NCERT for the Nishtha program physical workshop for our teachers, if it is possible.
Sure, definitely. We'll be happy. So maybe through your concerned department and officers, you can write to the director NCERT. So we'll be happy to do that. Now we are also planning in a big way how Nishtha face-to-face program can be rejuvenated and it can be restarted. Because before COVID we started, but by the time COVID approached, so we went online, all the training. So therefore, and another thing is I mentioned 50 hours mandatory training by every teacher is also required per annum. So for that, we need to have a blend of online and offline. Otherwise, 50 hours will not be over. Because with my past experience, I must say, till 2020, we could cover only 4% teachers across the country. But COVID made us to reach 200% teachers. So through distance mode. So we'll be happy. But
Sir, I really feel ICT.
Yeah, please go ahead, madam. Yeah, you are speaking something, madam.
You are muted.
Happen. So we are struggling with ICT technology, figuring out how to go to a website, how to register yourself. A lot of things, lot of challenges are there. So really look forward to connecting with you for these trainings, sir.
And for your information, ma'am, I must mention every day, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, we have a live session on ICT tools. So far, more than 1,000 sessions we might have taken. And suppose even it is not restricted to NCERT faculty, it is for all teachers. Even if there is a teacher who is explaining a tool in a better manner and using it, so we also invite them to present. So it is a 1 hour session, Monday to Friday, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock under ICT component. And we have all the lectures recording recorded. They are available also 1000 sessions on ICT on variety of 1000 different applications and tools. So that also.
Thank you so much for sharing that, sir. I hope all the teachers and principals have heard it and would make use of this.
I have shared my.
You can all give a thumbs up if you are interested in doing it. Please give a thumbs up to sir that you will be attending
And
that.
another open invitation to all of you that if you want to become a TV teacher and teach on 12 DTS TV channels per class, one channel, do connect to Professor Sankar Mohanty and Dr. Koirang and provide your details and with a couple of minute clipping so that our video clipping, it could be YouTube link also okay, so that our production team will see that and invite you to our studio for teaching not only your student, for the whole Akha India pura dekhega aapka jo hai session. And
Thank you so much, sir.
can
Thank
make
you
use of
so
that.
much. That's so wonderful. Thank you. I hope schools have all heard and they will make use of it.
Yeah, madam, one thing we can do is that we can ask Rajni Thakur ma'am you can
Yes, sir.
send to her so that she can consolidate and send to us.
Yes, sir, we
So
will do that. We will do
yeah,
that.
that
Both me and Rajni will work on it and we'll
yeah,
connect with you. sir.
right.
And also, since we have
Any other
five
questions, teachers?
since we have 5 studios here also in NCERT headquarters, so if you want a team, about 50-member team who could be trained on e-content development for 5 days, minimum 5 days training we are, face to face, I am talking. So you can send a list of 50 people so that we can train them how to develop content for your scenario. So for your use cases, and they can be your master trainers for training others also. So, and you need not to pay anything. Their travel, stay, everything we can bear, and NCERT can take care of that, and we'll be happy. But we need 50 people, among them one team leader. So
Sir,
that
we will make sure. We will do that. We will make sure. We will float a letter to all of them. We'll discuss with Dr. Karang and we'll float a form for them. Those who are interested, we'll nominate them, sir.
and we'll
Thank
be
you so
having,
much, sir.
we'll be requiring a mixed group.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you to Dr. Koirang and Dr.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you, ma'am, and
Thank you, sir.
all the participants. I think today was a long marathon lectures we all have listened,
No, sir,
but I think it
thoroughly
was
enjoyed.
yeah, it was
Worth it, worth it.
yeah, it was
Completely
worth
worth
it.
it, sir.
Yeah, it was worth it, and this is the beginning where we can work together. And for today, we
Sure,
will
sir.
close this session, and tomorrow by 10 a.m. sharp, we would like to start this program, because since this is online, we have to stick to the time, because maybe 5-10 minutes can be okay, but not more than that, because otherwise participants also used to look at which time is their session and all like that. So tomorrow we will meet again. So I thank all the participants. So please join back tomorrow again. So until then, bye.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow at
Bye,
10
sir.
a.m.
Thank you, sir.
Bye bye.
Thank